But now, yeah, make all the demons quiet, yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah, make all the demons quiet, yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah, I think that we've all had enough, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah, make all the demons quiet, yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah, make all the demons quiet, yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah, I think that we've all had enough, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. Hey.
Hey, welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind Part 2, I guess. We're into a little bit of a change in seasons here. Let's see. Yeah, the main channel is RIP ZXL said. I saw somebody else up here had said something about it too. Yeah, nope, wasn't me. The channel down again. The channel is gone for some kind of, they said we have, what do you want, Leanne? What? Oh. Some kind of multiple, they said, we have reviewed your channel and found multiple terms of service violations. So I saw that Martin Liedtke had been hit as well on one of his videos. I guess you're not supposed to talk about the World Economic Forum. They're wonderful people, just looking out for the best for everyone. Let me take a minute here and we'll welcome everybody who's in here right now. Let's see who we got. I got Burn the Corporate Fiction is here. Chuck in Tennessee, Jen Crocker, Josh R35, Larry James, Nope Wasn't Me, and ZXL Master. And of course, we've got others that are probably watching using different things. Yes, Jen, I agree. Damn YouTube. So what I'm going to do, this is kind of an open panel tonight. I'd like to discuss, there's the Zetetic Warrior. Kind of want to discuss, I think it's important that everyone knows exactly what this platform thinks of you. Although they took down my channel and they take down other channels, I think it's important that we dissect this and look at it for what it is and see it for what these platforms actually think of you. And it's not much different than what we see from these people that want to have big lavish conventions and decide the fate of humanity as though they have the authority to do such a thing. They think you're stupid. They think that you are not capable of critical thought. They think that you are not much better than a child in your mind. And to their defense, there are many that fit that description. However, it's like dumbing things down for the stupidest kid in the class. Everybody suffers for it. And so the people at YouTube that run YouTube and the people that run Facebook and these other platforms think that you're stupid. That's what they think. So what we're going to end up doing here is we're going to be branching out to other platforms. Of course, I've already got a Rumble account. We're going to be migrating over into BitChute, Odyssey. I want to get over onto what was the other one I was just looking at? Rockfin, and do some things over there, because you're absolutely able to talk about things that you're not here, and it's very apparent that YouTube is openly down for your own demise, because they don't want you to be able and make a conscious, informed decision for yourself. You see, when you cut a man's tongue out, you don't prove him a liar. You prove that you fear what he may say. And so what's that tell us there, warriors? What's that tell us, penguin warriors? What's it tell us? It tells us we were right over the freaking target, baby. Right over the target. Because if you weren't, they wouldn't try to shut you down. So what are we going to do about that? We're going to keep on keeping on. They ain't going to shut me down. Not one fucking minute. Not 1 minute. Not 1 minute. Because I'll make a backup for this one. And I'll make a backup for the next one. And I'll be out everywhere. I'm going to be everywhere. The only way they're going to shut me up is to put me at room temperature, baby. And then you still better watch out, because I'll come back and fucking haunt you. Okay? That's the way I look. Who was joking about what? Let's see. That's crazy. They ban your channel, but someone like Chili is still up. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why I've got a theory about all that, and why Chili is allowed to remain up. That he is not just some YouTuber out there with a channel. There's some indications that I think that there's much more at hand than what people actually think. And I think he's there on purpose. I think he's there on purpose. How come Jimmy Dore can say things about the last 3 years that if I say the exact same thing, I get in trouble for it? So who's running shit? You know, it's not really so much what you say as it is to who it is that says it, as it really seems to be. I mean, this is where we're at. But these platforms and the people, they do actually think that they are cut from a finer cloth than you, and that you are legitimately retarded to the point where you are not capable of any critical thought. They're afraid that if you hear something that might go against or bring logical thinking to the shit that they're trying to run on us, that somehow that'll make it more logical. And it doesn't, because I'm only saying what everybody's thinking. Yes, absolutely. Nope, wasn't me. That's exactly it. Exactly. And then when I see him embraced by bigger channels who would have to, there's no way they could not know what this man is like, and then turn around after they constantly are talking about how they're for the liberty of men and against the frivolous laws and the status condition that we're in. And then they go ahead and feature DeCastro on their channel and make him a moderator in the chat, for crying out loud. That calls it all right there into question. Now I have to question your fucking legitimacy and your judgment. Or are you part of that same club? I think it's the latter. We will slip amongst them like a transparent thing. Yeah, man. Look, Once something's said, I don't care. Go ahead. It's been said. It's out there. It's in the ethosphere, man. It don't matter. You can try to shut it down all you want. That's about as stupid as closing your eyes and thinking nobody can see you anymore, like a child. Because even when the thought reaches out, when the thought is made, that energy is put into the aether. It's there. You can't take it back. So, you know, this is where we're at, and this is what these people actually think of you. So we're going to be migrating. I'll be here, but I'll start doing less and less here, merely as a means to give you a taste of what will be over on the other channels where there aren't dystopian overlords as strict as the ones here on this platform. Because let's just face it, what are we left with? A bunch of propaganda horse shit, cat videos, you know, really? I mean, I don't care. Go ahead, YouTube, cut your own goddamn throat. You know, I just rest assured in knowing that this will all be over in the next couple of years. And there's going to be something new. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because those that thought compliance was a virtue are going to find out that compliance was not what they thought it was. And that's all I'm going to say on that one. Thought you were starting a Penguins booster club. Yeah, we got to do that. We got to definitely start a Penguins booster club. We have to stay on the good side of the Penguins, or, you know, they'll get a hold of Susan Wojcicki and say, hey, take that channel down. But really all it takes is some little bitch boy. It's all it takes is some little bitch boy that wants to go out there and say, that hurt my vagina. I need you to take that down. I know I can't stop. I can't not watch it, but it makes my fucking vagina hurt. And they complain. So what's happening? Burn the corporate fiction. What's happening with you tonight?
What's going on, man? Am I late for the wake?
Oh, no. We already had that wake. Are you kidding? And this is a rebirth. I'm putting down some new shit. I got some fire from my friend Zetetic Warrior. I got some fire. He passed on some of that fire to me. I ain't fucking around anymore, man. That's all there is to it. This kid ain't fucking around anymore. Listen, here's the deal. If I smell fucking kiwi boot polish on your breath, get the fuck out. If you've come in here thinking that I never went to school and I magically appeared here from the 1400s and you're going to teach me about a fucking globe, get the fuck out of here. Don't want to hear it. Don't fucking care. There's no debate. It's over. Your ridiculous claim makes no sense. Eat a bag of penises. Okay? So if you want to come in and you do have legitimate questions and you want to learn, I'm absolutely down for it. Come up on panel even. Ask your questions. We'll do visuals. We'll show you all kinds of shit. If you want to come up here to fucking argue with me and give me a bunch of horse shit, get the fuck out of here. Okay? That's how this is going to work on this channel. I don't give a fuck if I got only 2 goddamn subscribers. The rest of you can just get the fuck out of here. You see? Because that's how we're going to run shit now.
It's a little micro state, right? It's a dictatorship.
In a sense, where no fucking bullshit is going to fly. You realize I was over... Tina Slay called me earlier and she said, hey, they're talking about you over on Coded Friend 001 or some shit like that. And I says, okay. And people was wondering what happened to my channel. So I went over there. I don't know him very much or anything. A couple of the regulars that I'm used to, Logan Sandman, he was on their panel. And I says, look, he says, oh, I talk about things and I don't get shut down. And I use pretty coarse language. And I said, what subjects do you talk about? I said, that's what the gist of it is. It's what you talk about, not how you talk about it. And I says, for instance, do you talk about the WEF? And he said, "What's the WEF?"
Oh yeah, so of course he's not going to be. His channel's just fine. He's not talking about anything.
I was flabbergasted. I was like, "What do you
Right.
mean? What's the WEF? You know, you will own nothing and you will like it. You know that." And he goes, "Oh, I know what the WEF is. I wanted my listeners to know." And I was like, "Why didn't you just?" I'm thinking, why didn't you just go? For those of you listeners that don't know what the WEF is, it's the World Economic Forum, and they're
He's
meeting
just full
in
of
Davos,
shit.
Switzerland right now. Go ahead, like that. No.
Yeah, because he's full of shit.
And so I told him, I says, well, anyway, the WEF wants you to live pretty much in abject poverty along with everyone else. Oh, that's conspiratorial horse shit. You don't know what you're talking about, you stupid flat earther and shit. And I was like, fuck you.
Like, part of me can't wait that for that reason right there. I can't wait for them to actually introduce the bug paste and the fucking social credit score, and just to see the stupid fucking look on those people's faces. Just to see how to, I cannot wait. It's going to be so satisfying.
Yeah. And I was like, are you shitting me? And so then Logan, about half drunk, has to go, no, here's what's going to happen. We got to have some rules. And I was like, you know what? Fuck your rules. And I jumped out. I was like, I don't even need to talk to you. If you support that group of fucking freakazoids, right, that are over in Switzerland right now, if
unelected,
you are my mortal enemy. You're my mortal motherfucking enemy.
It's an unelected tribunal of fucking corporate oligarchs, is what it is.
Absolutely, absolutely. They're again a group of asshats that think that they're cut from a finer cloth than you. Yeah, and they need to decide shit because of the way they want something to be.
Yeah, they know better. Well, they honestly they look at it like, well, it's just like it says in Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, is people who don't use their intelligence are no better than cattle.
Yes.
You see what I mean? That's how they, honestly, I kind of agree with that statement. I do agree with that statement 100%. Right? It's a shame that applies to the majority of individuals in society, it seems. But then again, this whole virus thing is kind of, or whatever you want to say, right, is kind of really woken people up, right?
Yeah. Well, hopefully, you'd think it would. You would think that over the last 3 years, somebody would at least know what the fuck the WEF was. I mean, what have you been doing all this time?
There's literally a lot of people. I know, like, it seems unfathomable to like somebody like you or I, or probably a lot of people in the audience, but there are literally people out there who have never heard of anything like that. World Economic Forum, they've barely heard of the World Health Organization, like they have no idea what the Trilateral Commission is, or the Council on Foreign Relations, or the Bilderberg Group, or any of these organizations that ultimately culminate in the World Economic Forum as like the public version of the other groups. But you would be surprised, man. There's most people.
Ryan, in the mid 1970s, I was telling people about the Bilderberg Group, and they were like, "That's a conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy theory." Until it wasn't a conspiracy anymore, and I was actually there watching these idiots go rolling in their limos.
Well, see, this fucking my whole entire life as well. I ever since I woke up, I started waking up in 2012 when I learned that the Federal Reserve is a privately owned bank. Read it in a book. I think I was reading a David Icke book, and he said the Federal Reserve is a privately owned bank. And I just immediately, I was like, no fucking way. You mean the bank that prints and controls our currency is privately owned? No fucking way. And as soon as I found that, I was like, how the fuck does that work? How do they just get to control our money? Where's the oversight? Who manages them? How do we know, And then from then on, and so over the years, I've been trying to wake people up. And like I said last night on my channel, that you get the same pre-programmed responses. Like first they say you're crazy. Then once you show them enough evidence, then they get frustrated, overwhelmed, and scared. And they go, who cares? What are we going to do about it anyway? I just want to live my life and be happy. I just want to take care of my family. Who gives a shit? And
want to watch the game. When's the game?
Want to watch the game. And it wasn't until this COOF thing happened, right? That there seems to be like a massive, just a massive increase in people that are, if not outright woken up, at least suspicious of, the government and the way things are run, which is a huge improvement. So I think, in my opinion, I think it did more damage than it. I mean, they're going forward with it no matter what. They don't care. They've put too much money and time and energy into it, and they're going to keep steaming right along. It's they're going for broke. Either they're going to accomplish what they want to do, or we're going to stop them. And that's how they're looking at it. And we need to be that serious also.
Let's watch this this little short that ZXL Master made.
ZXL made.
He the shit. I mean, this guy, he works hard, man. I mean, wow. I mean, he does some really cool shit. Watch this here. Well, that was so touching.
Very nice.
We're always going to remember Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind as a pioneer in the world of deceit, where truth is treason in the empire of lies. But we're still going to go like Radio Free Moscow, man. We're going to roll just like Radio Free Europe. We're going to keep putting that message out there, man. And that's like I said when I first did this. I said, look, man, if I reach one, I've been successful.
Do we have a flat Earth debate going on in the comment section?
I don't know. Let me see what's going on here.
I'm misunderstanding that. Yeah, I can't read the comments here.
Well, Wake Up America said he did an experiment here, and he took a bite of an apple and then put water in the hole that my bite made and spun the apple, and the water fell out.
Imagine that.
It didn't create gravity or anything. That's remarkable.
Well, the molten metal at the core of it is magnetic, right? Because that's what happens to metals when they get superheated, they become magnetic.
Dude, I had a guy on a panel. I was on a panel late last night on a show called what is it? Troubling Tribune. And he had this guy on there that was actually trying to tell me that I can see an object that should be well hidden by a curve because of refraction. I mean, he was saying that on a ball like this, that an object over here, and I'm standing up here, that the light was bending that image all the way up so that it looked like it was out at 90 degrees to me.
Makes sense.
But yeah, don't it?
Yeah, it's not mental acrobats at all.
No.
I
mean, it was the most ridiculous thing. And this guy was like serious. He was serious. And I'm like, no, man. Show me, give me a lab, a repeatable, demonstrable experiment that could explain it. Because we're seeing shit, if it's temperature derived, this refraction, well, that can't hold water because we're seeing too far in all sorts of weather and temperature conditions. Even at the shortest distances, we're still seeing too fucking far.
Did you see Greta Thunberg or whatever the fuck her name is? She got arrested.
The publicity stunt? Yeah, I saw
publicity stunt, yes, it was.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, no, that was legitimately real, and she's fighting to save our climate, and we should listen to Greta.
Yeah. How dare you?
How dare you?
Dare you? Shut up.
Hey, listen
Shouldn't he
out
be in
there.
it? Shouldn't he
All
be in
you-
that underground base at Resident Evil? You know, isn't that the
Right.
chick from the? Isn't that the? You're all going to die down here.
She's pretty
Right.
hot, man. Is she?
Yeah.
Is she like spoken for? I wonder. There might be some single guys out there looking for a
God, could you
hot little
imagine what a
climate
ball
activist.
buster that bitch is? Oh my God.
Well, it would take that Tavistock engineered male that would
Did you
go for
stay
that.
out late with your friends last night? How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you? You want to put that in my what? How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you?
But darling, I think your fetal alcohol syndrome face is just lovely.
So hot. Oh God. Yeah, that chick literally irritates my entire soul. I
Roseanne,
fucking
she
hate
got
that.
arrested apparently because her and some other climate activists were protesting and disrupting the operations of a coal mine in one of the states of Germany.
As if they don't engineer the weather. That's what kills me. Like they're engineering all this crazy weather.
Allegedly.
Allegedly since the Vietnam War. Allegedly.
Since the alleged Vietnam War. Everything's fucking allegedly.
It's
We're just
alleged.
gonna cover all
Allegedly,
bases.
we had a war in Southeast Asia. Allegedly.
Oh, look out. So we must have said his name 3 times. We got Synthetic Warrior up here. What's up, my man?
Just like Beetlejuice, 3 times is all it takes. Here I am,
That's it. That's all it takes.
the troublemaker of the flat Earth community.
Well, why not? You know, I tell you what, you threw some fire at me, and after I got that shit today, I was like, you know what? Yeah, that's where I'm at too. If you coming on here and try to convince me of a motherfucking globe, kiss my ass and don't let the door hit yours on the way out.
Well, 9 times out of 10, those people end up just looking stupid. You know?
Yeah, I was watching you last night, Dave, at that debate on Troubling Tribune's channel against Adam,
Yeah.
our friend Adam, and again, he's another one. He's a perfect example of the not only cognitive dissonance and confirmation bias that you see with these individuals, but flat out intellectual dishonesty.
Right.
That's what's so tough is when you realize they're being intellectually dishonest, and it's really hard to go from there, man. And I just wanted to come on tonight, and I didn't want to stay on here too long, but I wanted to get on the record, man, and just say that here you are with your channel deleted, and I view you as a man of integrity and honesty and truth, and if we lived in a world that valued those things, channels like yours would be promoted, not censored, right?
Well, like I
Well, if we
said,
lived in a world-
in the empire of lies, truth is treason, man.
If we lived in a world that valued those things, none of us would have channels because there'd be nothing.
Right.
There'd be no problems. What do you mean? We'd be talking about other shit. But
Great point. Exactly. Yeah. And this is, unfortunately, we live in a quote unquote society that accepts this type of thing. It's one thing that a corporation censors you. It's another thing that everyone stands by and just accepts it.
Yeah.
And they, and they give excuses and say, well, they could do what they want. They may be publicly traded, but they're a private corporation, and they could do basically whatever they want. But they forced the, let's call it the public square, into the digital world, and then call it private. How does that make any sense? Because this is where we meet. This is where we discuss. There's no more public square. This is a digital world. We interact digitally. This digital world is controlled by these private corporations, and then they just say that the private corporations could just do whatever they want and provide these community guidelines with these Yeah, these are
They're their
ambiguous
own-
guidelines that they could just censor people for whatever they want, man.
Well, they're their own international governments. They're not subject to the Bill of Rights. Google is international. You know what I mean? All these companies are international, and essentially they create they're like their own countries. They have their own international law. And, you know, if they say that you can't say shit, you know, everybody can be like, what about freedom of speech? Well, this is an international corporation. They don't give a fuck about our Bill of Rights at all. You know what I mean? And that's the bottom line, unfortunately. You know, which, you know, we should create our own platform. You know what I mean? Something. But the problem is most of the average people that aren't like us will never find us on alternative platforms. So we have to kind of play the game on their shit, you know, and then, you know, once you get enough attention, put something up on one of the alternative sites where you can actually talk about real shit, you know. That's kind of my theory on it. That's what I'm going to be shooting for. So once I get a certain number of subscribers, I'm moving over to BitChute or something where I can actually talk about some real shit, you know, because you can't talk about anything. I'm surprised my video last night didn't get taken down, honestly. But,
Right. I think we're all on the clock. I think at some point, you know, it's all a matter of time for probably all of us here, you know, that
Oh, for
resonate
sure.
in these communities. It's,
Well,
you know,
something that gets me is like I had the same video on 2 channels, right? Before, this was before. Same video on 2 channels. One gets flagged, the other one on the other channel doesn't. So what's that from? That's from little bitch boys. Little bitch boys calling in, you know, or writing in, report this video and shit. Little fat ass hot pocket eating sons of bitches sitting in their fucking house angry because they can't get laid, you know? That's
Mhm.
it. We got Flow State. What's happening, brother?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
What's up, Flow State? Good to see you, dude.
Yeah, you too. Same shit, new day. Just decided to try to tent a car window outside in the freezing cold for some reason and gave up on it because it's way too cold.
Yeah, I was gonna say that plastic is not gonna want to be very cooperative in that cold.
It's not, but you can heat the glass first. But sometimes I just start doing things without thinking them all the way through to the end, even if it's like a short project.
Yeah, I had a short project of gonna caulk my tub, and now I don't have a bathtub or a toilet or a sink in that bathroom. And I've been in there cutting out pieces of the floor and shit. I mean, I'm going whole hog on this fucking thing. So it's kind of a pain in the ass because I got to go all the way downstairs to go to the bathroom. But, you know, hey, I need the exercise probably.
Oh, there you go. It's like my
your
truck.
weather warfare thing back behind you. I love that.
Yeah, it's
in a
pretty
minute, if
sweet.
y'all don't mind, I'll show you. I showed Ryan the other night. I uploaded off of my handy cam a bunch of video off of this thing that I'd taken, and this was from 2018. I had a contrail, you know, was right there up in the sky across like this, and there were regular clouds around it. But this contrail was traveling at a high rate of speed like a snake, like right through the clouds. And I was like, how is that thing moving and the other clouds are not being affected? I'll pull it up. This is insane.
I've got on one of my old phones that I broke the screen on. I've got it was probably about the same time, 2008, maybe 2019. One day at work, there was the cloud front rolled in just in a fucking straight line from horizon to horizon. It was crazy. It was like something on Independence Day.
I know, it's like, what? Oh, wait, this one. I think it's this one. No.
Yeah.
Probably global warming. If you guys would just eat more bugs and stop driving.
Oh yeah. I'm looking forward to the cricket paste myself.
I am too. I've heard the cricket paste and tofu is like one of the best.
Yeah, and it's going to come out a variety of flavors as well.
And it's good for your new man-made vagina. It will help it, you know.
Yes, absolutely.
Grow with that estrogen stuff. Estrogen, you know, that tofu is good for
estrogen production. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes, it is. I agree.
No more toxic masculinity.
Like big tall glass of silk in the morning. You know what I mean? For my estrogen.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this thing real quick. This is only like a 26-second video, but just watch this. Now, how in the hell is that thing moving and the other clouds are staying still?
Refraction.
Parallax.
I'm here with the refraction.
Parallax. Gravity.
Oh shit! I'm gonna have to load this thing all the way up now. But I will turn off the camera before I engage it because that might be something too.
So did you appeal? Did you appeal this termination thing?
Yeah, of course I did.
Yeah.
It's just like complaining to the police department. We've investigated ourselves and found that we did nothing wrong.
Yeah, Warren Commission.
That's how it always goes. That's
What
just
did
how
what did
the
they
fuck
say they
do,
got you
man.
for? Or what was the what
They said
term
we
did
have
you violate?
reviewed your channel. They said we have reviewed your channel and found multiple terms of service violations, and we have removed your channel.
Damn.
That was
They
it.
just came and swatted you straight out of town.
Yeah, man.
It looks like Mars Life had dealt with something similar to this. He said he used specific language. What language was that specifically? Can you share, or is it something on the download type deal? Or
This right here, we're truly in grievous bond. Good Lord. Yeah, see, I had a 2-week down for they said medical misinformation, and that pissed me off because right before my channel went right back up, I'm watching the Jimmy Dore show, and he said the same things and showed the same things that they struck me for. I get struck, and this motherfucker makes a few $1,000s. What's up?
controlled opposition, probably.
Yeah, you need to get on payroll or shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah,
Right.
right. Well, that's why I say I'm going to get over on some of these other platforms. I'll do pretty much equal through them all and then start weaning out of this one. And anybody that still wants to come over to those other platforms and check it out. Or I was even watching on one channel where he was streaming both on Rumble and on YouTube. And he said, okay, well, the subject we're about to get into is not YouTube friendly. So if you want to continue watching along with the other people over at Rumble, come on over and see you later, YouTube. Click. And they're still going live on the other thing because they were streaming on both platforms at the same time.
Well, some of the people I followed for years, they as soon as this started happening with the YouTube taking channels out, they got taken down. So they got wise to it. They created several backup channels, and then while their main channel was still up, they'd go and be like, hey, make sure you guys all subscribe because this channel's going to get taken down anytime. And then they eventually got even smarter than that and just they went to BitChute or Rumble, and they just used their main channel to reach their subscribers in YouTube, with like a little clip like, hey, got this information, check it out in BitChute, and then put the link in the description, shoot the people over to their BitChute video. And then that way you can reach all your YouTube subscribers without having to actually make videos on YouTube. It's pretty smart.
I used to be really good about uploading all my videos also to BitChute just because, well, I was riding 2 strikes for a long time, but now I'm back in good graces and I've kind of just slacked off on it.
Yeah, I have copies of everything that I've produced. Just in case something like this were to happen, I've got every live stream downloaded. I have every other video. Of course, I had to make it on my computer and edit it in order to put it up there and upload it. I didn't delete it after I uploaded it. I keep it. I got a huge ass hard drive. I can keep everything.
I had one of those. The sheriffs took it.
Oh no shit! Yeah.
That'll happen.
Yeah, they're
Fuck.
well, they can steal anything from you. They stole a truck from me and $70,000. So what the fuck,
Oh yeah, they stole a lot more than that hard drive. It's just kind of funny because I'm sure that they were expecting something besides just like 30 years of my homemade dick game and tit pics and stuff. Like,
yeah, right. Well, it's not called stealing; it's called appropriating.
Appropriating, that's right.
Confiscation, repurposing.
They confiscate things when they put it on the evidence list. The cash that came out of my safe did not make it on the evidence list, so that's stealing.
That's weird. No, it's revenuing, revenuing, right? So you gotta use these lawyery words that churches it up. It's not stealing, okay? Because that would be criminal. It's repurposing. They repurposed your money. It wasn't going to do any good in evidence, right? Okay. So they repurposed it to like their car note or their, lunch fund or whatever, because it was
New
better
squad.
off. Yeah. Appropriated it and repurposed.
Would have gone to bad things like my defense.
Right. You can't have that.
Got to get that off the street.
Yeah, I know they stole.
Right.
Look, only $56,000 of the $70,000 I had made it into evidence.
Weird.
Cash.
Well, there was the transport fee of
Yeah,
transporting the evidence. The officer had to get paid for that, obviously.
Yeah.
It's going to take it right off the top. So
We got Mars Life with us. What's happening, brother? Oh, he's got that glow in the dark bong. I like that thing, man.
Hey, what's up, man? I was just going to share real quick when you got a minute of breaking the conversation. I was just going to share my experiences with losing some channels. But recently I figured out, I've had 100% success rate since I figured it out. I don't know if it's, impermeable or whatever, like bulletproof. But what I did is I learned from someone else. I forget who. They said they had the same situation and they did in their appeal. They put something very simple to the nature of like I've reviewed and respect the terms of service, and I would like to request a manual review because I don't think I've violated any of the rules. And I could find the email and share it with you if you want. But since I figured that out, I've lost. It's now happened 3 times and 100% success rate with getting my channels back. So just keep it real simple and ask for a manual review and say that you respect the terms of service or whatever. You don't think you did anything to violate them.
Mars,
And,
Mars, did they actually remove the channel?
Yeah.
Or, okay, they didn't just strike it and suspend it. It was completely removed. And
Absolutely.
put all the videos back up and everything with it.
Yep, I got all the content back and everything. So
Well, I'll see if I can try something like that. And but at this point in time, right now, I'm afraid to write any kind of an email whatsoever because, it's hard to refrain from phrases like "you blue-haired communist fucktards" and shit like that. At this point in time, I was like, I was in a bit of a mood. I was watching a few of those cop videos earlier and shit like that, and I was like, wouldn't that be something if somebody just rolled up there and took care of that fucking situation? Save the taxpayers a bunch of fucking money and get rid of those guys. You don't even got to fire them. They're all done. Over.
Listen,
Don't say anything you don't want to hear played back to you in court on YouTube.
Yeah,
censorship keeps us all safe. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Because false news and misinformation is a threat to our democracy. All right.
Yeah.
So you guys
democracy.
You should be. Yes, you should be, because we're a democracy. No, not a constitutional republic, I guess, like we were founded as. But it's a threat to our democracy. And you guys should appreciate that YouTube takes the time to go through and keep you from saying things that could be harmful.
I wish they could do more to protect us from harmful and abusive speech.
I know. I feel kind of still not safe.
Yeah, they should go through. They should really listen to us all the time, even when we're not on YouTube.
They should do more to protect the drag queen community.
That's true.
I think so. Yeah.
From criticism.
Yeah.
Well, and what a crime against children to, take them away from such a growing experience. Someone's growing type of experience that can make a child's life more enriched. You see,
I can totally see all the benefits of having a transgender read stories to my 5 or 6 year old child, and it would make sense.
Yeah,
like that's how else are they going to learn about transgenders? Especially at such a crucial age.
Grow up having something so unnatural be completely normalized to them. They don't get them young.
Exactly. Get them used to that. It's that's where it's at. We really have to
be more tolerant, be an advocate, be an ally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they should have daycares run by them. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
not
sure
a
that
bad
wouldn't go wrong. You know what I mean? Oh yeah.
I mean, I never when I was a kid, I think I was probably about 7 years old, and that I became aware that there were men that did that dressed like women, and they would perform, and sing songs, and a lot of them would impersonate famous actual female actresses and singers and shit. And that was kind of interesting to see a guy come out as Marilyn Monroe, even though I thought that's kind of weird. What motivates somebody to try that hard to look like some woman? But hey, that's their gig, whatever. But
Nobody
I
tries
don't
as
think it
hard
was
as
as
Caitlin.
I don't think it was as overtly sexual as it is now. Where
No.
you know what I'm saying?
Dave, you remember those movies back in the day with like Uncle Milty, with Milton Berle dress up like a woman, or Jack Lemmons was in that movie? But
Yeah,
you're right, it was comedic.
right.
They were still doing it, but it was always comedic, right? Like I always remember that type of Hollywood. Remember I forget the movie with Jack Lemmon where he was a female the whole time, or when
Was
Robin
it?
Williams was Mrs. Doubtfire. It was like
Yeah. Well, there
funny,
was
now it's supposed to be like, oh, they adopt kids. It went from being like a joke to being like, oh,
it's a real life. Z, I'm exactly right there with you. There was Tom. A lot of people don't know this. Everybody knows who Tom Hanks is, but he was really pretty unknown until a sitcom he was on called Bosom Buddies. And the gist of it was that him and Peter Scalara, the guy, the other actor, they couldn't find a place to live in New York. The only place they could find that was cheap enough for them to rent was in an all-women's hotel. And so what they had to do was dress up like women in order to go home from work, and then dress up like women to go to work, and then redress back as men when they were, they had to play that part at the hotel, but then outside the hotel, they were just the guys. And that was funny as hell because they would get mixed up half the time, like forget something and go, oh yeah, I don't know what that was, one of those things. But it was a pretty funny sitcom. But it wasn't in any way where these guys were hooked up together and wanting to, all this other dynamic
right.
going along.
Dave, the joke was that they were straight guys, but that were doing that to live there. So they had like crushes on the hot chicks that lived there, and of course the hijinks ensued. Right.
That was just their way of introducing it in a way that people would be comfortable with it. So that whole, these script writers over in Hollywood, there's only actually a handful of them, and they're all deeply steeped in social engineering tactics, and they have a deep, understanding and knowledge of the human psyche. They work with the CIA regularly to create these scripts for these various movies and television shows that are literally going to program society to be more easily engineered in one way or another. That's just the way it is. I mean, people imitate what they see on television, and they know that. That's the purpose of the television. People are surprised that Hollywood is so deeply intertwined with the CIA, but when you really think about it, the television was never created for our entertainment. It has always been a weapon, a military grade weapon. It has always been designed to engineer society and to program people. That's why they call it programming. It's supposed to, so you go from when it first came out, you had Andy Griffith and, all those like Leave It to Beaver, where it reflected the nuclear family and how society was at the time. Once people got comfortable with it, started watching TV as a regular part of their nightly routine, then they started shifting it over to transform society, because they got into it because it reflected what society was. Once people were into it, they knew people would imitate it. So then as you progress on through the 60s and 70s, you have stuff like Happy Days and Starsky and Hutch, and they start getting more and more risque until you fast forward all the way till now, and we got a fucking show called Modern Family that's just all the way upside down with how a traditional family would have been, back in the day when we were a lot more conservative. And it's a fucking weapon, dude, and it's
And
always
Tyler
been.
Perry was never funny, right? Like,
No.
there's nothing Tyler Perry's ever done that's funny. He's pure stepping stone, just to support your point.
Yeah,
Right,
absolutely.
like Medea and stuff, like the female.
just I've never seen a single like split second of Tyler Perry that I thought was even kind of amusing. Same with
I
Two and a
agree.
Half Men.
Well, it's like, is there any movie that's even watchable in these times? I can't even
wanted to
watch any of
sell
these
all
new
of our-
movies. They're
tough.
horrible.
I
It's
wanted to
tough to
sell all
watch
of our
movies.
TVs, but the girls wouldn't let me do it. So
Because you can see
No.
all the propaganda in it.
yeah,
Right. You can see behind the propaganda. It's almost like, unless you're watching the movie to pick out the propaganda, what's the point?
And
I agree with
think
you, man.
it ruins
Like,
movies for people.
Or
right.
too
You're
often.
like me, man. I'll sit there and I'll do it, and it just ruins it for everybody. I'm like, well, I'm trying. You think you're being funny or something, and people just want you to shut up. That's what happens to me, at
They do.
least.
They hate it. People hate watching movies with me, like, because like normal people, they hate because you're like, why you got to ruin everything? Point. I'm just trying to show you how they're showing you what they're doing to you, and you think it's entertainment. They take it as consent because they're showing you, and you don't do anything about it. You know,
Right.
yeah, and
I
it's
blame
funny.
those goddamn Muppets, man.
You blame like
Look at you got
Kermit and Fozzie and all.
yeah, you got pigs, fucking frogs, and all kinds of crazy shit going on over there, man.
another.
They started this. Yo, Dave, you and I could be the two old guys that are in the balcony just fucking ripping on everything. Remember those guys before the commercial breaks? They would just make fun of the whole fucking show, you know? That's how I feel like sometimes, you know?
You guys are too angry.
See, do I?
They.
You think Flow State? I mean, I don't want to speak for Dave, but you think?
I'm a bit fucking angry today. I have to admit. Yeah, I was. A little
Dave's
pissed
usually
off.
cool and calm and collective, dude. He's usually cool and calm, dude.
Oh, I just met him the other day.
I went over on another channel. And I couldn't believe it. I was telling Ryan about it a few minutes ago because somebody called me and said, "Oh, they're talking about you over on this channel. Wondering what happened to your main channel. Hey, you should go over there." So I went over there. I went on the panel and shit, and they were asking me what I got struck for. I was like, "Well, it was pretty goddamn vague, you know. It just said multiple terms of service violations and this other shit, you know. So I didn't know what the fuck. I said I can only assume it must be multiple term violations because of the fucking shit I talk about. And this guy, he says, "Well, I say a lot of things that are pretty scathing, and I don't get any strikes or anything." I said, "It's not what you say; it's what you say them about." Don't you understand? I said, so like when I'm talking about the WEF wanting you to live in abject poverty, he goes, "Well, wait, what's the WEF?" And I said,
Right.
"You gotta be shitting me, right?" I says, "You don't know what the WEF is? The World Economic?" He says, "I know. I was saying that so that you could tell my audience." And I'm like, "No, you weren't. No, you
That's
weren't.
the intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah,
These people are dishonest. They're, you
and
know.
so then he says, he goes, "Well, they don't want you to live in poverty, this, that, and the other. You're just a conspiracy theorist and that." And he started unloading on me. And I was like, "Hold up, fuck you, man."
Who the
And so
fuck was
then
this,
old
Dave? Who the fuck?
Logan Sandman had to jump in there. He goes, "Okay, well, here's what we're gonna do with the rules here." And I goes, "You know what? Fuck your rules." And I rolled, man. I was like, I'm not dicking with you people anymore. That's
Dave's
why I
been
said when I
too.
started this. If you got shoe polish on your breath and you're a bootlicker, get the fuck out of here. If you're gonna come over here and try to convince me that we live on a ball after I spent so many years getting away from that dumb shit, get the fuck out of here. There is no debate anymore. There's no fucking debate. There's no debate. You have a ridiculous claim and it's never been proven. Go somewhere with it. That's where I'm at, man.
Because Mars just went direct. So if everybody's feeling a little fighty, that's why.
What's up,
Mars?
Lizzo French is with us.
Hi, the token tranny in the room, buddy.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Lizzo.
Yeah, hi, bud. 30 years trans and reversing it. Kept my back wheels, fortunately, but it's a hellhole. It's a shit show. There's 3 in my family. They fucked us years ago. Fucked us right over. It's a shit show, man. And they're just they're just fucking killing our men off. Yeah, I've been on a few We Are Awake and a few shows explaining my case, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting to hear from the doctors now to get the implants taken out. I fucked up big time. big time, and I need to fucking stand up for people and try and get it stopped and educate kids. Don't go down this road. The hormones they give to you, there's more to it than meets the eye. It's the shit they give to fucking nonces inside to lower their
To
libido.
castrate them, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's a shit show. I'm sorry to come up. I don't want to offend anybody. I have to stress that, you know. But the way these clowns are going around using ladies' changing rooms and their toilets is fucking disgraceful behaviour, man. You know, I never did it in my day, and I just got sick of it. I went into it because I was brought up in foster care. I was brought up with perverts around me. I knew no different. I just walked into it to exploit myself. I'm sorry if that offends anyone. As I say, I've got to be careful what I say. But
No.
yeah, there are some of us that are really trying our best to fucking shut this shit down and derail this trans express. You know, it's disgraceful.
Well, you know, Lizzo, I think that it's okay because it's sort of like it'd be one thing for me. Not saying they're exactly the same thing, but for an example, if I were to come on and start speaking on the black condition, somebody'd say, oh, what do you know about it? You're not in it, you don't know or anything. It's different if you coming from that community or out of that community, tell us the pros and cons of it because you have the life experience of it. And I wanted to ask you, how did you first get into it? And in other words, where did you come from to where one day, I don't know, you just said, I want to do this?
It's not nice. It's not a nice story. My mother, I mean, we're going back to the 60s where parents were throwing beer at them and given a hard time, put on welfare. My mum had three. I was the third boy, and my mum dressed me as a girl from day one. At 4 years old, I was taken away. This is a boy. You can't do this. Then I went into foster care. I was used as a human dolly by the girls in the house because they knew my truck back record. When I reached puberty, I just was so confused. I just thought, fuck it. I'm living as a girl. It's the easiest choice for me. Then when sexuality come into it, I thought, hang about, I can exploit this and make money off of it. I went into the sex industry. I worked in West End theatre, mixed amongst the stars, and I was a play object. I was a toy, sex toy.
So Lizzo, I'm just real curious on a thing you said, West End. I'm assuming that's London.
Yeah, London theatre.
Okay.
World.
All right. So I know there was in the 80s, there was a group called the Pet Shop Boys, and they had this song called West End
Girls.
Is that what they're referring to? I often thought, I suspected it, but I wasn't sure. Is that what they're referring to?
That's what I thought as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but
West End Girls. Do. Yeah, I love that song.
Yeah.
But Lizzo, sorry. Lizzo, I just want to, for everybody, Lizzo and I, we've had experience with each other. We've had multiple conversations, and I always, I'm always impressed by your courage, to come up here and show your face on a platform like this and to tell your story. And I just wanted to say that again for everyone here, that I commend you and I admire you for that, Lizzo. I really do. So
thank you, Z. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I was an NPC. I woke up by default 2 years ago. I try only to come on shows if they talk on the trans issue, not on sat there screaming in the background. It's just that sometimes it comes in handy if there is one in our team. That's why I came up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have intruded. I would have sat back and listened and educate myself on other things that you're talking about. So, but when the trans issue's up, it's good to have someone in the toolbox,
So I think it'd be safe to say, Lizzo, that if had it not been for those childhood experiences, you would have never probably got into that train of thought at all. So it really does. It is the reprogramming of a child's mind, the confusing of the adolescent mind, grooming, if you will.
Yeah, I remember.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what brings it into the interesting that they would want to push that so heavily.
They were dressing me up at 4 years old in a foster, like a hospital for kids. I was being dressed up. I have memories of them putting me in pretty little frocks.
Man.
Yeah.
And the staff was complicit in allowing
Yeah.
this?
Yep. I was being dressed up. I have very strong memories. And my brothers came to visit me, and they said they saw me in a yellow frock. You know, my brothers witnessed it because I didn't have many memories of it, but my brothers reassured me because they're a bit older than me. They said, yeah, because we were all split up. And my brother said, yeah, we saw you dressed up quite a lot, you know. So,
Wow.
and there's I think there's 2 or 3 more in my family chain as well that I tracked as well, you know. But I kept the back wheels for a reason. I knew something wasn't quite right, you know. Fortunately, they're working again, you know.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to pop up off here for a little bit. I might pop back on in a little bit, but thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming, Ryan.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
Lizzo, I was also going to mention your audio is a bit choppy. If maybe you can address that. I've had some people in the
It
chat.
just got choppy like a few minutes ago. It wasn't choppy the whole time, so I don't know if something changed. Or...
Did you want me to put some cans on headphones?
I don't know if that would help.
It might help.
I'm using iPad technology, so it's not the best. I mean, I'm not geared up like you guys, but I'll put some cans in, see what happens.
Yeah, it's roboting a little bit. It's roboting. Well, it's not so much roboting, but yeah, when you speak, it's more like choppy, I guess. Yeah.
I think that happens with overmodulation sometimes.
Is that any better? Is that
no?
No. Okay.
No.
Well, I've virtually said what I needed to say. I don't want to make a problem.
Try refreshing.
You're all right.
Try refreshing it, because like what you got to say is probably the most valuable thing to anybody in here.
Yes.
There's such an agenda on the other side to promote this to kids that.
If I refresh it, do I just go out and come back in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, that's powerful stuff, man.
And important. Like this is like critical for people to hear, and it's super suppressed.
You know,
but it's got to be wild, like having gone through that, and then to watch now all of society institutionally grooming kids in the exact same way and encouraging the cross-dressing and all.
Right, it's part of popular culture now, and that's the strange part. It's like Ryan was saying before he left, this Hollywood and this media presentation that we see, it becomes quite clear after some time that it was propaganda from the very beginning. You know, we're taught that there's these like independent production companies and there's a profit motive, and they give us this capitalistic idea of what Hollywood is. And in reality, when you investigate it and you really look at it over the course of time, and when you look back, you just see it was just straight propaganda. You know, these were just puppet companies set up to promote whatever agenda these controllers have. You know, the idea of a profit motive is just an illusion, right? Because look at these new movies. I was saying this before, like, do we really think that these new, let's say, agenda-driven movies are making any money? You know, like that Eternals Marvel movie. Did anybody really go see the Eternals, or these movies where it's this female superhero, but she's beating up all the men, and or like we're saying, these LGBT agenda-driven TV shows? Are people really watching these?
Bro,
I would argue probably not.
Decades.
What was that?
Like, I've been tired of the Marvel universe for decades. I grew up reading comic books. I was kind of a comic book kid, but nah, it's all stale.
I mean,
but
is
when you can print money, right? Money's not valuable.
Yeah,
right. It's not about the money. Exactly.
Right.
The money's just like it's a mechanism for them. It's a tool that they can use to keep us under control.
To get power. It's about power.
I'm so glad you said that, because people think it's about the money. They just want to be these rich bastards. I always say the money's for us. They don't need the money. They make the money. You know,
that's the propaganda. Look at all the rappers. Look at all the things. You know, the money is sold to us as the objective. It's not. And that's one thing that's like my least favorite thing about Andrew Tate is that he puts money up there on that pedestal, and he's selling some bullshit to people.
Well, the thing about money is, look at Joe Rogan. You see, the more you're engaged with the system, the more the system can leverage against you, you know? And I think that's what happens to people like Andrew Tate and Joe Rogan is, you know, because both of them have some good things to say. Like in the beginning, Joe Rogan was saying some good things. He was trashing the moon landing. That's the funny part about Joe Rogan is he obviously knows the moon landing was a complete hoax,
Oh, of
utter
course.
fabrication. And then what happened? As soon as he made it big, he had Neil deGrasse Tyson on his show and literally said that he now believes in the moon landing.
If
And
I
Dave,
could
you know,
punch one person in the face, it would be Neil deGrasse Tyson. I just can't
Maybe
stand the fucking dude. He's so goddamn condescending, and all of his talking, there's no content.
no,
No.
not at all. Like when he dropped the microphone and tried to say it was gravity. And Dave, it's like we always say, like, have you ever seen a flat earther go back to the globe? I haven't, and I've been in this
No.
game for a while now. You know, I'm very involved in the flat Earth community. You know, and so here's I guess my point is like, so then all of a sudden Joe Rogan like retracts his statement on the moon hoax. Come on the moon landing hoax. It never happens. I've never seen it. So what does it say other than he obviously was financially incentivized to do so? You know.
Everybody's got their trigger or whatever, you know, that thing. I think Tate was completely contrived from the get-go. He's never been anything real. Rogan probably was too, but not so certain about that one.
Well, flow state. I don't know, but you seem like I consume a fair amount of this quote unquote men's red pill or MGTOW, whatever you want to call it. I consume a lot of that type of
Nonsense.
well, I guess the point I'm trying to make is I know who the prominent guys are in that community, and Andrew Tate wasn't one of them. He came out of nowhere.
Right.
You see what I mean? Like there's guys that have been in that men's red pill MGTOW community for a long time, you know, and they have their own programming and shows. And all of a sudden, Tate kind of came out of nowhere, and then he was the guy, you know, and then now he's being made an example of.
And that was my exact point about him when he first showed up. I'm like, this dude's contrived. He just got way too big too fast. And people are like, oh, he was a kickboxer. I'm like, really? You watch kickboxing? Who's another kickboxer? Name a kickboxer besides Andrew Tate. When was the last time you watched kickboxing? Which ESPN channel do you have to get to find kickboxing? It's like behind billiards and like ESPN 32 or something.
Yeah, right. I'd rather watch darts. I actually like watching darts. I'd watch darts over kickboxing. But you're right. There's no famous kickboxers. It doesn't make sense. You know, it's like we say.
What about Jean-Claude Goddamn? Or what's that guy? Jean-Claude Van Damme. Yeah, that guy.
Was he a kickboxer?
Yeah, I believe he is.
Is that what he was?
Yeah,
he was pretty good, man.
Famous kickboxer was what, the 80s?
I think he did. No, Norris trained with Bruce Lee.
Bruce
and
Lee.
I'm wanting to say that so did Van Damme, but I could be wrong on that.
I don't know. He's a little younger than them, but Van Damme was in one of my favorite movies when I was a kid, Bloodsport, if you remember that.
I love that one, man. Chung Lee.
Yeah.
Chung Lee.
Yeah. That crazy big Asian guy when he took him down.
Dude, that guy was monsters, man.
He was killing people in the ring. They had that ring that was like curved shape. It was cool, man. I miss those kind of movies.
So did we get a chance to test out Lizzo's audio? How we doing, buddy?
Hi there. 1, 2, 3. Am I clear?
No, I didn't fix it any, but you're all right, man. You're
All
all
right. No, I can get. I mean, I can get. I don't want to cause any nuisance in your show with my lag or anything, you know.
I don't know. We'll leave it up to the panel. What do y'all?
It's not bothering me. It was just something I think that people are trying to get resolved. If it could be resolved, it sort of appeared out of nowhere, but it's not like a deal breaker or anything.
Yeah, and I'm like a sound Nazi on my show. I throw people off for almost nothing. Like this one guy had a little bit of static, but for Lizzo's the type of person I would let stay only because I like Lizzo so much. There's certain people I let slide, and Lizzo's one of them. Lizzo hasn't been on my show yet. I'm surprised, Lizzo.
Well, yeah, as I say, I only come up if the topic arises. I don't, because I'm not educated in much of the other stuff, but I'm learning quick, you know.
I'm going to tell the panel here. Lizzo lives with my girlfriend. Lizzo's roommate is my girlfriend, and you can show them Lizzo, but I'm just going to tell the panel she's mine. Now you can look Flow State, because Flow State, I know how you are. Just don't touch and don't say anything untoward to my girlfriend Alpha. Alpha's my girlfriend. Okay, here's my girlfriend Alpha.
This is why you need to get out of the manosphere.
She's my lovely better half. Okay, Alpha. She spent a little bit of time in the red light district, but she's you know, we have a special connection. She's quite attractive, isn't she? What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, that's a rack, baby. I mean, I'm not trying to be off color or anything, but I can see what you see, man. That's
exactly. You can tell I grew up in the '90s because I like that heroin chic look. You know.
I'm gonna remove her off screen. She's pay-per-view.
Hold on. Show Dave her gap in her teeth. The hottest part of Alpha is this right here. Get her nice and close. You see that little gap in her front teeth there, Dave? Like Madonna had in the '80s.
That's almost as hot as Stacey Abrams, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I mean that kind of gap that leaves a groove when they eat the corn. You know what I'm saying? It's just like corn left in there.
Yeah. It's good, Alpha. It's good to see you. Thank you for taking care of my girl, Lizzo. I appreciate that. You know,
fresh to you, buddy.
Thank you. I often say she's the best. She's the best girlfriend I've ever had. Trust me.
That was a fun moment of creepiness.
She give you words.
Dave, you never know what's gonna happen when I pop up in your show, dude. I might be screaming at Globies one week, or basically being perverted with a marionette the next week. You never know what the fuck's gonna happen.
But you'll never do it.
It's funny talking about the puppets. That's when I knew there was a problem, because I made the puppets because I had a breakdown and it helped me get through things, you know. And when I started doing puppetry in front of kids, the parents' reactions were like, something ain't right here. And I twigged and thought, this is where the problem lies. They don't want trans near their kids, you know. So I've never entertained since with them.
I think it's the puppet more than the trans, probably. I know that.
Thank you.
The puppet.
What are you saying?
It looks like.
What are you saying about my girlfriend? You know, I told you to watch what you say about my girlfriend, man.
She just looks like she takes souls from kids. That's all.
She's gorgeous, man.
People though are easily distracted by a puppet.
I don't like dolls.
They
I don't
really
like
are.
Claymation.
Well, like all right, notwithstanding our favorite political talking heads and shit, they're just puppets, right? But if you think about it, there was a show, I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember, a show called Soap.
I remember. I remember Soap.
Yeah. You remember the characters on there, Chuck and Bob?
Billy Crystal was on that show, wasn't he?
Yeah. Okay, so there was one guy that had a ventriloquist dummy.
That's right.
Chuck and Bob, right? Yeah. And Chuck never said shit.
Right.
But the puppet said the most reprehensible shit in the world. And people, instead of going after the guy that was working the puppet, they'd try to strangle the puppet. They'd get angry at the puppet. That's how easy people are. I mean, that really showed that, and you'll see that in real life. And so that's why they put these puppets in these positions, like Elon Musk. If shit goes haywire, they don't care. It's a puppet.
Right. You just put an absurd presentation. You make the presentation. It's like Joe Biden. It's completely absurd to actually think he's the president making actual decisions. Nobody can to believe that, because you're right. It's like a puppet. It's a presentation. Mm-hmm. Make it so stupid.
It's not a good one even.
No.
Just recently, I don't know if you were familiar with a couple of creators by the name of Diamond and Silk.
Yeah, I remember them. They were on Fox News a lot with the Trump stuff.
Yeah, they were big time Trump supporters, and a lot of the Q stuff and all that shit, man. And the one just died. She died suddenly. And they had a memorial, and Trump was there at the memorial and used it as a campaign opportunity, of course. But also he acted almost as if, and he met with these girls in the White House and shit, and did photo ops with them and did some videos with them. and he acted like he didn't even know who she was. He acted like he didn't even really know who she was. And it was like one of his most avid supporters. And I'm like, how could you be so? It's sort of like when he was running. He's like, oh, I love WikiLeaks. I love WikiLeaks. Oh, boy, what would we do
Right.
without WikiLeaks, right? And then later on, after he's president, he's like, WikiLeaks, I never heard of it. Because they were saying, why don't you pardon Julian Assange? And he's like, oh, WikiLeaks, what's that? I never heard of it before. What? And still these artards go clamoring to this man.
And look at the way he baited his support base down to January 6th.
And then
everybody needs to come down here to be
Flow State. You know, I was there, don't you? I was there that day.
Shh, be quiet, man.
Were you really, though, Z?
Yeah, I was there,
the night
dude.
before.
If you guys watch my Awakening video that Brian Staveley did a couple months ago, I talk about it. I watched the whole thing go down with my own eyes.
Wow.
The whole thing, dude.
Whoa.
And they're like, see ya. The handler's like, and that's enough of him.
Whoa, Z, come on back up, brother. What happened to you? They shut him down, bro.
Wow.
They just give Leslie the static treatment, but Z is like, get out of here.
Wow.
I'm still here because I only talk about dumb shit.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
You guys watch any good porn lately?
No, man. Stay away from that, man. I'm serious. Listen.
Oh, I know. I agree with you. I do agree with you.
Yeah, porn's not good for your brain. Anyway, I didn't go in, but I watched everybody. I watched the whole thing. And this is what I always say when I bring up the story to anybody who has a problem with what I say. Was I breaking any law by standing on a public street watching an event go down? You know, because the obvious answer is no. But Flow State, you're exactly right, man. I was there, and I watched the president of the United States basically tell an angry mob to march down there and give him hell. I watched an angry mob show up at the Capitol building. They underestimated the numbers. There was about 80 to 100,000 people there, dude. Straight up. Okay, there was a lot of people for the speech. Okay, so I guess my point is this: you couldn't have got to the White House with an army. That's how fortified the White House was, with multiple layers of fence and people with artillery and stuff. But yet, around the Capitol building, they knew 100,000 people were going to come. They knew they were going to be angry and march down there. Yet, it had little fences protecting it that a 5-year-old could have pushed over. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense on its face. Like, you wouldn't just leave all those senators and congressmen vulnerable to an angry mob with no protection. At the very least, you would have adjourned Congress for the day, right? You would have brought in the National Guard. You would have did something. They did nothing. So what does it tell you? What it obviously was, you know? It obviously was a complete and total setup, man. And you know, people say, like, so when I got there in the morning, I'll go quick on the story. I don't want to take the whole stream up, but when I got there in the morning, there was guys showing up and they were strapped, packing heat, and they had flak jackets on and everything. And they looked like your average kind of Q guy, like almost a Q militia type of guy, you know, like the Proud Boys type of guys, you know. You know, so my take was it was mostly misguided people, misguided patriots, so to speak. You know, because people want to think it was a complete hoax or a complete setup with complete actors, and that's not what my take was. I did see what looked like agent provocateurs. I saw that, but the average person who was just running in and out, they were just your average Q MAGA person. You know what I mean? And the only authority that I saw anywhere was there was a bunch of guys jogging around pretending they were joggers, but they were all like 6'2" with perfect haircuts, looked like they were straight out of Quantico, Dave. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Glow, little glow, worm glow.
Who wears sweatpants when they jog anymore? That's 80s.
I can confirm that it was a setup. I was gonna go. I was in this club, And so I was in DC in December, and I was going to go back with the same crew for this. And then the night before I bailed on it.
Oh man, we could have hung out.
Oh no, we couldn't. Here's what tipped me off is because if you got on Twitter, all of the Antifa groups, everybody on that in that little clique was posting to stay home. Everybody needs to stay home. There's going to be racists at this thing. Well, that's completely not their style. They go and confront everything. So
there wasn't one Antifa person there.
Right,
not even one.
So they were
Flow
all,
State, not even one, dude. So you're right. Dude.
I know it. They were all in the know. So then I saw that. I was like, all right, this is just too obviously trapped. So I bailed. Turns out one of the guys in our group was a Fed. So, I mean, yeah.
Right.
Bad news, dude. I'm a retired Fed.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I know.
Wait, why'd you retire?
I got my lungs blown out. That's why I got told to retire.
Once you're Fed, you're always once you're a spook. Once a spook, always a spook.
Yep.
No, I was not a spook. I was a narc. Okay, the spooks of the CIA.
Yeah.
Man, you want to get into the whole word salad?
So you didn't have to join the Skull and Bones and jerk off in a coffin. You didn't.
No, but I can actually attest that U.S. Customs has the most black helicopters. Yes, we do have a fucking bigger Air Force than the Air Force does.
I got a video I just uploaded or downloaded off of my video camera of a black helicopter. It was hovering right over my fucking house about a year or so ago, man.
Hey Dave, can I just hit the elephant in the room? I heard you were pissed off at me from what happened earlier on Code of.
No, I wasn't pissed off at you. I was pissed off at that asshole whose channel it was.
Okay.
I was pissed off at him. I mean, I could not believe that when I mentioned that it was about the content of what I was talking about, not how I was talking about it. And then I used the example of the WEF. I was taken aback when he asked me, what is the WEF? And I thought, in my mind, I'm thinking, where in the fuck have you been for 3 years? And then
did I once jump your shit when you were doing that?
And I was like, hold up, man. All right. For the better. And then he tries to cover it up like Z said, intellectually dishonest. He says, oh, well, I know what it is. I just wanted so my audience could know what it is. And I'm like, wait a minute, man. If that was the case, I'm thinking, why wouldn't you say, when I mentioned it, say, oh, for listeners that don't know what the WEF is, it's the World Economic Forum. They're meeting in Davos right now. Go ahead. And then when I said they're planning how you and everyone else are going to live in abject poverty and be happy about it, he said, oh, that's conspiracy bullshit. Yeah, you're a dumb flat earther and shit. I'm like, all right, fuck you. And I'm sorry I unloaded on you, but when you says, okay, now here's the rules. And I was like, fuck your rules. I don't even have to be here.
And fair enough. And that's pretty much when I stepped in. It's like, I need to break you two kids up. And you being a gentleman left.
Yeah, I was like, I don't need this shit.
He ran his mouth for a couple of minutes. And I said, no, you don't get to talk shit about Dave. He's a good man. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And no, I wasn't mad at you, Logan. It was like, what the fuck? You come on here, you ask me some shit. I start to tell you, and then I'm sorry, but if I don't know how anybody it could not know who the fuck Klaus Schwab in the WEF is by now.
Same kind of guy that believes he lives on an accidental spinning space rock.
All right. Well, time out, guys. Time out. I'm not going to get into a discussion about flat Earth and round Earth. Okay.
Guys, look what I put in the chat before I even said it because I knew it. I knew it. I can smell a Globey from a mile away, Logan. I knew you were a Globey the second you open your fucking mouth up, dude. In my head, I just got he's a fucking Globey. I can tell because he sounds fucking retarded.
Because he's a Fed.
Yeah, exactly.
Easy,
dude. You realize how stupid it is to still believe in the globe, don't you?
Read this.
Yeah.
I know you're an old guy, but dude, gotta get with it, man. There's no globe, dude. I don't want to make fun of you and stuff. I kind of do actually, but
Are you done, or do I get to speak now?
probably not. If you want to know the truth, see, you came on here, dude, and you opened your mouth in 3 seconds. You got on my nerves just as soon as you open your mouth because there's an energy to you people that I fucking can't stand. I'm gonna be honest with you, guy. I can't stand you.
The energy of me trying to
You're
figure out
ignoring obvious evidence. I'm probably not going to let you talk if you want to know the truth, because I don't want to be on here and listen to you. It fucking bothers me to hear your fucking mouth run, dude. If you want to know the truth, I'm tired of you people. I can sense your insincerity in 3 fucking seconds, dude.
Are you done?
So I'm probably not going to have any discourse with you because I never have any logical discourse with people like you. It's fruitless. So I'd rather just make fun of your ass if you want to know the truth, because you guys make me fucking sick nowadays. Because how could you could exist and you could ignore fucking objective reality? Fucking boggles my mind. It makes me realize that you're fucking intellectually insincere and dishonest, which pretty much means you're a fucking liar if you want to know the truth. So people like you make me sick. I don't want to be on a panel with somebody like you if you want to know the truth. I'd rather just make fun of you or leave. But if I'm going to have to sit here and listen to you drone on about nothing, that's not going to happen. Trust me, fuckface. Trust me, fuckface. I could smell you guys in 2 seconds. I put in the chat what you were before I even asked you just to prove that I was right. Because I could just tell anymore. I can't stand you people if you want to know the truth.
All right. Z, take it easy on him, man. Take it easy.
All right.
You know,
all right.
Come on.
I'll do it out of respect for Dave.
I kind of.
I'll come back later, Dave, because you know I can't sit here with this fucking asshole. You know that's not ever gonna happen, dude. Dave. You know I love you. I'm gonna get this on the record. Dave is a man who stands up for truth. Okay, he represents what a real man should be, okay? And that's why he got his channel taken away, because he's out here saying real truth, okay? And that's what happens. And that's another reason why I can't stand people like you, Logan, is because I see people like Dave getting his channel taken away, and he's an actual real man, unlike you, fuckface. I'm out of here.
So it's all my fault. Got it. Cool.
Yeah, I understand where he comes from on that, but at least I'm a little bit more.
I am absolutely glad that he is that invested in what he believes in. I just think he missed the target, man. I came in here to figure out what was going on between you and me.
Oh yeah, there was nothing going on with you and me, man.
All right,
it's all good. I'm just saying,
you, I was doing some damage control on that channel.
Yeah. Listen, I'm sitting there going, it just went through me. I'm like going, all right, well, what do you mean rules? Fuck that shit. I was just trying to tell you what the fuck was the problem with the channel. And now this guy's going off on me. Oh, flat earther, conspiracy theorist. The WAF is not trying to make you live in abject poverty. And I'm like, oh.
He was yelling at you, and I stepped in.
Well, you know what, though?
And
if somebody's defending that shit, if somebody's defending what they're doing right now, what they're planning right now, and tried to tell me that that's not what they're fucking doing, that makes them my mortal enemy immediately. That is nothing but evil personified right there, along with the deception to try to sell you along with the evil. That's all that shit is. You cannot defend evil. For evil to prevail, it only takes good men to stand silent. And that's why I say, if I reach one motherfucker out there and they realize
Winston Churchill, right?
I don't necessarily believe that, though. I think evil sows the seeds of its own destruction.
Yeah, that too. I know that in this fight,
don't forget what Einstein said, that the only difference between genius and stupidity is genius has its limits.
Oh, Tina Slay's in here too. I see her down here. Hello, Tina.
Tina! I just got yelled at again.
I'm like that though too, because I'm looking at it like this. At this point in time, the two most fundamental things that I even show on the regarding where we live, what this is, are indisputable. They're absolutely indisputable. You have to jump through so many hoops of crap to make yourself believe that it's something other than what it appears. That it's just, have you ever heard of Occam's razor?
As a matter of fact, I have heard of Occam's razor.
Well, there it is. So rather than some kind of weird
if you're doing a deductive investigation.
Right. So
Yeah,
in other words,
step one is keep it simple, stupid. Use the KISS
right.
method.
So
Two,
if I go
Occam's
out
razor,
and I find that I
that
can
means
see, if I can listen, Logan, if I go out to the ocean and I see that I can see objects full up when I magnify them that appear to have gone over a curve, and then I realize that distance, I see absolutely no curve at that distance, whereas when I do the calculations, I should see a certain amount of curvature, and I don't. Now, I could go through and do a bunch of really wacky mathematics and shit about refraction and atmospheric density and all kinds of other stupid ass horse shit to make me think that there's an image bending up into the air so that I'm able to see it. Or I can go to the most obvious conclusion, or I could go to the most obvious conclusion that there's no curve.
David, I am not here to argue physics with you.
You know,
I mean,
well, that's
okay.
There's no argument there. I just stated facts.
I pick up dog shit for a living. Okay. So I'm kind of a little short nosed on where all the physics and stuff goes. You can deal with Nick Volt if you want to deal with physics. I'm not the one you need physics. I'm not the one you need to convert. Or
I'm not trying. Did you get the mistaken idea?
No,
that I was trying to convert you to something.
No,
I was all I was doing was pointing out scientific facts. They're not. It's not debate.
Sovereign.
There's no debate.
As a matter of fact, brother, seriously, I have flat out said on so many different channels that you're not the bad guy. He's not trying to convert anybody. Just listen to what he says. Okay, and whether you believe him or not, he is a good man. That's what I've said. And when I said, hey, I'm not ready to give you your time yet today, which I apologize for. I know I was harsh. I just really hope that we didn't have a problem. I've been coming around here for a lot of months.
Oh, yeah, you've been around.
I know I pissed that dude off, and yeah, well,
it's like, look, there was no reason to even go there. Yeah, I did find it incredulous that somebody hadn't heard about that, but okay, for shits and giggles, I'll go ahead and tell you if you truly don't know. But he took it as an ego blast, and then he went from there. So I don't have time for people like that. I don't. Those are short-sighted people.
And that's why I got kicked off a couple of channels tonight too. So it's like, okay, I'm with you that I don't have time for stupid shit.
Nope. Cabin's on fire. Get the fuck out or burn up. That's the only way I can see it right now. I'm going to warn you. I'm going to show you, and that's all.
Hey, I just want to make sure you and I are good.
Oh yeah, everything's cool.
And please let your buddy back.
He'll come back. He left on his own. He left on his own accord, Logan. He'll be back.
Okay, I mean, he can yell at me all he wants and tell me what a piece of shit I am. It's not like I haven't heard that before, but anyway, I'm not trying to.
What kind of Fed were you?
I'm sorry, what?
What kind of Fed were you?
U.S. Customs, and then we morphed into Homeland Security, and I became U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The entire time I was working a drug dog out of LAX and LA Long Beach Harbor.
Long Beach. What was the biggest thing that you found coming into the country that shouldn't?
Want to see a picture?
No, just go ahead and tell me.
I do.
Okay, I'll get the picture. But 1,000 kilos of cocaine.
Oh, your head's at flow state.
Well,
hang on. I actually have the damn picture book. Okay, I'm going to be holding up a picture, and I'll put my camera on. But yeah,
all right.
It's an entire ton of cocaine.
Oh shit. Flow state. I wanted to say that when we were talking about the J6 bullshit. There was, I was following what was going on real careful. And about a day, 2 days before that, I mean, just before that, I was thinking, this don't look right to me. I had heard people saying, I might go up and see Trump in DC. I was like, no, man, I don't think so. And I didn't know what it was going to be, whether somebody was going to set off, some kind of a boom boom, or you know what the fuck was going to go on. But somewhere in me, I knew that stay the fuck away from there. I only live about an hour and a half away from DC. I could have gone up there.
There it is.
And I had thought about it, and then something inside me said, "No, don't fucking go. Don't fucking go. They'll frame you up, bro. Don't go." Especially as outspoken as I am. And I'm really glad I didn't. I told other people don't go, and thankfully, a lot of people. Oh wow, that's a lot of weed, a lot of cocaine.
Oh,
Jeez. So you guys just probably broke up in one pack and spent, nonstop hours putting that shit away.
No, actually, what it was, they were stacked in these coils of 1/2-inch irrigation tubing, 3 to a pallet, and they ran a dog by it, and the dog didn't do diddly squat. And then they put it through the X-ray machine, and this is what they found. Every single one of those things had a fiberglass donut in the center.
Oh, no shit.
No shit.
Because the dogs go where the handlers point. It's a total farce.
Can you say without a shadow of a doubt, Logan, can you say without a shadow of a doubt that every bit of those drugs made it into evidence?
Every single one of those, absolutely not, because there was about 6 of us who were breaking those things down, and they let us drive home, and they should not have, because we were higher than fucking kites.
See.
I got to tell you though,
rules for thee, but not for me.
My wife was really fucking happy. So shut up.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
Hey, I like your honesty, man. That's cool.
Guys, if you excuse me, I'm gonna get off. But thank you for having me up.
Hey, thanks for coming up.
Thanks for coming up.
That's really powerful.
You're welcome, guys. Thank you.
That story.
I'll be in the chat. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and listen, anytime. Make sure to subscribe, and like I said, hit that bell so you know when I'm coming up. It's real powerful shit, Lizzo, and I'm glad to see somebody coming in with experience and going, "Hey, man, maybe I'll do a whole show just with you one night, and we can discuss this." Would that be all right?
Yes, sir. Indeed. Yeah.
All right, Lizzo. Thanks.
Happy to sub.
Thanks for coming up, bro.
Lizzo.
See you in chat.
Yeah, right. Wow, yeah, that's some powerful information that man has, and that's not somebody speculating or anything else. That guy's coming from a place of experience, And
I would like to have him on an interview too if he's willing, because we got kids in middle school, so I see what the bullshit is that they're being fed.
Yeah,
and I'm not worried about any of mine, but there needs to be a counterweight to the propaganda.
Well, there's a lot of kids that there's not much influence in the home due to both parents working, so they spend most of their supervised time under the tutelage of the government, basically. And we see what direction that's been taking over, oh my God, my entire life. So there's less time for any corrective action to be taken by parents. They're both beat to shit because they have to work 2 jobs just to support. And it's okay. The school's got it. It's the school's responsibility. It's up to this, they're not taking an active role. It's too hard to adult. So there again, the government steps in and they take that role over for you. You see?
I mean, it's all intentional, though. That's how you train up good citizens. That's how you get control. Is the state becomes the family, because the family's too busy. You slowly drain the value of the dollar, and every generation you have a housing reset, and you keep people wound up in football and the war on drugs and all the all the other bullshit. And
did you Flow State? Have you ever seen a movie? Early 80s, I think it came out, had Sam Waterston in it. It was called The Killing Fields, and it was about he was a reporter in Cambodia when the community took over.
Man, I think I've seen it, but I don't remember it at all.
There's a real heavy duty scene in there where they're having a school.
What's her name?
They're
Linda
having
Hunt.
school.
Linda Hunt played the Vietnamese dude.
I don't know, I don't remember his name, but there's like a school setting, and the instructor's up there, and there's a board like on that they're instructing from, and there's a picture of a house and a mom and a dad and two kids, right? And the instructor calls on one of the students, and this little girl gets up and walks over to the board, picks up the marker, and crosses out the mom and dad. And they were teaching these children that you don't need your parents, we're your parents, and you are our future. That kind of bullshit, like they've been doing here. And I thought that really a poignant scene, because that they were canceling out the adults and making a whole new society from a brand new batch of children. You know,
yeah, that definitely is. I don't. Maybe I haven't seen it because that doesn't even sound like a familiar scene. But I'm gonna open it on a tab right now so I watch it later.
Yeah, it's Samuel Waterston. And yeah, I don't remember what
dude. It's a good movie, and it really sends a lot of messages.
Because it's a true story. It's a true story. This guy worked for the New York Times, and he had this guy was his helper in Cambodia, and then the Khmer Rouge were coming in. He was over there to begin with because he was covering why was there illegal bombing in Cambodia by Nixon. See, a lot of people don't look into that we were actually illegally bombing over Cambodian border because the North Vietnamese, they would attack and then run over the Cambodian border so that they couldn't be hit. Well, we just went ahead and hit them anyways.
Okay, before my time. So how old are you, bro?
I'm 57.
I know we're about the same age.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
Oh man, I remember doing
it was part of. I think it was part of Operation Rolling Thunder.
Oh,
was it linebacker? It might have been linebacker.
Hey! I'm Air Force history. Rolling Thunder and Operation Linebacker happened between 1966 and 1969. It was the biggest bombing expedition done by the U.S. Air Force over North Vietnam, excuse me. And they were pulling out the B-52s to drop these bombs.
Yeah.
And guess what?
Carpet bombing. Yeah.
We still didn't win.
No.
Why not?
Well, no. You know who wins?
We don't want to.
You know who wins the war, Logan? The bank.
The one who's still standing?
Bank. No, the bank.
The bank.
The bank. That's the only one that wins the war.
Ich spreche Deutsch. Ja, let's talk about their Schweiz.
It doesn't matter. They're all the same bank. They don't matter because they're funding both sides. It don't matter who wins. They're selling arms, man.
I was stationed in Germany when the Berlin Wall came down, and they started kicking the whores out of the West German state-sponsored brothels so they can make them into housing stuff for the refugees. And lo and behold, burglaries, rapes, they were all increasing. Why? Because people are coming across the border. All right, I'm not making a statement on U.S. border security at all. I'm talking about being in Germany when this happened. It's like, shit. Because on my end, it's like I'm working a bomb dog, and holy shit, did my workload go up. I was going from one side of the county to the other just because someone left a package here and there's this and there's that. I'm like, oh, fuck me, I'm tired. So, welcome to the world.
So now I guess I wouldn't even recognize Germany. I was over there in 1984 and 1985. I was in Frankfurt.
Okay, I was there 87 to 89. No, I'm sorry. 89 to 90. I was in Korea in 87 to 89. 89 to 91.
I worked down at the Abrams building, 5th Corps headquarters.
All right. I was at headquarters AFSI. Whether you know where it is, I know we've spoken to each other on the damn phone.
Probably. But you know what they say? OPSEC is everyone's business. All that brainwashing shit they tried to run on us in the Army, man. Was you ever military, Flow State?
No, I don't like authority.
I don't either. That's why I can't understand why I did it, man.
I went to college and I didn't like school either. I mean, I got an economics degree that I don't use anymore.
Well, I dropped out of high school. Never did get my GED, even though they said I was required to get it while I was in the Army. I still never got it.
Hey, you know what, Dave? Honestly, my best friend, she's older than both of us, never got her GED, and she is, I shit you not, the smartest woman I've ever met.
Because school makes you stupid.
It does. It's not a place for smart people, man.
Mm-mm.
Not at all. Listen, that's why I hated it. That's why I hated it. I was like, because everything is geared down to the lowest common denominator, right?
But I mean, intentionally so. If you look at it as a training program, right? They're training uniformity, complacency, cooperativeness, not questioning shit, not thinking for yourself, and it works excellent that way. And if you look at it from that perspective, our education system is fantastic.
Welcome to basic training. You like showering with 40 naked guys? Here
Was
you
in
go.
jail long enough. I've been shitting and playing cards at the same time.
yeah.
You want to see what I do when I stream?
So the
Sorry, man. I'm
about that training. But you were probably a lot like me, Flow State. I find that our ilk seem to have similar backgrounds when it comes to that. That we, you were always probably being told you resent authority, and we're thinking resent it. I'm questioning its fucking existence. I don't even not only have a problem with it. Area government, yes. And so that's what I was always at. I was always pushing the envelope. They said, everybody, okay, we're going to go to the gym. So let's go single file. I remember this in elementary school. And I was like, why the fuck are we going in single file, man? I know where the gym's at, right?
Move.
But no, we got to go in this thing. And I was like, well, let's test out how important is the single file.
How big are the doors?
Shot a line just enough, just a little bit each time, and see how far I could get away with not being in single file until you get yelled at to get back in fucking line. I mean, that's what I did. I did that shit. Don't tell me not to do something, because I'll see how far I can go with it until I get in trouble with it. That's
I mean, I guarantee I will do it if I'm told not to do it. If that's like a commandment,
yep,
bro, I'll die on this ship.
We had a cop. I live in a really small little town, right? We don't even have a traffic light. Our town police are 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Their biggest job is directing traffic when school lets out or starts up. That's it, right? So this cop got shot just 2 doors up from me doing a traffic stop. Real freak thing. And I didn't even realize what had happened. I heard the gunshots even. And I'm just sitting here. My wife goes, what's that? What was that? And I said, sounded like a 22. And it was. Yeah, I said, probably somebody just sighting in their rifle. You hear that all the time around here. I sight in 22s all the time. So a couple minutes later, I hear somebody outside going, get back in your homes. And I immediately, as soon as I heard that, I bristled up. Yeah, I bristled up like, fuck you. Who are you? I wasn't even outside. And I'm like going, fuck you. I'm going outside now, And I get up and I look out the front window, and there's just a fucking sea of cops with ARs and shit, bulletproof vests, running up to my house. And I thought they were coming up on me for some reason at first. And then I looked, and their attention up the road. And I was like, oh, fuck. And then about that time, the wife got a message on Facebook, said, active shooter on your street. And it was like, oh, shit. That's what that
Are you outside? Get your dumb ass inside.
What's that?
I said, yeah, your wife sent you a text. There's an active shooter. Are you outside?
No, my wife was here. My wife was here. She got a message from somebody else who has like an alert thing on their phone about shit that goes on in town on Facebook or something. Anyway,
I hear you.
It's real quick. So I was like, holy shit. Well, come to find out what had happened. This guy, he was But I mean, my whole instinct, what I was getting at, my whole instinct was, oh, fuck. And then I'm looking, then I get mad. I'm like, you motherfuckers are up here using my house and my Jeep for cover.
No.
Get the fuck out of my yard, bitch. If you're going to draw a fire, draw it away from my goddamn shit. That's the way I was.
Hey, look, if someone shows up and uses my truck as cover, I'm coming out with something going, can I join in the party too?
Well, see, the thing was, this kid had...
Which would get me completely arrested. And I know. Shut up.
See, this guy, he was a town cop. I'd never met him. He'd been a town cop for a couple of years. And he was pretty well liked from what I understand. And I didn't know him. I never had any occasion to talk to the police, but he used to be a state trooper, a Virginia state trooper, and his wife begged him to take this job as a town cop because it was so much less dangerous. And they had a kid, and she was worried about him. And so he took that job. I mean, how safe? This little town, there's only 3 cops, and they work in shifts. There's
well,
not
the most
even a
dangerous
traffic
part
light.
of being a cop is driving. Like if you look at the death statistics, it's actually less than a truck driver because cops don't drive as much as truck drivers. So,
well, he I guess what had happened was he pulled over this kid. He pulled over this kid right here on my road, just 2 doors up. He pulled him over, and before he could even get out of the car, the kid got out of his car, left his own car in gear. Got out, had an AR-15 that was chambered in .22, popped off 2 shots, and then ran. Didn't bother trying to get in his car or nothing. He just ran, and they had a chopper out looking for him and all kinds of shit. They finally found him a few hours later in a barn nearby, and he made a threatening move, and they lit him up. I'm sure.
He did.
Yeah. That's all there was to it. But
everybody feared for their life and started shooting all at once.
It was right. Listen, there was a thing in the next town over. I don't know if you've ever heard of Luray, the Luray Caverns. Anyway,
been there, done that, bro. I was in Front Royal, remember?
There was this guy, he'd been having some problems. He'd already turned in all his guns to the police. He was worried. He'd given up his kids to custody to his mother because to somebody, his sister or something, because he was depressed and shit. And he was in the convenience store, and he had an airsoft rifle. Everybody in there knew him, including the clerks. Nobody was hostage. No one was scared of him. They even told the police that it's just an airsoft. Don't worry, it's okay. He's not going to hurt anyone. They finally get him to come out the door. They had, I forget how many fucking cops. I think there were like 19 cops with their cars and shit all around the place. He come out the door. He no sooner got out the door. They lit him up. 87 shots. They were shooting that boy. I saw the film of it. And they were shooting that boy while he was still on the ground. And it was like, I think 13 of their rounds hit their own vehicles.
Oh, yeah. They're
3 of their own vehicles.
That doesn't surprise me. They're nuts. When the third time I got raided 3 times in 2017. The last time they came around both sides of the house with AR-15s. I was on the back porch smoking a cigarette, and they come around both sides. And of course, the guy on the right's telling me to put my hands on the head, and the guy on the left's telling me to get on the fucking ground. And they've both got their booger hooks on the bang switch, and I'm just going, you guys got to fucking talk to each other.
That's like that Daniel Shaver in that La Quinta Inn down in Arizona. They had that one cop was telling him to do one thing, the other cop's yelling at him to do another thing. And it was like I was waiting for rollover, beg, speak. It's like, Jesus Christ, he's down on the ground. Go ahead and go over to him and put handcuffs if you're that scared. Fuck.
Well, you can see it in their eyes, right? Like, especially where I was at in central Kansas, where there's really not any crime except for what they kind of manufacture up to keep their numbers high. Some of these motherfuckers are just dying for you to sneeze, right? Like, give me a reason to be a hero. Give me a reason to be a hero. And yeah, I mean, you can tell. You've had a gun pointed at you. You can tell who wants to use it and who doesn't want to use it. And it's always, every time, the cops are the ones who want to use it. It's never the street thug. They're the ones who are like, oh shit, I got myself into a situation here. Don't call my bluff.
Yeah. I think you're right in a lot of those cases. It's what they're doing, and one of the problems too is that they're hiring in the police. They're hiring a lot of combat vets from the previous engagements that we've been in, and they're already accustomed to that brutish type of behavior. They're just shooting someone because of safety, type of mentality. They're already grilled into that order following
Well, I mean,
non-questioning thing.
the job is immoral, right? The job is
Yep.
immoral. It's not about, there's no justice or protecting people at all anymore. It's predatory. So, I mean, you just can't have good people in a bad industry.
Wow. Yeah.
Would be my- yeah.
This is what this is the whole fucking system, and it's that there again with that compliance is a virtue type thing. My son was telling me about what the hell was that term he used? Willing victimhood. I think something along those lines. I may be paraphrasing, but what the experiment showed, they took these dogs, right, and they
Learned
had
helplessness.
learned helplessness. Yeah, where even when the dog had a route of escape, when the dog even had a route of
You're
escape.
talking dogs, and Jeebus just said something, and it's like, I want to answer him in the side chat that yes, but I have no clue what sites they're taking him to, and you're talking about dogs, so please go, sir.
What the fuck is this thing? He's going, wait a second. No, I have not. He says, has anyone heard of the badges with the scan codes that the teachers are starting to wear? The ones that if scanned can lead even elementary children to websites that teach them about BDSM. No, I was not aware of this. That's interesting. If true.
Yeah, that's where I'm like, no, I haven't heard about that. My office where I worked with U.S. Customs and Border Protection was literally right across the street from the largest bondage dungeon in Los Angeles. It's called Sanctuary LAX, if you want to go look it up.
And how was it?
They had theme rooms.
Huh.
Yeah,
Good.
I've been in there. Okay.
I would too. Fuck yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, you got to at least see what it is.
I'll try anything twice.
Well, no, my
tried that a couple of times, man, because you should have seen some of the things that I saw in there.
I took when my folks came over to Germany to visit me. We went out one night and we were walking around downtown Frankfurt, and that place is like lit up. It's a lot of fun, and we went down there. They have these brothels, right? And when you go in these places, it's like an apartment building, but each one of the doors.
I was talking about Annabella's house. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's a very long building, and they got doors on each side and 4 stories tall, right?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them, man. So anyway, my folks are with me, and I says, "Hey, Dad, you want to see something funny?" He goes, "What?" I says, "Come here." I says, "Mom, just wait here." I already told her what I was doing, and so I took him inside just to show him what was going on.
So your mom was in on it.
Yeah. So he goes in, and let me tell you something, man. These girls looked good, man, and they're wearing like all kinds of Fredericks of Hollywood type shit, and just about any flavor you could imagine, that kind of thing. And so he's like, "Oh my God!" Well, on the top floor of these places was usually where they would kept. It was segregated. And it was like these African refugee broads would be up on like the top floor. And they were like so desperate for business, they would actually try to pull you into their room and shit. And me and my friends, we knew this. And we got up there toward the top, and I says, "Hey, Dad, see what's up on that top floor." So he goes up there. Next thing I know, he's got all these African broads pulling on him, trying to get him in their room and shit like that.
You made him walk the gauntlet?
It was so funny. Anyway, we come back out, and my mom goes, "Well, what was it like?" And he goes, "All these girls about 19, 20 years old, standing around in their underwear, just looking at me and smiling, except for that top floor. Holy cow." He didn't know what the fuck to think about that shit, man.
Hang on. This is what you got to put in your merch store. It's the Glenn Serio mug.
I don't have a merch store anymore on here.
I'm just saying, no, because I'm a god. Gods can't be arrested.
Oh, wait. I do. All I have to do is just connect it to this because it's not connected to my other account. Ha! Touche, Google, but you lose.
Well, you know what? He's back.
That's right. That's right. I'm not, like I said, I'm not fucking around. There's Austin Murphy. You're late. I'm gonna put that. You're tardy.
You said you were talking about the cops using your vehicle as cover. When I lived in the hood, I guess probably 3 or 4 years ago, there's a young couple up the street, like a couple houses up, and there was like, there'd be drive-bys there periodically, and they'd come out and return fire and stuff. And I told them, I went up and talked to the young guy, and I said, see that car? There's 3 vehicles right there. I don't care what you do, but I don't want any holes in them. And I swear to God, the whole 2 years we lived there, not a damn bullet in any of the vehicles.
Damn.
Not in any of mine. They shot all up and down the street. The whole street would get blown the fuck out, but...
Oh, he said he got here 30 minutes ago. Austin, I'll let that go. Where was this? What city, Flow State?
I live in Kansas City.
Oh, Kansas City. Yeah. That's kind of a rough place.
I mean,
I grew up just outside of Detroit. So
yeah. Well, and at the time, I had just gotten out of the system, and so for the first time in my life, I'm not allowed to own guns. I live in the hood. There's bullets flying all around me, and I've got like this mag light.
Hit me up on Discord, bro. I can hook you up on a non-firearm solution.
I will definitely not be doing that, Fed. Thank you, though.
No doubt, right?
No, I don't work for him anymore, man. I just get a fucking check every month if they pay it.
I can apply to get it expunged in 1.5 years, and I've made it this far without needing a gun, and I'll make it just fine through the other side. Right now, I don't live there anymore. The worst thing I have to deal with out here is a raccoon that keeps eating my fucking chickens, and I got a snare trap and a bow and arrow for it.
Well, see, during that period
you got an air compressor?
I do have an air compressor.
I can hook you up. You got some PVC?
I do. Now I'm intrigued.
Like I said, hit me up on fucking Discord.
Does it shoot potatoes?
If you wanted to, sure.
Is it illegal to tamper with a nail gun? It probably is, isn't it? Or maybe
no, actually, not in California.
Because it seems like you'd be able to just break that pressure, the button off the front.
Yeah, they don't recommend it, but it's not.
It probably doesn't have any accuracy at all. But if I'm standing in my garage, I see a raccoon go by, I can spray up the trees in the backyard.
How far away is a raccoon going to be? What, 5 feet? Shit, dude. If you can't hit that and you were in the military, what the fuck were you doing?
But I mean, with a nail gun shooting in the air, I don't know. I don't know how those things fly at all.
Have you ever tried to shoot a nail gun with taking the safety off and shooting it at a drywall that you were going to tear out?
I have not.
Oh, they are pretty accurate.
Are they?
Yeah.
Not really. Not really. They don't. There's no. It's just throwing a nail. It'll spin or it'll tumble and all kinds of shit. It will go if you're close enough. It'll hit the drywall with enough force to embed itself into it. A lot of times sideways. Very rarely from the point, but unless you're real close. But most of them you have to like mine. You have to pull it back. I can just pull it back and then shoot it. Not the electric one or the gas one I've got. That one actually has to push in to charge the gas cylinder, and then you hit it, and the spark hits it, and pow.
Hang on, you got to do that, and then it goes, and you have to hold it because it's a heavy freaking thing to use because you got the air hose. Okay,
yeah.
You got to pull it back and in, and yeah, seriously, that much. All right, full-size man. That's what you're looking at. I know big target, but full size man, yeah, you will get it in that little 4-inch square.
From how far?
Dude, we used to shoot those air compressor nail guns at each other. Like every time somebody would go down to the shit house, it'd be in the plastic shit house down there. We'd be up on the upper deck of the house, you know, framing it. You would see somebody go in the shit house down there. We'd sit there and start pelting it with nails from up top. And none of them stick. They just bounce off and shit.
Were you doing it like this, or were
No,
you?
just shooting it. You're gonna have to give it. You have to give it some elevation the further away you go. You're only going to get a certain amount of distance out of it. But yeah, we do that all the time.
Once it passes the apogee, dude, it's not going to even come down as hard.
No,
as
it just bounced off that plastic fucking shit house. It was.
I used to light SD's model rockets off and catch them when they landed, when the parachute didn't deploy.
Now up close, those are a motherfucker. Okay, so we had a crew across the street from us, and they were putting the upper deck on this house, right? And they're laying the plywood, and this guy's going along, bangity bang, nailing it down as they lay it, glue it, lay it, bam, 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 bam. And this guy,
I
like
did that
assembly
job.
line, right?
Oh,
Pow!
You're making my balls hurt. I did that.
He
job.
shot one right through his fucking foot, man. Ring shank nails, man. Ring shank nail right through. Oh my God. So what do? You can't pull it back the other way. How do you pry a foot loose? So you know what we had to do? We had to take a reciprocating saw and with a metal blade and cut between the sole of his boot and the floor to get him loose and then take him to the hospital.
That's fantastic.
It was like, and that vibrating of that fucking saw was
I bet that was terrible.
Yeah. It's all we could do though, man.
Oh,
you could have used an angle grinder. I think that would have been better.
Hurt.
Oh, you wouldn't have never got the wheel under there. I probably would have burned his foot up. Yeah. It was like right to the fucking plywood. Pow! Right through the middle of the top of his foot.
Sucks to suck.
Now I shot these 3 fingers together with a nail gun, with a finish nail gun. I was holding 2 angles together and I wasn't thinking, and I shot that fucking nail and it glanced off a little piece of a knot that was in the wood and just went choop like that and just fucking nailed my fingers together. I still got a little weird hole on my finger.
Did you look at it and get that, oh shit, I'm gonna pass out? Sort of.
Yeah, kinda. I got kind of woozy, and then I just took and like cut the nail between the fingers and then pulled it out. You know, it hurt like a son of a bitch. And then I was trying to drive. I had a stick shift, and so which meant I had to take my right hand off of the wheel while I'm driving this thing, and then try to shift gear. And this thing is just throbbing. My hand was just throbbing. I had it wound up with duct tape and some cotton I found in my truck. But it worked out. I'm okay. I still can play guitar. That's cool.
Did you see what I said in your side chat when you were doing the live stream with and please say their name again because I can't remember it.
Ooh, on this thing, on this one?
Yeah.
Oh,
well, not on
Doc
this
Danger?
one. Yeah, there you go. Who are they?
Yeah. Doc Danger.
Please say it again. Doc Danger.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should have seen what I said in the side chat, and I got a whole lot of love. It's like, ladies, this is why guitarists always get laid. His fingers.
It's true.
I taught myself 3 songs on guitar in high school for that reason. To get lit. I figured that if I can't seal the deal after 3 songs, I'm just not getting there.
You know what? That's not a bad mantra to go with.
But see, Flow State, if you would have stuck with it a little bit longer, you would have learned that you can take 4 chords and play 100 different songs.
But you know what?
I can play
so crazy, man. You can take the same chord progression and then
buddy,
slow it down, and it goes from being a rockabilly tune to a ballad. Real easy. Banjo. I mean, that's all they did, the same chords. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit, right? That same fucking thing. You can speed it up or slow it down, and it's about 10 other songs, man. It's the same fucking song.
How did Bob and Doug McKenzie put it? D, C, D?
G.
DC, DG, DC, DG, DC, DG.
Yeah.
Smoke on the Water, man. That's the first song you learn how to play.
Come As You Are is the first song I learned to play.
Oh, okay.
Drop down D. Shit. Yeah, man. That's a lot of that grunge was in that drop down D.
Yes.
Which I find that's like the lower vibe.
That and I did Adam's song was another one. I don't remember what the third one was, but I went for things that were simple and recognizable.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what the song I wanted to learn how to play? Sweet Home Alabama. Just D C D G D, and they had the hammer on and the pull off.
It's D A.
Oh, what up? Somewhere in Time. Somewhere in Time's in Joplin. All right. The neighborhood I was talking about with the shooting, that was KCK and KCK. I live in DeSoto now, so up almost to Lawrence.
Oh, okay. A little calmer.
a lot calmer. Yeah.
A lot calmer. Yeah. Well, that's what I say. Like where I live in the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia, and compared to outside Detroit, this is like a whole different world. And like you were saying with those, I wanted to bring up a point like that, getting your rights back. That's a good thing. Just to keep from getting hassled. What it meant to me when I didn't have my rights, so to speak. I've never not had my rights, but they thought I didn't. And it meant to me that I didn't mean that I couldn't have guns. It just meant I wasn't supposed to get caught with them.
Well, yeah, it's definitely a higher risk activity. So then the question becomes, is this going to become more of a risk or more of an asset or more of a liability? And since I don't really live in the way that I have active enemies, anymore, then owning a gun to me right now would definitely not be an asset. It would be a liability. I mean,
be
much
more
more
of a liability than an asset.
Yeah. So I go, and actually, in a weird.
Well, what's the old lady's status? She allowed to have one, right?
She hasn't tried to buy one. It's a weird thing. So she took a plea deal because they wanted her to snitch against me because we're not married. And so she went on the run for 9 months during my case and then came back and dealt with the charges they'd put on her. And she ended up pleading to like just a simple possession, but it was a felony. But all the background checks she's done since then, nobody can find it on a record. So I actually don't have any idea, but
that'd be interesting to see, because if she could, because that, it makes a difference too, because you're not married. But, as far as I was concerned and the way that I actually looked at it and I made sure of it was that, those are all my wife's guns,
Yeah.
She's allowed to have guns. Sorry, we cohabitate. They're in a locked room and she's the only one that has the key.
That's one of those gray areas though, where if somebody wants to fuck with you, they're gonna fuck with you. Like you can.
Oh yeah.
You can play that sort of like his gun, her gun thing, but if Logan shows up at your door with the dog and he points at your drawer, then you're going to jail.
You know what? Actually, I wouldn't point at the drawer. We do it differently.
They didn't even get the dog out of the car at my house. They just said they did.
Okay,
I know.
This is why you want to call me up as an expert witness on your defense if you're going up against Dog Alert. Okay, because that's not the way it works.
Well, I was in jail at the time. It was just hearsay. I lawyered up, and they're like, straight to jail.
Never mind.
Straight to jail.
Do not go. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
That brings us right back full circle to this entire thing. What this is like I said before, in the empire of lies, truth is treason. We really do live in an empire of lies where people are using even an innocent animal like a dog like that in order to lie to subvert the Fourth Amendment.
That's motherfucker.
They all do it, but a great number of them do.
There's degrees of it, though, right? There's
I would like to tell you both that do handlers misread their dogs? in their advantage? Yes. Can it be fought? Absolutely. But I got to tell you, when a dog says, nah, it's here, there's no defense against that.
Well, that's look, the thing is this, is that 9 out of 10 times, though, they're actually making the dog hit so they can grub around.
That's called a triggered alert.
Yeah, they do that all the time, and they do it on purpose. You can't tell me they don't, because they work in teams. I'm not. Don't even try to cop-splain it, because we've seen it. I've seen it time and time again.
I was going to go dog trainer explain it.
You know, well, I understand about the dog trainer. I'm not talking about the dog trainer. I'm talking about the motherfucker that's handling the dog.
Right. The dog is just a way to defer responsibility for an illegal search.
Right. Exactly.
It can be done.
It is done.
Definitely was done.
They did it to me, Logan.
It can be done.
Logan, I watched him fucking do it to me.
I heard about it. I was already in jail.
Cop was so sure that I had a load of dope in my pickup truck. He was so fucking sure that I had it in there that he caused the dog to hit on my tailgate. Right? You know what was in my trunk? You know what was in the back of my truck? A set of fucking jumper cables. And you want to know something else? There'd never been anything carried in the back of that truck, not even fucking garbage. It was a new truck.
You know what? Hey, just to take the other side of the coin, I've been called out on call outs with LAPD, LA County Sheriffs, and all that, and I've run the dog, and they're like, so it's there, right? I'm like, no, it's not. But no, it really must be there. It's like, no, fucker, go get a warrant if you have any probable cause. Don't get me involved in this shit. I got other calls to go to.
Well, that would make you an anomaly, Logan.
That like the first one I've ever heard of.
I tell you what, every man and woman that I worked with had that same attitude.
I 100% don't believe you. Like that's just way too broad of a statement. No way. There's no way.
We kicked,
just the law of averages counts that out.
Right.
We kicked a bunch of ours out, and some of them wound up in federal prison. So, yeah, our dog handlers, and I think there's only 4 of us left. I'm sorry, I'm retired. 4 of them left. Yeah, they're solid.
Solid cops, huh?
Yeah, welcome to LAX. Jilly got through, and I put the word out on him.
Flow State, do you follow Martin Leedkey at all?
No, I don't know.
Flat Earth British?
No.
He got hit. His video got took down. One he just did the other day about he was talking about shit from what they're doing in Davos. And they struck his video down. He did a short about it today.
They stream in their own videos. All you got to do is watch the Weef channel. It's right there.
Yeah, well, see, that's one thing. But if you're showing it in a negative light, well, you can't do that.
Well,
otherwise,
it's definitely negative. But it's got so much attention now. I almost wonder if it's like we just like whack-a-mole, right? Like, okay, we've exposed. Move around.
Well, what's going on is everybody thinks this is something that these are expansions upon the plans that are already taking place. Right now, we're looking at the grocery stores, and the shelves are becoming disparagingly low. This egg shortage, which is created not, from what I understand, not because of the avian flu, as they're saying, but it's because the grocers won't pay the increased price it's been costing to produce eggs.
That's why I got me chickens.
What's that?
That's why I got chickens.
Yeah. This is getting.
It'll make me a rich man. Bad. Yep. You wait until there are no chicken eggs anywhere, and then I'm like, y'all be part of the peasantry.
There's a Reddit. There's a Reddit page of
only
people
2 left.
There's a Reddit page of people that have been growing chickens and shit, and they've been talking about that they're
raising chickens, dude. Use the politically correct term.
I got to agree with Logan on that one. You don't grow a chicken.
All right, whatever you do with them.
You grow a watermelon.
Yeah, right. So, anyways, you're having chickens and for the eggs, and they were saying that even their home production of eggs has been lower, and a lot of people are suspecting the feed, that there's something with the feed that's causing these chickens to not lay as much as they
Oh,
normally
well, I
would.
guess I hadn't thought about that. I know that the weather, at least here, is kind of wonky. You know, like hot and
Yeah.
cold as fuck. And I've got like these two fucking fat ass raccoons running around, causing a bloodbath. That
I am not allowed to discharge a firearm in my city, but there is no law against an air rifle. And
I have
hear you
a
about
compound
the
bow.
raccoons.
An air rifle won't do shit to a raccoon.
You want to bet?
I mean,
22 caliber one will.
you know what? They making air rifles bigger than they used to, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
I know how to
Piston.
shoot.
Get the piston driven ones, man.
I wonder
The
if I'm allowed.
piston-
I probably am allowed to have that. That's not combustion.
No, it's not.
No,
it's
it's not.
compressed air. Knock yourself out.
When I was on paper, though, I wasn't even allowed. I found a crossbow in my grandparents' basement after my grandma died. I wasn't even allowed to have that.
You know what? I'd rather go after a raccoon with an air rifle than a crossbow.
Let me
I
tell
have
you,
a bow and
let me
arrow,
tell you
so-
about the air rifles. This is an interesting reason why air rifles went the way that they did and became so good. There's a few companies. The best companies to make air rifles are German.
Oh, I saw that there's an AK-47 or a fully auto. There's some sort of fully auto air rifle you can get on like Amazon for $120. What?
Oh, well, listen, some of
Get
these
yourself one of the
are
pump.
really high end air rifles, like what they use in the biathlons and shit. And even at 177 caliber. But the way that came about was because after the Treaty of Versailles, they weren't allowed to have firearms in Germany anywhere, not even a military, after World War I. And so to get around that, they started looking, well, you can't have firearms? Fine, we'll have air rifles. And they came to a really heavy duty development of air rifles. And right now there's a great company called Finalizing that they make competition. And these things fire with the velocity and accuracy of a 22. Absolutely. I've got one in there right now that fires at the velocity of a 22.
No, you don't. You lost it in a tragic boating accident. Shit.
Well, it's an air rifle, man. No. Look, here's my stance on it. If you come to a time where you have to hide your guns, that means it's time you're going to have to use your guns. Okay.
I live in California. Shut up.
I got a paper trail. All mine got seized.
There you go. Tragic boating accident, right?
It was actually, if according to the tax return I filed that year, it was a one-time casualty event, and I was able to write off $100,000 worth of deductions because of the guns they took.
Jesus,
damn!
I had a good collection.
See, that's some crazy shit there. Yeah, I can't even imagine if they something like that here. No, it's never going to go down.
Make note, I've lost all my guns in a tragic boating accident. I've been saying that for years.
And all your pistol braces, if anyone's got those, it's definitely
Hey, look, I can tell you how to make shit out of a fucking air compressor, but no, I don't have any firearms.
Hey, Jeebus, thank you for that link. I'm going to check that out later. It's a 45-minute video, but it looks interesting to me. And like we were talking about, this whole agenda that you can't talk about certain things because it might dissuade people from going along with any plans that they might have out there for the populace. And I'm a man who sees patterns, and I've seen patterns my whole life. And when I see things go up in the early 80s mysteriously, that's the Georgia Guidestones, and I look at things that it says on there, and I put it in conjunction with UN Agenda 21, and here this thing coincides with it saying maintain a population no greater than 500 million in perpetual harmony with Earth. What does that sound like? It sounds to me like they need to get rid of a lot of people.
sounds like part of a fear psyop to me.
It sounds like what?
Part of a fear psyop to me.
Well, kind of, but it was no real big to do made about the things when they kind of first went up. People eventually noticed it and started to equate things. But you look at the UN Agenda 21, which of course is migrated into UN Agenda 2030, which has brought it the first meaning into the 21st century, a preparation for basically a new world order in the 21st.
Dude, it's a big document.
And then it's been honed into they want this done within the next 7 years. And we see that, and they rely on the ignorance of people when they talk about carbon dioxide, and we have to reduce the carbon. Carbon dioxide and carbon are not the same thing. And when they talk about reducing the carbon, they're talking about you. That's who they're talking about, your carbon.
Yep. And you exhale CO2, and CO2 is now classified as a pollutant.
Which is so stupid. What do
Earth pollution,
plants breathe? What do
exactly
plants, right? I mean, a great deal of the oxygen that we breathe comes from algae.
Do you remember when, or like 9 months ago, when all the newspapers were freaking out because the EPA won't be able to protect us from? Do you remember that over the summer? It was like for about a week. There's a big uproar in the media because something was happening in the courts that would restrict or remove the EPA's ability to regulate emissions or something.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Yeah, it just went away, right?
Yeah.
Because the resolution was to just change the definition of what an emission is. And so that's all it is. So that's how CO2 got in. And the EPA, by the way, is a complete gangster fucking entity. As somebody who's worked in construction and previously banked in construction companies, yeah, it's just an absolute racket. They come in, they say, give us all of your give us the last 3 years worth of repair files, because repairs are, where the problems are, or give us $1 million.
Yeah.
And
it's a joke. It is definitely a joke.
A shakedown.
I can remember now. I've told y'all I'm 57 years old. That's not really all that old, but it's
old as shit, dude. Are you kidding me? Fucking dusty balls.
Wait, whoa, fuck off. No. My girlfriend is older than me, and she fucking rocks. So shut up.
So,
yes, she does. Just kidding.
But I can remember when I was in elementary school, and they were telling us that there was going to be another ice age coming, and that by now, this point in time in reality, back then they told us that we would be living like in the ice age, like back when mammoths and shit were everywhere. And then it came to where they stopped worrying about that so much, and the fucking acid rain was gonna kill everybody. We were gonna have acid rain. People wouldn't be able to go outside. They even had movies where people's umbrellas would fucking dissolve and shit,
Remember the duck and cover drills?
Oh my God.
Yeah, we are the same age.
And somehow this thing migrated over into a global warming thing, to where now it's going to be to the point where we're going to just die from overheating or something. And I'm like, that's another part of this, Logan, that really you start to understand. This magnificent creation that we live in the middle of.
Yeah.
We can't destroy it. We can destroy ourselves by letting these monsters do these things, by making us think that they can take care of what nature normally should take care of. But that's it. They're not going to destroy this creation. They can't. It's too great. This is the most magnificent, self-sustaining, free energy, clock, calendar, living mechanism that has ever existed. And we're part of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we need to realize, that right there. We don't have to do things like put stuff in the air to block out the sun. The sun is fine. The moon is fine.
Hey,
Everything has its purpose, and it's going to keep fulfilling its purpose.
I'm the dog handler who can grow some shit in the ground and pick some oranges. All right, that's about as far as my nose is going to go. And you know what? I'm pretty good at my age, not knowing that my nose goes any further, because I really don't think I'm going to get my ass on the fucking moon.
How much fear artificially placed?
How much fear or how much fear?
Man, how much fear? False evidence appearing real.
Okay.
Does the average man and woman actually have floating around in their brain from day to day?
God, tons of it.
Giant rocks,
or someone like me or you.
I said the average.
A shitload.
Yeah. So what do we got? We got they got these nuclear bombs that can blow shit up and make it so nobody can live there for thousands of years.
That's our age.
All
okay.
Right. And that's
kids nowadays, they're worried about computer viruses.
And so,
well, everybody should actually be worried about their phones recording them when I don't know why I'm the only one who puts electrical tape over his cameras when he's not using them. But
yeah.
You know what I use? I use those sensor tags that they're supposed to scan and say, okay, they're not going to make the alarm go off. They always make the alarm go off. That's what I put over my.
The way I look at it, I used to do that. I used to do that shit too. And the way I look at it's like this. If I'm worried about you watching me, that means I'm afraid of you. And I'm not afraid of you.
Oh, God.
Maybe you just don't want somebody watching you poop.
I don't care if they watch me poop. If that's what floats your fucking jollies, have at it, man. I don't care.
If I can get on an OnlyFans page where they'll pay me to watch me poop, Jesus Christ, watch me poop every day.
Look, I'm going like this. I'm not the sicko in that case, am I?
You're the guy taking a poop.
That is correct. But that still doesn't mean I want to give them like free access to visuals of everything all the time just to prove a point. Right?
No, I'm not giving it that. What I'm saying is that you're going to have it regardless. I mean, it's every fucking where. And it's like, if I'm that important that you have to keep tabs on, that means that I'm over the target, and that means I like where I'm at.
Well, there's degrees of difficulty, right? Like, so a lot of people I hear say like, oh, if they want me, they'll come get me, or something like along those lines, right? But that's not really the way that it works at all, because different people in different departments, they'll go to different lengths to get at you. Ultimately, somebody can get at everything, but most people only will go so far.
But see, there again, it's like I'm one of those people. I'm like, I can't be stopped. I can't be shut up.
I've never been. You haven't been in solitary confinement.
You haven't gone to that strip club in West Virginia, have you?
My wife said that my tombstone is going to say, "He finally shut up." And I said, yes.
Going to say, "I'm finally right."
She was joking, but I agreed. I said, yes, I put that one on, but it still won't be true because it's already out there. Everything you've already said, it doesn't matter. Even when you take down somebody's video or something, it doesn't matter. It's already out there. It's been heard. The idea is in somebody's head.
Ooh.
And that's the way I see it,
Also, there's hearing something or knowing something and then being able to prove something or recreate it in court. Those are two very different things.
It's 4 different things, but you're right.
You know what? Go. Watch it.
Fucking number
I can count. I'm sorry. Fuck.
It's all right.
But yeah, so those are always separate in my head.
And the thing is I'm going to put out that, yes, the things I express here are my opinions, unless they're backed up by science. Like I said, I'm a man who sees patterns, and I've seen this, like I said before, I remember the very first president I remember was that goddamn Johnson. And yes, that's what I thought his name was until I got a little bit older. Because that's all I heard around my house, right?
Well,
And
he
I
did
can
kill
remember
JFK.
from the eyes of a child, and I look back and I remember when I'd see him, he just looked like a very mean man to me. And then there was that picture in Life magazine where he was holding them dogs up by the ear. He was holding his basset hounds by the ears like that. And I thought, look at that. He's just mean to that dog. Look at him. He's a terrible person. You know, I mean, I really felt like that. But I watched this city left, right in this false paradigm. Everybody hoping that this next one is going to fix things and make it better. And it never does. It doesn't matter. It gets worse. It doesn't matter who it is. It gets worse and worse. And if you were to, I mean, I did predict we'd be here by now. In fact, I thought we'd be here a lot sooner.
But it doesn't get that much worse.
Oh my God, it does.
I mean,
it does.
I thought we would be way worse.
I can remember a time that was so much different than it is today. So much different than it is today.
Well, okay, yeah. You're working with more time than I am, I guess, but
yeah, I mean, I'm talking about.
Dude, did you just call us old?
Well, it's not old; it's seasoned. Let's look at it that way.
Yeah, damn right, seasoned.
Okay? And experience, experience does not come without scars. But the problem is that most people
want to see scars. I've been a dog handler for over 30 years. You want to see scars?
I know I mentioned that before about the dog handling. But experience doesn't come without scars. But the problem with the experience not coming without the scars is that when you try to pass that information along to the younger vessels, they know too much because they've been convinced that they're so much better and smarter than we were. You see? And when we try to tell them, they don't want to listen to it because they know it all. And so, as they say, experience keeps a dear school, but a fool shall learn from no other.
My daughter's 12, so I'm old enough to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Oh shit, she's 12.
She's 12.
Oh wait for it, bro.
Let the games begin.
Yeah,
already
no. The mouth. Whatever.
No,
Whatever.
She has an eye roll that could like turn the world upside down. Like, I don't know how.
Oh, so she's premature.
She's I raised her. When me and her mom got divorced, I got sole custody. She was like 2.5. And so she knows how to work me. And that works best by being indirect when you're going to be a douche. I didn't hear what he said, but
I said, you think she knows how to work you?
Oh yeah, she knows how to work me. Yeah.
Daughters always do.
Hey, I had a 13-year-old male that wasn't my kid. It was my girlfriend's son. And yours is only 12. Ooh, wait for it. It gets better.
I'm actually not that worried about her. I think she's more worried about me. I'm a little bit of the unhinged dad, you know.
That's not a bad position to be in, bro. Really.
No, it's not. And she knows, you know, because she grew up with me, you know, and she sort of knows how I think, and I've told her, look, I'm not above punching a minor.
Hey, look, I know you want to give her the impression that, you know, I will smack the shit out of you. I know you will never do that. Okay.
She doesn't. I don't give her that impression at all.
But God damn it, instill that impression in her soon-to-be boyfriends.
Well, see, that's the thing is that I've never tried to instill that impression at all. Actually, I've hardly ever even yelled at her, like 3 times maybe, and she instantly starts crying, and then it's like, oh my God, I broke you. But I would, but
that easy.
It's not a belief that I would instill in a boy so much as like it's just he needs to recognize the truth.
Yeah.
Hey, brother, seriously, I had a 13-year-old living in my house, and I told him and his friends straight up, guys, I got a retired dog living in the house. He's a retired drug dog. Don't come in the house. If the dog alerts on you, we're gonna have a problem.
Drop pockets.
Well, guess what? Dipshit did. And I'm like, what's in your pocket? He goes, I don't have anything in my pockets. I'm like, you got something in your left pocket. Pull it out. And it was like 60 grams of weed. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing with this much weed? All right, here's your choice. I can hand it back to you and you can leave. Don't come back to my house, because honestly, having a kid in the house with weed is going to get me fired.
Thought you was already fired.
Or I can flush it and you can stick around. Your choice. He chose to take the weed and walk away.
Hell yeah, I would too. I'd say I'm gonna hang out with this old motherfucker. Don't
Go
want me
put
to
this back in the car. Your dad sucks.
No,
Yeah,
he wasn't even old enough to drive a car.
Well, I wasn't either the first time I smoked.
I would have said, fuck you, old man. And then I would have got on my Stingray bicycle, my Schwinn Stingray bicycle, because that's what we had back in the day.
Stingray.
That's right. And I would have shifted that thing up into 5th gear and took the fuck off, babe. That's what's
Dude, we
up.
had the little the trick bikes with the pegs, right? Like, so that's.
Oh, you did bicycle motocross. All right, bro. You and I can talk. Yeah, fuck you. Hey, I gave the kid a choice. All right. And yeah, I'm protecting my stuff. And he was given an option to walk away. Was I a dick?
Well, you searched him.
No.
Yeah.
I didn't. The dog sniffed his pocket, and I'm just like, oh,
see, that's exactly what cops do with dogs. What you just did right there is exactly the reason dogs exist in policing in the first place. It wasn't me. It was the dog that did it.
Kids.
The dog violated his rights. It wasn't me.
Here you go. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about right here, y'all. This is what I'm talking about here, y'all. Huh? that was the shit. That was the shit to have back in my day right there.
No.
Oh,
dude,
yeah.
BMX trick bike with pegs on fronts and the backs, and
they didn't have those yet.
Fucking A, brother.
With Limp Bizkit in it, and a pack of Marlboro Reds, and a mean look on my face, fucking scowling all the adults.
Bouncing around on the front pegs too.
Dude, they didn't have those yet, man. There was in fact, the first time I saw those, I was like, what the fuck? You can't even afford fenders for that shit? What's up?
Yeah. Pull my skateboard out of my Jinko's jeans pocket, and
I mean, this was the shit here. Look at this, man. You had 5 speeds, handbrakes. You had this cool looking chopper type fucking front end on it. You had this was a shock absorber right here on the front.
Oh, man. I swear to God, dude, I'm going to say something that is going to get probably you kicked off of YouTube, but I promise I don't.
Don't say it. Well, don't fucking say it.
All right, I won't.
There you go. There's an easy solution to that. At least let me get my other backup channel set up first, man.
Your other backup channel, okay.
Fuck. Man.
Okay, hey, I know how to put this properly. You look like one of the kids from the Valley.
The Valley, where's that?
San Fernando Valley?
Nope.
Mexican American. You go to high school. Yeah,
so
Cheech and Chong, the whole 9 yards. All right, I'm not throwing shade. I love Cheech and Chong.
Oh yeah, no. I'm half Pasadena on my dad's side.
No, there's no such thing as half Pasadena.
Half Pasadena.
Is that the Valley?
Well, I'm part Pontiac and part Waterford.
I love that. You know I'm going to use that again, right?
Oh, for sure. You can have it.
Thank you.
But I'm half Pasadena and I'm half Kansas, so.
That's fucked up, man.
I grew up right down the street from you.
Right down the street. There's Mars Life. You come back to life. Mars has come back to life. You circled back around.
Yeah, I was walking the dog. A lot of background noise, so I just.
Yeah, I got you.
Were you walking the dog, or was the dog taking you for a drag?
What is that a euphemism?
She doesn't even have a leash. She just does her own thing. I just try to supervise.
Follow me, Dad.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you guys hold on just a second. Go ahead and talk amongst yourself. I'm going to check and see what my beasts are doing. They're quiet, and you know what that means.
Yeah, it means they're going to be shitting in your house. Go take them
No,
outside.
they're doing. I worry most about Moonshadow. She's like this little stealthy fur missile that likes to get into shit.
A fur missile.
Oh, you didn't get to meet my dog Hex.
Fur missile is such a delightful combination of words.
Yeah, my fur missile was the kid that came out and said, "Yep, he got something in his pocket, Dad, right there." Fucking redhead, always ratting on people, but he was damn good.
I've never owned a dog. I'm just not dogs. They just need too much attention.
Well,
I thought that about kids too until I had one. Like I like my kid. I don't necessarily like everybody's kid, but I like mine. Maybe it's the same with dogs.
Mm-hmm.
But when I've dog sat in the past, I'll tell you what I don't like is having to pay the attention tax at the door before I can walk in my house and sit down and take my shoes off.
okay, well, see, that's the difference between dogs and cats.
Yeah, so we have 2 cats.
All right, cats take care of you. You take care of dogs.
Okay, that's okay. So, yeah. So I'm not mistaken. I actually
no,
do not
and
want dogs.
if you're not a dog person, there's nothing wrong with you, bro. Not at
That's
all.
not what my ex-wife says.
She probably liked a whole lot of liquor, but okay.
She does like a whole lot of liquor, but she also
fans.
I also had to get rid of a lot of fucking dogs she'd keep bringing home back in the day.
Dude, seriously, and I'm not making this up. 90 to 95% of the dogs that U.S. Customs got came out of dog pounds, all up and down the eastern coast.
That does not surprise me at all.
Those habits that make a great drug dog, like, biting, scratching, digging, the same stuff to get your ass tossed in a dog pound. Yeah, we like it. Come on, join the team. So we never really started getting into certain breeds until Border Patrol took over our program. So, I'm sorry, I'm reminiscing.
No, you're
There
fine.
we go, man. I'm back. What happened? Logan ran everybody off?
Logan's reminiscing about the good old days when
Good old days, busting people, putting them in handcuffs,
fucking people up for
around,
engaging in the free market.
free market commerce.
Yep, fucking
Pirate.
fucking free market motherfuckers.
Revenuer.
Yeah.
Use the proper term, revenuer.
Well, where I live right now, these fucking hills are scattered with the bodies of revenuers from back in the day. I can guarantee you.
You know I'm retired, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said.
Yeah, all right. So
No,
unless
I'm
you
serious,
the
man. They
Castro
would
coming
come
through
back up in
LAX,
here.
you guys got nothing to worry about.
Dude, they would come up in here and they would never come back out.
I've been
There
up
you
in
go.
those hills, bro.
Did you ever see the movie Lawless?
Yes.
Okay, that's with it's got that Shia LaBeouf kid in it and Tom Hardy. Anyway, it's a true story, and it's based off of a book called Franklin, the wettest county in Virginia. And Franklin County is just over on the other side of the mountain. And when they talk about that, they said at nighttime you couldn't tell where the stars started and the still fires stop.
Oh, I know that feeling.
And it was literally like that back in the day. We got some places back here, like some of the older folks, they can tell you about some of the shit that went down back in the day with that stuff, man. And it was some rough Bonnie and Clyde type fucking bootlegger shit going on, man.
Hey, look, we don't have to go through the whole conversation again, but just for anyone listening, me and Dave, we were like 50 miles apart. I was in Front Royal, Virginia.
Hell, that ain't even 50 miles. That's only 35 miles.
Fuck me, I'm from California, okay?
35 miles to Front Row from my house.
And there's a place right past the best diner that you'd ever go to, and they got a strip club. And we were in this class in 1993, so we were just getting hit with the blizzard of 94.
You got snowed in the strip club? Fuck yeah.
Well, Okay, and here's where the joke is going to come. And Dave,
Where'd you must have gone over into West Virginia then.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Right.
Because they're over where is that? Matthias, I think.
All I know is that we got 3 girls in the strip club. The one guy whose birthday we were, celebrating was the light-skinned black dude. And none of the girls in the club liked that except the strippers. And the girls in the club were these big butch biker looking dudes. And it's like, we don't like this. And between them, all 3 of them, I think they had 32 teeth.
Oh Lord. The most expensive one was the most expensive girl was the one without a C-section.
Got the fuck out of there, dude.
I mean, that's more teeth than you need to suck a dick, so.
Yeah, we opted to leave.
Well,
fuck the dumb shit. We
were all thinking it, though, weren't we?
Yeah, the ZXL says revenuers would walk into the woods and fall into something. They never came back out. Listen, what they would do is because they'd be up in these hollows, and when you go up in a hollow, there's only one way out and the one way in. It's the way you came in is the way you got to go out. They're just like a crevice up into the mountain. And
revenuers.
What they'd do is they'd cut the fucking tree down in front of going in there. They'd cut a tree down or some shit like that to block the road. And there wasn't nobody coming out of there. And there wasn't nobody going up in there. And then they'd finally, fuck around. By the time they got the tree cleared, what is it? What was going on that you had to get in here so bad for? Well, so-and-so's been missing for a while and we don't know what happened to him. Well, I don't know. We haven't seen him. It's like, here's some money, Sheriff. Thanks for coming by. I mean, it's unreal. I mean, even in my time, we had a sheriff that was busted for being involved with cockfighting and shit and all kinds of dirty shit. He ended up going to jail. I mean, this entire world is fucking deceitful and corrupted from the ground up, man. And of course, what would you expect? A stream can rise no higher than its source.
Well, and I mean, it's just not that high paying of a job. To think about being a beat cop, you got to put up with all the worst parts of humanity. You get paid maybe middle class, and people treat you all sorts of weird ways. Some respect the fuck out of you, some don't respect you at all. It's such whiplash. Why would you even do that unless there was some other perk, like, I don't know, taking half the stash and then selling it back on. The first time I bought coke off a uniformed cop, my buddy was like, "Hey, my dude's on his way over."
The first time?
Yes.
Wow, you didn't realize what you were walking into, did you?
No, I did not. He didn't warn me at all. He just said, "My guy's on his way over. Sit down and have a beer."
Okay, I'd take that invitation too. So okay.
Yeah, and then the cop walks in the front door, and I'm like, "Oh fuck! I'm trying to get rid of the beer because I'm like 19."
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's they've changed a lot.
I've got a question for you. Was the guy wearing a gun?
Well, I guess I don't know for sure. He was definitely still in uniform. I don't know if he took the gun off.
Then if he was definitely in uniform and you were buying coke off the dude, I right now I should turn you over to Mr. Cyan and have her spank your butt.
I don't know who Mr. Cyan is, but
she's in LA. Don't worry about it. I can hook you up.
I told you, once a cop, always a cop.
Yeah.
But seriously, dude, don't buy coke.
Well, this was like 20 years ago. This was 20 years ago.
You were 19. You should have known better.
Well, I didn't know it was gonna be a cop.
You said he was in uniform.
Oh yeah. Well, he was. He was the plug's plug.
Come on now.
I'm sorry. Please continue with your story. I'm just gonna laugh in the background.
Well, no, that was the whole thing.
This is my first 2 careers. Right on, man. Yeah, what I was getting at is think about how much of that really, how much manpower is actually wasted on something as stupid as that, like what they do, gonna
Oh my God.
fucking search somebody because they might have some plant that a
You
politician
mean
said that
drugs?
you can't have.
Yes.
No, I'm not talking about drugs at all, Logan. I'm talking about marijuana.
Well, I am.
I'm saying I can answer that question. Manpower for the anti-drug movement and U.S. Customs and Border Protection 2016 was about $1.46 million. Most of the resources were placed on the southern border, along with locations at international airports.
How come it didn't stop?
If you want to know how much we got, we caught about 3%.
Well, it seems pretty ineffective then.
The war on drugs has been a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I am one of those guys who actually stood boots on the ground on the front line of the whole drug war. And it's like, why don't we just legalize this shit?
Be like that. It sounds about like using some chewing gum to cover up a hole in a space station,
Yeah.
Well,
okay. The little Dutch boy happened in Amsterdam. It's not happening on the southern border. Okay, guys. How about we just legalize this? Track it, check it. Well,
here's. Let me tell you. You want me to show you where the mind fuck is at? Is the whole idea of legalize or illegalize. That's stupid to begin with. For instance, right now, carrots. Are carrots legal or illegal? What are the status of carrots? Is there a legal statute regarding carrots?
Have you
pasteurized an illegal statute regarding carrots?
I'm in California. You want to talk about oranges?
Well, no. What I'm saying is there actually a legal status on
yes, there is.
Really? So somewhere there's a piece of paper that says that lettuce is hereby legal for people to eat and grow.
Yes. When I lived in Kansas, there was regulations on rainwater. For fuck's
sake. It's USDA. It has. But you see where I'm getting with that? It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Why does it have to have any kind of a fucking status whatsoever? It's just a thing, man. It's just
well, you know what? Taters are a thing, and California grows basically the nation's amount of their potato crop. Okay.
Well, cool. Great. That's awesome for California.
But there are regulations pertaining to the import and export of vegetables.
I know. We're not talking about exporting or importing them. I'm talking about where there's a piece of paper that says that Joe Blow, the American guy, can legally have this piece of paper hereby grants the American to hereby have carrots.
My freedom.
Yeah, you know, you're preaching to the choir here.
I know. So what I'm saying is, why would we have even a legal or illegal status? We don't need to legalize it. All we need to do is
because we still have laws saying you can't wear a skirt shorter than 34 inches in New York.
I can do whatever the fuck I want if it's mine.
I mean, but
I'm just talking about the same stupid rules that we still have.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why do we have that? If instead of, like, people say that, why don't you legalize weed? And I'm like, no, don't legalize weed.
Well, why don't you outlaw
Because if
slavery?
you do that, once you do that, you've created
if you
legislation.
start unlegalizing weed in California, you and I are going to have a problem.
Okay, yeah, listen, I'll tell you what, that was one of the worst things California ever did.
Is what?
It's legal. When you legalize something, okay, now you give it a status to where it can be regulated. You understand? Because it's been legislated.
Oh, right? Man, you have
so
no
now
idea.
What you do, here's the solution. You don't legalize it, you shit can the prohibition of it. Problem solved.
Okay. Same words, different problems. Do you have any idea what
there's no legal status of any other things that are innocuous? In other words, is it legal or illegal for me to have crabgrass in my lawn?
Depends
It's
on your
neither.
homeowners association.
It's well, that's not law. So it's neither. It's not legal or illegal. Okay.
You
In
asked the
fact,
question,
if
I
you
gave an
wanted to
answer.
go by, if you wanted to go by extreme natural law, it's absolutely lawful for me to have it. Absolutely. And it's absolutely kind of unlawful for me to destroy it with no good reason to, unless I'm using it. So if you want to get down to the extremes of it, and where law is concerned, but it doesn't have a legal status. That's what I'm saying.
Dave,
There's no legal status on bluegrass. There's no, is it legal or illegal? Nobody legislates that. Once you do legislate it, and that's what they wanted, because by creating an illegal status of something, now you can get the people to clamor to make it legal again. They did this with alcohol, right? They prohibited alcohol. Then they said, you need to legalize it, right? And so what they did,
prohibition movement,
they ended it with the 21st Amendment, and that legalized alcohol. And alcohol is highly taxed and regulated by the government. Whereas if I decided I don't trust the big corporations for what they're making, I would prefer to make my own whiskey. I can get into all kinds of trouble for that.
I'll teach you to make some nasty hooch.
Right. I mean,
hey, guys, can I say, ever since California legalized weed, fucking weed got great.
Well, that wasn't a result of it being legalized. Okay. What legalization did, let me tell you what legalization did, because I was a grower.
You are a contrarian. That's why I like you, man.
No, listen, I left California because
this is a very valid concept.
Valley, I know why you left
Try and
California.
wrap your head around it, though, for a minute, Logan, because it's really interesting, and I want to add on to it when he's done.
I left California. I was
a
grower, Logan. I was a grower, and I left California when they legalized it because of all the fucking regulations they put on it. I was a purely organic grower, but the fact that I had to have every batch sent out, tested by a laboratory at my expense. Okay. I got I had to purchase permits through town, through county, through state. Okay. At my expense. What did that do to the cost of my growing costs? What did that do to that? It raised it up, which you couldn't raise the price of it up that much because of the fact that you just had to grow more. That's all it was. You had to work harder to make what you were making before. Okay.
And you have to worry about the guerrilla growers.
Once you have that, hold on, let me finish.
And
so
I'm
once you go through all of those hoops and everything, and you find out that once it's in the market and it's sold, they're charging a 33% sales tax on it unless you have a medical card. But the catch is if you have a medical card, you cannot possess a firearm. Isn't that slick? So fuck California and their legalization bullshit.
And that's everywhere. It must be I think that's the same everywhere. I think if you get the medical card anywhere in any of the states, they take away your.
Well, you need to do real drugs, not this marijuana stuff.
I mean,
I will say this:
you can keep owning
marijuana
guns.
keeps the nightmares away.
I just wanted to try and apply that logic to the 14th Amendment. It really applies to man as well.
Well, it actually just makes you a corporate entity.
Now we become able to be regulated.
If you claim your natural rights, if you reserve your natural rights under the original 10 amendments, and you can do that with your signature, but you have to know what you're doing.
Yeah, you can do it with a family Bible. I mean, you just got to know what you're doing.
If you sign your full name, not all caps, full first, middle, last name, followed by either all rights reserved, per UCC 1-308, without prejudice.
See, that puts you in their jurisdiction, though.
No, it takes you out of that jurisdiction.
This is where
not if you're citing their codes.
No. It actually does, because
this is where the cop shoots you.
a reservation of rights under 1-308. Okay, a reservation of rights under 1-308 tells that I'm not operating under your UCC code. I'm operating under common law. Okay.
Are you
Logan,
familiar
take the
with
dogs on 'em.
Christopher Hauser? Sorry,
What's that?
Posted. Go ahead, Posted.
Oh,
You guys-
I just said, Logan, sick the dogs on them. They're talking that hippie shit.
So, are you
I
familiar
was
with
asking
Christopher
something
Hauser?
out. I mean, I'm still listening, but guys, I'm not getting involved in this. Okay, complete. Go on.
Well, why
Yeah, I
not,
think-
Logan? I learned all of this sovereign citizen stuff from you.
I did not teach you sovereign citizen
You
stuff.
did so. Quit lying. Oh, that's right. Your bosses and shit are probably listening. That's right. Oh, I did not hear from this from
No,
Logan
if I
Salmon at all.
okay, but what was the business where I learned from?
I used to do the same thing when I was making jail phone calls. I'd be like, you know who sold me that shit? Under Sheriff Barrett.
Right. Well, hey, I'm going to give you a note. It was on Alondra Boulevard. It was called Electronic and Computer Surplus City, ECSC. That's where I learned my sovereign citizen stuff. And this is why I am stepping out of this argument so you guys have fun.
Yeah,
really. Look.
I just want to give my perspective on it. You know, it's pretty simple. You know, you don't use their terms or that put you in their jurisdiction from my perspective. And I was going to give a functional example of that. It's Christopher Hauser. He's pretty wide open with what's going on in his case, but that's basically what got him caught up is he cited one of their codes, UCC1, and that put him in their jurisdiction, and they ended up charging him, and he did some time in prison. But
Then he must not have understood what 1-308 said.
no, he does. He totally does. You should look into a situation. It's really interesting because it's gone to the Tennessee Supreme Court, and they're really dragging their feet on it because they're either going to have to admit to fraud or give him, you know, relief for the wrongful conviction.
Yeah,
basically,
you get that W-9. Get that W-9.
Yeah. So basically, what I real quick, man, I just want to like touch on the name part. You know, is like it's you got to know your Christian name. That's the main thing that gives you protection, regardless of your beliefs. You know, it's your given name. You know, that's what your family. The corruption is really, you know, you identify as that trust name, and so
that's your given name. That's your entity name, and then there's your legal name. You ever wonder that? You know, you always hear that. Use your legal name, and it's like, is there a such thing as a fucking illegal name? You know, that's how my mind works. I'm like, well, if there's something that's a legal name, there must be an illegal name.
Guapo.
Yeah, right. You know, yeah, my name is Haywood Jablomi. Yeah, that's my name. And
Michael Hunt. You can call me Mike.
There you go, Phil McCracken. So, you know, so you know, I often wanted that, and so then you start looking into this, and you start seeing, oh shit, and how it occurred. It was really fucking sneaky, kind of underhanded, but everyone was told. They just didn't pay any fucking attention. That's the whole thing. They didn't pay any fucking attention. Why? Because they were
hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, man, and distracted like a motherfucker.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's what they do. And I mean, look at the shit they slipped in. Everybody's like, oh, all the loss of life at the Twin Towers and, you know, 9/11. Oh, never forget, and all this other shit. Meanwhile, you know, look at this legislation that we just now drafted up within 2 weeks. It's like this much fucking paperwork. It's called the Patriot Act. You know, oh, that totally wasn't waiting in the wings for something like this, was it?
Crazy.
You know, come on. You just now came up with it. You know, give me a fucking break. You know, you can, when you start looking into the logic of it, you go, well, there's no fucking way this was
and
this is all designed.
And just when we were about to start addressing that missing money, we were just going to get to the bottom of that, and then
yeah. Oh, and we can't even look into it now because the office that was investigated, it got blowed up. Fuck.
Damn. Well, I guess nothing to do about that now. Might as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, but see, that's part of the distraction, you know. Yeah, as you
Yeah.
were saying, obviously.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think these are the most important conversations we can have because really the corruption is so simple, you know. But folks just so many
But it's
folks.
also very local. Like, I mean, I don't know. I live stream like all my local government shit, and it's just right there. Like, if you really start like paying attention to who's doing what and who's got conflicts of interest where, it's like, oh, okay, this person's acting self-servingly, that person's acting self-servingly. This, you know, just
Yeah,
crazy.
I used to go to city council meetings and shit, and I realized, man, it's all a farce. You know, there's no hope. It's all corrupted.
Yeah.
You know, and
I
there's
was on a municipal board back in the day, and it is for sure.
Yeah, I can't.
I
can't
wasn't,
deal
of
with it.
course, because the feds are
No,
here. But,
I think a lot of people get into it, but the only way you're going to excel in that situation is people get into it for the right reasons, but the only way you'll excel.
I don't know. There's definitely a you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back culture even going into it. I don't even know that. I think most people get into it for good reasons.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just want the benefits and, you know,
Or at
decent
least the
pay.
prestige. Like, I think the most innocent, you know, intention you can get is people who want the prestige of, I don't know, being on the board of douchebags.
Well, it's also this too. You got to look at it. We often say, you know, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's kind of cool in theory, but I think it's more akin to that power attracts the corrupt and corruptible.
Right.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I think absolutely that's a good call.
And when I see these people that are at these high levels and people start just adoring the shit out of them, like whether it's Donald Trump or ever the hell it is.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, do you not realize the level of douchebaggery you have had to engage in just to get to that level of politics where you're at, to be able to run in that office? You have to be an unscrupulous, backstabbing piece of excrement.
You also give up your freedom.
Backstabbing piece of excrement.
And you have to, even if you did initially get into it with the most noblest of intentions, by the time you get to that level, you have sacrificed one, if not all, of your core beliefs in order to get that position. Because
you give up your freedom.
Mr. Smith Goes to Washington is a cool story, but it's never going to really fucking happen. They get rid of people like Mr. Smith.
Neither is the Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court.
Right.
Cool story, but nah, not going to happen.
You know what I'm saying? It's like he goes there and that was a pressure valve movie for the people, is what that was. Mm-hmm. Because even back then, I don't know if any of you have ever seen it. It's an old Jimmy Stewart movie. And he's a regular Joe guy. He isn't it Jimmy Stewart?
James Stewart.
Yeah. And he gets elected to the House of Representatives. And he cannot believe the level of corruption and shit that's going on. And he speaks out against it. And that was great. The people loved that movie, you know, because this guy came out and he's brought out stuff that's really going on. Really kind of a conspiratorial type movie for its time. But it was a pressure valve for society. Like, it's out in the open. Now something will be done with it. That's all that goddamn Q stuff was. It's all out in the open. Now something will be done.
The thing that came out Mr. Smith Goes to Washington was 12 Angry Men. Remember how that pissed people off?
But I mean, you know, that was the thing, is that, you know, here's a pressure valve. Something's going to happen.
All those congressional hearings, that's like what those all are.
Exactly. The dog and pony question.
The NSA never stopped spying. You know,
no, for sure.
Listen, they never stopped doing what they do.
It's part of their disclosure program, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
They got to let you know.
Well, I blew this park ranger's mind.
You blew who?
I blew her mind, man. She was I don't know if you know what Manzanar is, but Manzanar is one of the concentration camps we had for the Japanese Americans that we interned all the Japanese Americans. The Supreme Court, after Pearl Harbor, declared that all Japanese American citizens were no longer citizens, and they were to take only what they could carry and report to one of these camps that was nearby. One of those I live near in California is called Manzanar. It's been preserved.
I've heard of that shit. It's so fucked up.
Yeah, man. And in the 80s, I mean, this was terrible. They took all these people, okay, you're no longer citizens because of something that your nation that you came from did. You had nothing to do with it, but we're going to do this anyways. And which is really fucked up because we were at war with Germany and Italy too, and we didn't round up the fucking German people or the Italian people at all. But we did with the Japanese, and we put them in these internment camps. Well, in the 80s, Ronald Reagan made a formal apology and declared this thing as a preserve, you know, to have it so that people wouldn't forget about it. And he issued an apology to all these people. Well, I asked this park ranger, I says, well, that was really cool. I says, but what provisions were put in place to make sure that something like this never happens again? And she just looked at me all blank faced because she realized, and she said, nothing. And I said, yeah, so a lot of good that apology does, huh? You know, they totally bypassed, hey, we can't let this happen again. It was just a big, oh, we're sorry for it type shit. And I don't think that had ever crossed her mind that it can happen again. And then we saw it, and we still may. We had people wanting to put a certain segment of our population into special camps, take away their civil rights, not allow them to work, not allow them to be able to shop, to eat, to do all these things unless they complied with some kind of a ridiculous mandate. We saw that how that's possible.
It's sure it's still.
Yeah, and it still ain't off the table.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah.
if you think
They can
about
get away with it, they will. Sorry.
think about what slavery is, and then think about income tax and drug laws. Between the two of those, you don't have the first right to your body or to the fruit of your labor. So that's slavery to me.
Yeah.
So it's no surprise then that if we're just happily living in soft slavery all the time.
That's what the 14th Amendment was, is it outlawed private slavery and made public slavery legal.
Yep. Spot on, Mars. Spot on.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. And it's see, and this is another thing that you look at too, all these codes and all this shit that we look at and have to have bar members interpret and shit. Does nobody realize that one of the neat things about the United States when it came up was that its systems of law were worded so that even the common man could understand it, not requiring the use of British Attorney Registry members. You know, that was one of the best parts about it, was that the common man can understand it. And I mean, to this day, even the amendments to the Constitution are very, very clear, so that you can read that Bill of Rights. You can read that and you understand what it means. It's not written in a bunch of per se do da da fucking Latin shit.
I recognize that Catholic mass. I went to a Catholic high school, man. I know that song.
Yeah, I mean,
Where's my incense ball? I need to swing it around some.
and it is almost like a fucking ritual, you know, the whole thing. The guy comes out, all rise, and then you're summoned. They summon the dead.
Totally.
They summon the dead into the well of the court. See, because that's where everything fucking happens. That's where the chessboard's at. And then
But we
you
all
got God,
participate.
the devil, and you. And that's it. That's how that whole thing works, man. You're in their fucking arena. If you don't go in their arena, then they don't have shit.
I don't think there's any reason to. I mean, you can put them on notice and serve them, you know, through paperwork. They live in a two-dimensional world. You can treat them that way.
You know, you can
actually
sometimes
be
just
done
ignore
with
them,
a
right?
copy.
Like if everybody just started ignoring the game and not playing the game,
It's not the honorable thing to do technically. I kind of agree with you, but you still have kind of a responsibility because we all agree to it at some point in the game. And
Agree to
so
what?
to play the game. I mean, however you want to look at it.
Right, but if everybody was just like, you know what, this game is stacked against us, we don't want to play this, and then just started, like, I have a warrant in the town over. I've had it for 2 years. I'm a registered offender. I go see the sheriff every month, every 3 months.
That's where you go wrong instantly because you don't have a warrant. A warrant is just it's a banking instrument basically. So
I guess I don't know about the sovereign citizen thing that much, but my point is that if you just sort of ignore the bullshit, then the bullshit kind of seems to find a weird way to ignore you too.
It does. I gotta agree with that to a degree.
To a point, you know, it's not perfect, but
Right.
it does work surprisingly better than I would have expected.
You know, I've even I read about where the whole thing, like something like that, you can discharge that with nothing more than a fucking certified copy.
Kind of like bill collectors, right?
You know? You go and you announce that without going into the court well, when the docket is called and the doc, when it's called, and then you're basically you ask if it's a court of record. If it is a court of record, you say, let the record show that I am here by special appearance to resolve the matter against this trust. And you hold out into the court well over the little fence your birth certificate. If nobody comes to retrieve it, just toss it onto the floor, turn around and walk out. They can threaten the fuck out of you, but they cannot legally stop you. And in every case that's been done with, they just walk out. They go.
I just skipped that whole thing, and I just haven't even gone to court, and I'm not.
Yeah.
I just got fed up because I missed a court date because they canceled it or rescheduled it, postponed it indefinitely during the goof. And then apparently they gave me notice. I didn't get the notice, so I didn't go to court. But it was just such a runaround that I was just like, you know what? You pick me up. Pick me up.
Right.
If you're going to fuck up another one of my days, because I've already had to go to court and say I'm taking it to trial, right? Like, if you're going to waste any more of my time, I'm going to waste some of your time.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it too. And it's so much disorganization. I'm like, they don't even know what they're doing. I've been in court before, and you sit there and it's supposed to, like, say it starts at 9. Okay. And you're sitting there at 9 and you're still sitting there in that gallery. You're just still sitting there and you're still sitting there. And you just see these girls and shit come in with their high heel fucking shoes, click, 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 carrying big fucking stacks of files and shit and setting them down and picking up other ones and carrying them off somewhere else. And then you'll see a couple ass hats and suits come in with an overabundance of aqua velva on them. And they will be talking amongst one another and acting all important. Then it comes time, court's about to start. The judge comes in. Nobody knows what the fucking first case is or where the goddamn file is at. So they spend the first 10 minutes shuffling around trying to figure out what the fuck is what. It's now about 11 o'clock and we're going to break for lunch here soon. I mean, it's a disorganized crock of shit every time I've ever seen it. And I think part of that is because they try to wear people down. Just wear them down to where they just go, fuck it, just let me out of here.
That's exactly right. And they do it in jail too. If you've ever been to jail, that's why jail conditions are so much worse than prison conditions, because they want you to plea out.
Yeah, man. I know, and that's terrible. It's like you never know what time it is. You know, you can't get any kind of information. We
didn't have any windows where I was at. I didn't see the sun for like over a month at a time. This is weird shit. It starts to take your brain a little bit.
Yeah, I'd imagine just those fluorescent lights all the time.
24/7 fluorescent lights, and everything was painted white too. Floors, ceiling, walls.
Oh God! Let me cut this camera while I do. That might be a thing they don't like now.
Was what? Are you about to bubble?
Just don't wag your willy. You'll be fine, man.
But cool, bro, have you seen my willy or his willy? Dude, we got good willies.
You know what? Let's not go there. But if you want to go on to OnlyFans,
nah, bro, it'll just be real quick.
Logan, I saw your OnlyFans page. I thought it was a fucking Arby's commercial at first.
I have an OnlyFans page. Seriously?
That's what you told me.
All roast beef and horseradish sauce all over.
Yeah, man.
Oh man, do I really? Oh fuck! Send me the link.
That's what I do.
I had
Just
no
sometimes
idea.
just to get my own kicks. I'll stop by Arby's. I get that sandwich. I just turn that fucker sideways.
Like,
Let's
what's
go.
up, baby?
Well, it's not untrue.
Oh,
I bet you could have sex with that in a pinch.
you might. You might.
Shit.
Don't struggle like a goat.
Wrong jet stream. Wrong jet stream.
Now, do you know what a fifi is?
I have heard the term.
Dude, don't.
He knows what a fifi is.
You know what you're gonna do to a side chat, because I'm gonna have to say is don't look up a fifi, and they're gonna go ahead and do it.
Well, I mean, all they're gonna find is like a latex glove filled with lotion and microwaved and rolled up in a bed mat.
Well, seriously, do not tell them to go look up. Don't look up
And
docking.
don't microwave the lotion glove and then have sex with it.
Oh yeah.
And also don't save the sugar from your cereal in the morning and then put it with water and bread crust in a bag in the sink.
Well, good night somewhere.
That
in time.
sounds like personal experience, bro. What? Wait, whoa.
Not worth it. That shit's disgusting.
Not worth it.
Hey, you do
realize
know
we've
I worked in the
evolved-
adult industry, right?
We've
I
just-
did not realize that.
We have just
Yes.
completely devolved into.
You've had quite the stretch of careers.
Yeah. You'd be surprised what I've gotten my fingers into.
He was an astronaut one time.
Buttholes. I knew it.
The biggest bondage club was right across the street from where our headquarters was.
Yeah, you mentioned that a couple times now. It seems to
A
be
few
quite
times.
a fascination with you.
And you know, just about as many times as he mentioned his dog.
And he does. He was in a career that involved handcuffs. So we've
And
got bondage
domination,
club, we've got-
submission.
yeah, I mean bondage club, handcuffs, dogs. We have everything for the making of a good movie. Right there.
And if you ever need a prawn producer, okay, I'm going to keep this YouTube friendly.
Listen, all we need is fish sticks, rubbers, and a getaway car. I got a hand.
Dude, I produced my own prawn. All I need is a cell phone and a vagina, and it's like
That's it.
Can you hire the vagina?
Come get your
you
Tinder
can
card.
hire the vagina, but it could be any vagina.
I'm
but
just
it's not-
saying,
it's
if
not gonna
you
last
ever
very
need
long.
one, I'm here.
You could be the vagina. Is that what you said?
No, I said if you need a producer, I'm here.
Oh, I don't even know what to put in the music.
There you go. Hey Logan,
Yeah,
Logan,
Right. Yeah, go
what's your vag number?
My bad number
69. I bet.
69. Duh.
Oh shit! Somebody's been practicing. Jeebus says he said he was doing pretty good with that beat there, bud.
What?
Hey, I'm old. 70s.
70s, back in the heydays of hair.
Hey, that was my time.
Ow,
back
ow.
then. That was my time period right there.
You know
I
what?
had
I bet though that like if I grew up in the age of hairy vaginas and then I saw the generation below me having not hairy vaginas, it'd be like, what is wrong with you pedophiles?
Well, there's only okay. Here's the thing, y'all
Would you-
got to
would you like
understand.
to Google a girl I went to high school with?
Yeah,
there's
let's see it.
degrees.
Yeah.
There's degrees of hairy. Okay, there's
Um,
degrees of hairy.
The
This is what
landing
you have to
strip is
understand.
good. We like landing strips.
Well, it's not necessarily. I mean, just in the au natural,
The Hitler's
aspect,
good.
there are degrees of hairy. Okay, and you know, like
We don't want any butthole hair.
Well, sometimes you run into that. Okay, so what you
I
find
mean,
is,
sometimes, but
in my experience, which has been vast, in my
Would you-
experience, I
would you
find
say it's
that
been
the
cavernous?
Mediterranean, and especially like a lot of the Turkish women and Mediterranean women,
now
tend
we're
to
in
have
happy
a much
trails.
thicker, going from pretty thick to in some cases like a blacksmith's apron. Whereas when you start to get into more of your Asiatics, you run into a more silkier, more refined type of an area, it seems to be not quite as rough as that. And then when you get into some of your Nordic women, the blonder type, there seems to be a more absence of the hair. Now the redheads are a total, that's up in the air. It could go either way. You never know. So,
I think I need to try another Asian. I think
Yeah,
I
be real careful about the redheads, bro.
yeah, it could go either way with that.
I've always
Never
had good
put two of
experience with
us in the
redheads.
same room unless you want shit broken.
Redheads are freaks.
Yeah.
You ought to try
Hey,
some
man,
bed.
you know, come on, man. You know,
I think that your assessment,
it might not
though,
look like
of
it
the,
now. It might not look like it now, but I had my time. You know,
I
come
think
on.
that your lay of the land is accurate, at least in my experience. It seems to sync up pretty well. I don't know about an
You want to know a trick,
blacksmith's
fellas?
apron.
You want to know a trick to knowing? Okay. Check out the eyebrows. That'll tell you a lot.
I mean, if you don't have any, you know you've been doing your business.
No, basically you can tell it seems to be proportionate. Thicker, hairier, darker eyebrows usually tend to mean that the carpet is thicker and hairier, whereas the lighter, thinner.
It can deflect sparks from your angle grinder.
Do not make me turn on my cam and show you the difference between my eyebrows and down below.
Nobody wondering about your curtains, bro. Nobody worried about your carpet, man.
Just don't.
It's all white. No, I know that.
No, it's red, dude.
I know that trick too, man. My beard and hair up here is white too, but we're going beyond that. We're talking back in mating age. You're not in mating age anymore.
You want me to take my shirt off?
Mating
so you can see
age
the hair on
lasts
my
a long
back?
time. I bet everybody's still in mating age here.
Oh yeah.
At least breeding age.
I'm just I don't know.
Hey, yeah, you know Tony Randall, who died at 78, gave birth to his last child at 77.
And did you know that Tony Randall didn't have to fucking take care of that child because he was rich and had other people to do it for him, and it had a mother? No matter. It's like his juice is working, but that's what I'm looking at. I'm coming up on 60 years old. Where's that going to put me in 18 years? Right?
Come get some, you little bitches.
I already know I wouldn't last. I wouldn't last that long for a kid, to raise him up at this point.
Oh man, I'm going out like that. Absolutely.
So, and that ain't right. I don't think. Because that's, I think, one of the biggest problems we got with our world right now is that the canceling out of the family, man.
Well, you can't control when you die. That's no way to manage your seed spreading.
Live every day like it's your last and take care of your responsibilities.
Get an extra roast beef sandwich.
And those aren't bad. With horsey sauce and Arby's sauce.
No, it's I think that's one of the things though, is that we're lacking a lot of that. How many of these men that are coming up now are the product of a divorced environment where they're with mom most of the week and they just go see dad on the weekend, and there's no real male influence as opposed to the matriarchal influence. I think it takes down the masculinity aspect of the male. I think that they start to identify and act in a more feminine way through the example, and this is more of this demasculation of our men, because they know microplastics stands between them and it's us men, strong men, the strong men like us, the ones that are the threat, and that's what scares them. They don't want us to have any backup. Most of these men now, they would cower. Well, here, I'll just give you an example. The people that you saw that were afraid to breathe, right? That wore one of those muzzles because of a sign. They won't stand up. They wouldn't stand up against that.
The dudes still wearing them need to have their head held in a puddle.
Hey guys, don't mean to interrupt, but real quick, not to change the subject, look at your side chat. I told you I went to high school with a porn star. That's the link. You can find her on IMDb.
Cool.
Gonna masturbate after this?
Nick Bolt's in the chat.
If you want to. I mean,
Nick
she was
Bolt's
hot.
in the chat.
Do you want to watch?
No, don't do it. It's not really that good.
No, not right now. I'm just, you know.
Like
Hit up the
later.
FBI, tell them you want my fucking hard drive back.
She actually lives up the street from my aunt. So, yeah, you don't get her real name.
Nick Volt's a woman?
Nick Volt is not a woman. Nick Volt is a professor at the college that I graduated from.
Hey, don't assume his gender. You don't, or her gender, or it's
the
their
College of
their-
Cockyology.
I've got longer hair than Nick has, so shush.
Well, the length of hair is not an indication of one's the way one identifies. Okay.
So
yeah, I'm keeping this fucking safe. I'm not going to get kicked out of here, Logan Sandman, you bigot.
College of Dick Jams.
Yeah, I'm the bigot that married a black woman. Okay.
Oh yeah. He probably had her.
You can be a white supremacist and be married to a black person. That just means you have a token black person.
I saw Black Klansman too. Shush.
No, you know what he done? She had to marry him. He forced her to because he planted drugs on her with his dog and shit. Put her in prison unless she married him.
You know what? Seriously, you should hear the story about the dude that we got caught carrying ecstasy in his shoes. All right. And I shit you not. Guy's coming off a fucking aircraft, and one of my partners says, "Hey, would you like to carry this training aid for the dog?" And he says, "No, get away from me, copper. I don't want to deal with you." Okay. Goes down the line, and the dog hits on his shoes, and he had like 1.5 kilos of ecstasy in his shoes. If that dumbass would have just carried the fucking training aid.
I mean, maybe if you weren't in an industry that victimized people constantly as a career, then that would be the better solution.
I just train the dogs, bro. Don't
this again.
Dog's fault. Yeah.
No, it's not the dog's fault. It's my fault that the dogs do one thing or another. I own that. I have never ran away from that.
But do you think that
it's the right thing to do to incarcerate people for doing things voluntarily?
Again, outside of the scope of my authority.
It sort of proves my point.
Your morality is
for sale.
It's for sale. Authority.
Yeah.
His morality.
I wouldn't say my morality is for sale at all.
Well, apparently you just did.
No, but hey, look who bought it and look at the rules they gave me to work by. Okay?
Well, yeah, but was it ultimately your choice to go work by those immoral rules, right? So
you know what? They were the first guys who gave me a job.
You did let somebody control your morality.
Did you hear what I just said?
They gave you a job, right? You're agreeing with us.
Yeah, that's our point.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think you guys have a couple of things wrong. Okay,
like what?
And that's all I'm saying.
Like what?
I'm not controlled by the rules and regulations that I'm supposed to.
Did you ever lock anybody up for having a substance on them that was harming? No, they just had for them, like this guy that had this ecstasy, right? Did you lock him up in jail?
That was a story about a handler that I worked with, and yeah, he got his ass locked up in jail.
Right. So do you think it was right for that guy to have been locked up in jail? Do you think that was moral for him to have been put into a cage, have his life disrupted, and be rung through the system merely for possessing something that some politician decided that he shouldn't?
Yeah. He should have read the rules.
Oh, that's fucked up, bro. You're a state. You're a fucking state, bro.
So all the Japanese should have gotten into their internment camps too, right?
Yeah, they should have. Absolutely. They had every right to put them in there because after all,
give me a label. All right, give me a label, but I want you guys to know that I can
gotta have a label. I mean, it's there. You just said it
with all of you guys.
Describing it in action. Yeah.
I mean, you're the one's got to live with that, not me. I mean, you put, and soldiers do it and shit too. They have to put their morals on the shelf at the expense of letting someone else decide what's moral for them instead.
I am perfectly fine going to sleep at night. And I really.
Well, let me
I'm
ask you this: this guy that you, this
I'm
guy
not
you
done.
feel,
I'm
this
not
guy.
done.
All
I'm
right.
not done. I'm not comfortable with people telling me how I should think when I go to
Well,
sleep.
no, well, they did.
Well, we're just asking you how you do think.
I mean, do you think it was right? Do you think that what that man having something in his shoe that some politician said he shouldn't have, when he wasn't harming anyone, there was no crime being committed because there was no loss, injury, or harm. In fact, from an actual realistic standpoint, law enforcement people are the ones that committed the crime because
where the
you
harm
did
came
cause
in.
loss, injury,
Hang
and
on.
harm.
What if this was a bad cop who was stealing from common citizens and we caught him the same way with something in his shoe?
Well, it don't matter what the method
Well,
is.
no, actually, it kind of
Wait,
does.
no, what was the
One way
question?
I'm a dick, or the other way I'm a hero.
What was the
So,
question? What was the question again?
All right, so
What?
you come. You
My
know,
question
is
or
it
Dave?
moral?
Logan, I want to hear what Logan's question was again.
What? Okay, my question was, what if same guy, instead of ecstasy, was carrying checks in his shoe where he's stealing from common citizens?
Okay,
Well,
then
that's
that's
a
not
different
a victimless crime. Then he has victims.
That's
He's created victims
That's a
by
crime.
stealing the checks.
Well, we got him too.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's go back to the guy who wasn't causing any loss, injury, or harm. So you said that
he wasn't causing a loss,
hold on,
injury, and harm. He was breaking a rule, dude.
Wait a
He was
second.
breaking the rule. Yeah, exactly.
Breaking what? What rule? What rule? It was just a rule. And so because somebody was doing something,
I've been retired since 2017. Give me a.
I understand that, but think about this.
Right, hang on.
So the guy was causing no loss, injury, or harm to anyone. We agree on that, right?
Well, at the time he was committing the crime, no, he was not causing any loss.
Well, no, let's get it straight. He wasn't committing a crime. He was breaking a policy.
Which is derived by law, which is derived by
That's
title
not crime.
10,
Crime is defined as having a victim.
Okay, see,
Who was the
this is
victim?
why I don't argue with you.
But who was the victim, though, Logan?
I wouldn't argue either.
I like you, and no, you're wrong.
I'm not just saying for you. This goes to any of these types of cases like this in general. Who is the victim? A guy's got a bag of fucking dope in his pocket, right? And the cops throw him in the jail for having dope in his pocket, right? Who's the victim? There isn't
society. One. Society, technically, that's who my victim was. Legally, it's society.
Well, you can't. Society's subjective too.
That's a concept. Yeah. It's not a real thing. There's not.
Yeah. The state, right? That represents the people.
It represents something, but it's intangible. It's like saying God is the victim.
Yeah.
Like every time you break a law, it hurts. It makes God cry.
Right.
It's along those lines.
Dave, I just posted the U.S. code.
The state is now God.
Look it up.
Yeah, I know. What did you just say? Call it U.S. code, right?
Yes,
code.
section 952.
But we're asking about morality.
Oh fuck! Are we gonna get on that?
Well,
I mean, but you're answering with law.
Law and morality have to go together in order for there to be harmony. You see, that's how it has to go. And law is already immutable. We know this.
Well, if I could interject, it depends what type of morality. There's what we call harm-based morality, and sort of what's the word I'm looking for? And harm-based morality versus non-harm-based morality. Like, for example,
what is harm-based?
Thou shalt not kill. You know, it's immoral to kill because it's
creates a victim.
I'm sorry, it's illegal.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, Logan. It's immoral to kill. It's unjustified kill. Like you can't do that.
You're talking about
just-
natural law initiating
yeah,
harm.
yeah, that's another way of looking at it. Whereas some morality is like, for example, people say the morality comes from the 10 Commandments. Whereas there are a lot of those commandments which aren't really harm-based. Like, for example, thou shalt have no other God except for me. That's not what you would call a harm-based moral because it doesn't really.
Dogma.
Yeah, you can't really you can't. At least in the United States, in secular democracies, you can't make it illegal for me to, worship something else besides God because it doesn't really harm society at all. So that's all I was interjecting with that. And yeah, but that's the argument with drugs is it harms society. And then, of course, there's the idea that society itself is there to prevent individuals from harming themselves. I'm not saying I agree with that philosophy. I'm just saying that's sort of some of the
But we
logic
know,
behind
we
it.
know, yeah. But the logic is proven false time and time again. We know that prohibition doesn't work, and in fact, it increases violent crime because it creates a black market that attracts exactly the type of people that you don't want to engage in those sort of things. The war on drugs has done nothing but increase drug use and drug invention.
Yeah.
So you've got all sorts of new super drugs
Yeah.
with huge
You
black
mean
markets. I mean,
prohibition again. Okay.
I agree, and the facts support this. I mean, the facts support this.
And I'm the
Well,
drug
see, the
officer.
bottom
who
line
says
comes
we
down to
need
this.
to legalize
Bottom
drugs.
line comes down to this right here. Who in the fuck are you or anyone else to tell me what I can or cannot have if I am not harming anyone at all by having it or using it? Just
I agree.
because it doesn't
I agree.
align with your viewpoint or something, that's
but it doesn't even not align with his viewpoint. He's fine getting high.
Oh no, that's what I mean in general. I don't mean you're in that in the personal sense. I mean I'm talking in general. So
It's like
we've
playing
got
soccer,
this idea
dude. If you're
that
a
because
halfback, you don't get to pass the fullback line. Okay.
this is where the whole idea of because some group of asshats got together in a marble palace and wrote on a magic piece of paper and sprinkled it with magic fucking unicorn dust and shit. And then this is so. Think about the ridiculousness of some things like prohibition of anything. Let's take prohibition of alcohol, for instance. At 11:59,
yeah, and look what that did, man. Got us some of the best fucking Kentucky bourbon on the
regardless of that.
All right, pardon me.
How we got
David, pardon me. Pardon me. I'm going to speak up here. Mr. Sandman.
Yes, sir.
If you wouldn't mind, I would request to dialogue with you if you are so amenable.
Yeah, we can talk anytime you want.
Okay. I'd like to talk now.
Okay.
Go.
Sir, do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any fear of God's retribution due to your obvious flaunting of his laws?
No.
Okay. Do you feel as though you violated any of God's laws?
Yeah, a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. But yet you don't fear any reprisal from God?
Nope.
Have you repented?
Clearly.
I asked you a yes or no question.
That was yes.
Okay.
Retired and repented are not the same thing. Objection.
Because here's the thing, sir. Your presentation shows no evidence of repentance, okay? You actually show no signs of remorse. You show no signs that you have turned away from your wicked deeds, which you have obviously participated in throughout your career. You've said here that you've sold your soul for mammon and money in front of all of these people multiple times, sir.
I never got any mammon, so what the hell did I sell my soul for?
Well, you obviously don't know what mammon is. I'll just say this: a man like you sold your soul to this world, sir, and you will have a judgment, sir. And I know you say you sleep well at night, but you probably should sleep a little less well, sir, based off the way you have presented here, sir. You have presented poorly, sir. I've listened to you. You present poorly. That you come online and you behave in such a callous manner in light of all the sins that you have committed against God and man, sir, I condemn you. I condemn you,
Okay,
sir.
I'm sorry.
And you
I
would
gotta
condemn
step
yourself.
in.
I'm
I
not
gotta step
talking to you, sir.
Who are you? Who are you to judge?
I
Who are you
asked to
say- why
dialogue.
are you saying
I
such
asked to
ridiculous things?
dialogue with Sandman, sir. I can talk to you next. I'm dialoguing with
Oh,
Sandman,
please talk to me. But you
sir.
don't know what the hell you're
I
talking
am a
about.
man. I don't need to hear about your ambition.
You know what?
I already
Logan's my
heard about
friend.
your ambition.
Logan's my friend.
I
I'm not gonna
asked
sit
dialogue
there
with
and-
Sandman,
Don't put
sir.
popcorn in.
I asked to dialogue with Sandman, sir. I can dialogue with you next.
No,
if you would like.
it's not appropriate for you.
I
I
got
am
you,
dialoguing.
It's
Don't
okay.
tell me what's
Relax.
appropriate, sir. I heard about your ambiguous moral definitions that you tried to give, which are total fucking bullshit, by the way. But I'm not talking to you,
Which
sir.
ambiguous
I'm
moral
dialoguing with
definitions are we talking
Sandman.
about? Because
I'm
we got more than one.
sorry, I was interrupted.
Yeah, by me, and you're the one that I'm sorry. I'm the one you're yelling at, and so what ambiguous morals did I deviate from? Please give me a citation.
Sir, you violated every law of God that exists, okay?
Oh.
You have said
you
have
hang on. Which law are we
you
talking
made a
about? Are we
career
talking
of
the King
kidnapping.
James
You made a
Bible,
career
or
of
are we
kidnapping
talking the Old
man.
Testament or what?
It's called natural law, okay? It's imbued in
natural
humanity.
law.
It's
And
imbued
that's
in
written where?
humanity,
In Charles
sir.
Darwin's book?
It's imbued in a divine sovereign man, which you obviously know nothing
Look, if you
about.
just want to yell at somebody, fuck, dude, yell at me. Christ, man. I can pass you off to a dominatrix in Hollywood.
You showed loose.
I know some
You
good
showed
ones.
loose morals. You made a career,
Nick,
sir. You
so
made a career out of kidnapping men. You made a career out of kidnapping men, sir.
Oh, I made a career of kidnapping men.
Yes, you did. I heard you say it tonight multiple
I would
times.
like to see the proof on that. And what
You just said it. You said it multiple times, sir.
No,
you locked.
just made
You
a
locked.
statement
You
and you have no
participated,
citation.
sir. Sir, you locked. You locked
read the
your
trifle,
fellow man,
you.
sir. Sir, you locked your fellow man in a cage, an innocent man who had committed no crime.
The dog.
Which one did I lock into an innocent
I don't think
cage?
God said he couldn't do that.
Vote. I'm dialoguing with another man, sir. I can talk to you after. I'm dialoguing
No,
with
you're-
another
you're just
man.
sitting there shouting.
I'm
and-
dialoguing with another man, sir.
Sir, what?
How many boosters have you had, sir? How many boosters have you had, sir? How many boosters have you had, sir?
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant. See,
Sir?
they won't answer the
Irrelevant,
question
sir.
because you should be ashamed of yourself,
Oh, God, I
sir.
should be ashamed of myself.
Wait,
You
wait,
should be
well,
You
ashamed.
time
should
out.
be because
Are you talking to
I'm
me or are
speaking
you
to men
talking
who
to Nick?
participated in
You're
tyranny,
just insulting
and I'm
people.
participated
You say,
in men
"Oh,
who are
God said I
sellouts
can
to
do it."
humanity.
I don't know what you're
And you
talking about. You
co-opted
don't even know your own
human rights.
religion.
You are a sell to humanity. You've
You're
co-opted human
violating
rights.
God's
And
law.
you
God
should
said
say,
This is
every
what
one of
happens
you
when you
scumballs
scream on
should be
the street
wiped off
corner
this
and people
earth.
show up.
Every one of you
Well, God is so
scumballs should be
proud of
wiped
you
off
right
the
now.
face of the earth.
You're
Yeah,
all
yeah.
Piece of
getting
shit.
involved.
Jesus is
Every-
looking at you going, "Oh, sir."
Every
you're so
one of you should
important."
be Jesus. Jesus was a man with righteous judgment, okay? You
Was
wouldn't
he?
know
Were you
Christ if he
there?
came down and lit you on fire, okay? You wouldn't know the Holy Spirit if he came down and crawled your head. And like I said, go get another booster.
Hey, time
Maybe I'll
out.
be able
Time
to-
out. Seriously, time out. Are you talking to
Like, you shit in
me
my chair? What booster? What are you talking
or are you
about?
talking to Nick about Jesus would light us on fire?
I don't know what he's
I said
talking
you
about.
would. I said you
Yeah,
wouldn't
no,
know the
hang
Holy
on,
Spirit if
there's-
he came
there's
down and lit you on
20
fire.
line you don't want to cross. Are you talking about me or are you talking about Nick?
I'm talking
that
about
Jesus
both
is
of
gonna light
you
on fire?
weak-spined, sorry excuses for humanity.
Oh,
That's
you're
who
talking
I
about-
see.
Okay,
I
got
see
it.
two
Jesus lit you on
weak-spined,
fire.
sorry
Continue
excuses
on.
for men, and
Yeah,
you should
you're a
be an
coward.
abomination.
You're a coward.
And both of
You're
you
a
should be
coward.
wiped off this earth. Both of you
Oh.
should be wiped off this earth for what you represent and who
Join
you are.
ISIS.
Because your
Go join
words,
ISIS
spoken
called.
for
ISIS
yourself
called. Go
tonight.
join them.
Your words are
Go,
spoken
go,
for
go join
yourself
ISIS.
tonight, sir,
You-
Professor.
you
Paul.
religious terrorist.
I like to see your. I like to see your
Human being.
credentials for your
Yeah,
professorship,
you're a
sir.
disgusting human being. Do you think God is proud of you of telling people that they should be wiped off their earth? Do you think you?
I
God
have
told you
my
that you can do
relationship
that?
with God has nothing
No,
to
what
do
the
with
hell
you.
are you talking
You're an
about? Yeah, okay, so you're
abomination.
schizophrenic.
You're an abomination to creation.
No, I'm an
You shouldn't
abomination to your
exist.
God and your
If I
stupid
had my
mind.
way,
You're
if I had my way, I would
You're
take you out
immoral.
personally. If I had my way, I would do it.
No,
All right,
you
all right,
don't-
all right,
I would
all right,
use
all
the
right,
righteous
all
hand
right.
of the Almighty
No,
to
no,
both of you fucks.
no, that violates the
Sparky,
TOS
Sparky.
service right there.
No, hold on. This guy made a threat. Sparky,
That's not a
right.
threat.
Fucking river,
It's
dude.
all on record. That's not a threat. That's not a threat. It's on record, sir. So don't claim a
Yeah,
threat
no.
when it's obviously not there,
And you don't want to
sir.
get soldering kicked off
Sir.
again.
Listen,
This guy's a
you-
crazy person.
listen.
Get him
You
off.
guys are all ready. You guys are taking shit out of context. All right,
And
let's
Vol, get
just
the sand out of your
fucking settle
vagina. You
This
down.
guy's
guys
acting like he's an expert on the Bible. He doesn't know
All right,
anything
wait a
about
second.
the
Wait a
Bible.
second. No, listen.
You're
we got-
afraid to dialogue with a real man
Z,
because
Z,
you are
Z,
a
Z.
sorry
I'm sure
excuse
you're a real
for a
man.
man.
I'm sure
I
you
can
are.
look in your
You
eyes
get all
and
the
I can
women,
tell
don't
you.
you?
I can
You
tell
get
you
all
in
the
2
women.
seconds. I can get any chick you ever had, brother,
Uh-huh.
and you better
Uh-huh.
fucking not. You
Hey,
better
hey,
believe
hey,
that right
hey,
now,
yeah,
dude.
Hey,
Yeah.
y'all, listen.
I'm reviled by both of you.
Listen,
I love you
listen.
guys.
Hey, you got
Sovereign, thank you for this toy. I've been looking for it. God,
All
you're
right.
going to be my toy. Please don't go.
all right.
Let
Listen.
me play with you.
You have
right,
no
listen,
idea who I
hey,
am,
hold
dude.
up.
I will
Oh.
fucking eat you alive,
Oh,
dude.
will you?
I can
Yeah,
see the
I'll
weakness
start
in
with
your
you.
What's
eyes.
this thing on?
I
What's
I
this
can
thing on?
see the
Mushrooms?
weakness of your eyes.
Can you
You're
people hear me?
completely
Hello?
controlled by the
Hello?
deceiver.
Now,
Is
now
this
would
thing
be
on?
the time
Sovereign, you might need to use your
say
executive
goodbye.
Is this on?
powers here.
Is this on?
Where did you find this guy?
Yeah, it's
All right.
on.
All right, listen. I'm
He's
talking
awesome.
now. Listen, shh, Nick, everybody, stop. Let's calm it down. Calm it the fuck down. What he said, don't take that out of context as a threat. I saw what he was saying. And it was not a threat from him. It was, I believe, metaphorical.
Oh, if it was a threat,
Absolutely.
I'm not
Now
threatened.
listen, it's not a threat. He doesn't even know where you people are or anything or care.
Look at these
Okay.
cowards. They
May I
can't even
weigh
sit
in?
here. They can't even sit up here and have open discourse because they're cowards.
Are you a native English speaker? Do you know how to speak
You're a
English?
coward, sir. And my intelligence is, I guarantee you my intelligence fucking.
Better than
Go
mine.
ahead,
You know
Dave.
what? I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Compared to you, compared to me, you're a genius.
I can tell you're a weak man.
Hold on.
You don't deserve
Nick,
to live,
shut
sir.
up.
You don't deserve to walk this earth. You're a scourge to
wait,
this
it's
earth,
not getting
sir.
that.
You're an abomination to
Nick.
creation.
You don't deserve to.
You're an
live
abomination
in
to
the
creation,
safety of this
sir.
personal
Nick.
nation with
If my
peace.
words convict you, you have convicted
Yeah,
yourself
yeah.
Let him
because
burn
you
out,
know
bro.
you live a life. You know you live a life.
Z,
Get out of
Z,
here. You're a
stop.
moron.
You guys stop. Just stop. Listen, just stop.
Piece of shit.
Let's not.
Both of you.
Let's
Low life,
Z,
disgusting scum.
Z, stop, man.
He's got
Please,
the
come on.
whole world.
All right, look. Here's what we
got
gotta
the
look at.
whole
Let's
world.
get off of this secular aspect of it and into the actual natural law, which, if you want to call it God, creation, whatever the fuck you want to call it, doesn't matter. We're not espousing any kind of Christian beliefs here or Buddhist beliefs or anything else like that. They're just the mysteries of the spirit, and they're deciphered by different people, different ways. Okay, that being said, all right, what was being asked, Logan, and not specifically so much of you per se, but within the community in which you were your chosen endeavors. Okay, that being law enforcement. All right. So what we were getting at with that is, according to natural law versus the following of man's written edicts, okay, you were required to put your morals, in other words, your godly standards, if you want to put them that way, in other words, to do no harm to another, to not cause any loss, injury, or harm to another, right? You had to put that on the back burner for the whims of other men over what God has placed in front of you. And what Z, I think, is seeing, and he's probably very upset, obviously, by it, as am I, but I just kind of try to keep it a little more under wraps.
I am upset, Dave, because here's why, Dave. Here's why.
Well, I understand.
Right?
Let me finish.
Because these are enemies to humanity, and they deserve no quarter.
But you
They
can't
deserve
yell
no
them to
quarter.
death.
I'm sorry. I refuse to live in a civil society with these
and
pigs
leave,
anymore.
leave,
You are my
leave,
enemy.
leave,
No, I don't have to
leave.
leave my
Get
land.
out of my country.
You're the abomination.
Get out of my
You're the
country.
abomination.
No,
there is
you're
no
the
country.
moron.
This is God's land.
No,
Fuck the
it's not. It's a
Constitution.
secular
Fuck
democracy.
America.
My
Fuck the
country says it
Declaration
all,
of
dude.
Independence.
Go to
Conversation's
Fuck the
over,
Declaration of
dude.
Independence
You
and
showed
fuck
us
you.
cards.
Great in Saudi Arabia.
Fuck you. Fuck this country and fuck this flag. This is God's world, okay? And God's going to have his way with abominations like you. Trust me. He's going to have his way with you. You're all going to pay. Every one of you.
Look at this guy.
Every-
Look at this guy.
Every one of you enemies of humanity is going to pay. And you're all going to burn in
Oh,
the
hey,
fire
Banana's
to
gonna have
hell
fun with this. There,
forever.
I gave you a
Because
shout
you're an
out.
enemy. You're an enemy to humanity, and that means you're an
I'm an enemy
abomination
to
to
humanity.
God's creation.
Well,
Both of you. So you can
Yeah.
take
Y'all
your country.
notice I haven't said a fucking word. How about you shut the fuck up? God damn it!
You represent the
Shut up,
enemy,
sir.
dude. That's all you
Shut
are.
up,
So
sir.
I
Sir,
listened
shut
to you
up.
long enough.
Shut up. Shut up, sir.
all right.
You're
Can
lucky
I-
I'm even speaking to you,
can I-
abomination.
Can I
Pig.
have my,
I know.
can
I'm
I-
blessed. You
Can I have
blessed
my
me.
show back?
Fuck your country too. Fuck
guys.
America.
You might need to
flag.
take it.
That's
Fuck
why
the
I said leave.
Constitution.
Leave.
Fuck
leave.
you. No, because
Leave.
you think you have some claim to this
Leave.
land, sir.
Bye-bye.
Because
Bye-bye.
you back some piece of
You don't like
paper.
it, leave.
You have no claim to this land,
Well,
sir.
hey,
You
go
You
find
think this
somewhere else.
country's real?
If you don't
If
wanna
I
live
had
in
my
this
way,
country,
I'd take this
you don't
country
have
down
to. No
brick
one's
by
forcing you.
brick. Brick by
Wait,
brick.
whoa! What the fuck did you just say?
If I had my way, I would take
This
this
country
country
down?
down brick by brick. Not one stone would be left standing of this abomination.
All right,
that
now
you call a country.
here's everyone
This
who has
government has
the
no
ability
legitimacy
to do it.
whatsoever.
Start taping
This
this.
government-
and start
I'm a sovereign. I'm a sovereign under God. I need no government to protect
I'm not
me.
interacting with this toy
God.
anymore. He's a
My
little
rights
bit too
came
far
from
gone.
God. Fuck
Hey,
your
Nick,
country. Fuck the
I
flag
hear
that you stand
but
for.
I'm gonna
You're
listen
traitors to
in.
God. I can care less about what you have to say to me.
Good,
You're
I'm
all
not talking to you anymore.
abominations. I hope this country burns, every fucking bit of it. I hope every fucking building related to this government is torn down until not one brick is left standing. And until I have no breath left in my lungs, I'm going to speak this until the day I die.
Good. That's great. Go do that. Goodbye.
Can I have my show back now?
Fucking pieces of shit. No, here's why, Dave. Because this is a war.
Apparently not.
These are
No.
enemies, Dave. I'm looking at my enemies right now, and I want them to hear my voice.
Z,
I
I
want
wish
you
that
to
you would
remember
shut the
people
fuck
like
up
me.
and recognize that you're
want
not
you
going to shout anybody
millions
to
of
death. Z, you're not going to shout anybody to death except for yourself.
Yeah, man. Listen, look what Renee says down here, man. This is right, man.
You got to
They
play the
don't
long
know
game.
they're
or something.
completely unaware of the system they're in. They need to learn. Okay, please help. Don't.
Dave,
tell
I
them,
heard you
insult
try
them.
to explain to these two sellouts
Oh,
to humanity
God,
for the last
shut him
2
up.
hours. Sup, O'Shea? See, that's what they
Listen
want to do,
up.
dude. You just leaving.
offended.
You want him to get rid of me, you
Bye-bye.
son of a
Bye-bye.
bitch.
Hi, Brian
Take
O'Shea.
leave.
How are you
I'd rather
tonight?
talk to O'Shea. See, I'll stop screaming now because I actually want to talk to
Uh-huh.
O'Shea.
Yeah. All those
He's a
women are
beautiful-
looking for you.
Look at his smile. Look, he's
All
a
those
beautiful
women are
man,
looking for you.
dude.
You're muted,
Yeah,
Brian.
they're looking for O'Shea. They're looking for Brian O'Shea. You know, I don't stand a chance next to him. I wouldn't bring my girlfriend around that man. He's gorgeous. Look at his Pantene wave hair. He's got that flowy beard going on.
I've never met him, but he is
Yeah.
gorgeous.
A lot flowing around.
He is, dude. He's the kind of guy that can pick up chicks even though he lives in an 06 Taurus. I mean, that's saying
He's
something.
at Officer Murphy's house right now.
Yeah.
Oh, stop.
Listen, you
So, so
you
can I-
two,
can I-
you
can
two
I
sorry
have-
excuses for men really aren't even worth my words. I just like
No, they're
banging
not.
on you.
Go
pieces
use them
of
on somebody
shit.
else, man.
I just like banging on you pieces of shit. Fucking
Uh-huh.
low excuses for humanity. Fucking scumballs.
I bang pieces
What
of
you
shit, too.
represent to me is disgusting. And as I said, you're an abomination. And as I said,
sounds like I should be a
the
fucking
flag and country that you represent has no value to me whatsoever.
Yeah, then
Listen,
leave.
listen.
It's
All right,
so
goddamn,
simple.
everybody, fucking
Your
listen.
country, your
I'm gonna
country
do
is nothing. I'm on the land. You understand? I
It's my
am the
land,
sovereign man of
Hey,
this
no,
land.
it's my land. It's my
Listen
land.
to
Get
me,
out.
everyone. Stop.
It's your land.
It's not
my
your
land.
land.
Stop. Everyone, just
Land
stop for a
is
second.
your land.
This uncontrolled fucking screaming. Listen, this uncontrolled screaming back and forth isn't good for anybody. Nobody that's watching. None of us that are here on the panel. It's not helping a fucking thing. So let's calm it the fuck down. Now I understand we're on different sides of the fence here and shit, but I think like what Renee just said down here, just like what Renee said down here, is that look, they need to learn. All right. Once it's been shown that if they're unwilling to look at it, then that's another story. I'm not going to sit there and argue with them about it. But the bottom line, what we were pointing out, Logan, and not you just individually, but there's a whole army of you out there to various degrees or another. Okay.
And
And what we're saying is that in
I'd
order
like you all to know
listen,
that,
hold on, I'm still going.
If you need to rail, my shoulders are big enough.
I'm telling you, just listen to what I have to say. See, this is the problem. People are too busy thinking about what the fuck they're going to say instead of listening to what the fuck I'm saying. Okay. So here's what I'm saying is that there's an entire army of you law enforcement out there in various degrees or another, and they range in a degree of categories. But in the long run, all of them have to put their morals, actual morals, on a shelf when they put on that suit, because the many of the things that they're required to do because of the edicts of tyrants, the edicts of men, the whims of politicians, are required to be enforced by you. Even though those edicts, like I'm saying, putting a man in a cage, kidnapping him, ruining his life. Remember we made this thing about when I'm talking, you're not going to talk, right? Okay, so you had to do that. You and other officers had to do this very thing to men and women that were not harming anyone and turn their lives upside down. And in some cases, people get shot over fucking some object or a plant. This is ridiculous shit. And you have to put your morals on the shelf in order to be able to participate in something like that. And if you don't participate in something like that, you can't wear the little suit. So you see where the quagmire's at right there.
And collect their little paycheck.
So did you sell out to the earthly, the mammon, the fancy pants and lollipops, the trinkets, the little Babylonian magic squares we like to call money? You know, did you sell out your fellow man for those worthless things? And in most cases, we find out, and not just in your profession. Dude, I worked in a predatory loan company, man.
I was a banker too.
You know, so
hey, Zetetic Warrior bombed you guys, dude. Bombed on your asses.
They know it, dude. They can't hang. They can't hang because they're cowards.
What I'm trying to
they're
ask,
cowards.
let Logan,
they're cowards, is what they are.
Hold on, let Logan answer what I let Logan answer, because what I'm trying to figure out is you know, I'm from a personal level. How can you rectify that and still go, oh, it was okay because some other guy told me to? You know, it's almost as bad as blaming the drug bust on the dog.
Right.
You know,
Just
it wasn't
let me
the
know
dog.
when I can answer, okay?
Go ahead, man. That's what I'm saying.
Have you heard of the Nuremberg trials?
Wait
you
a
know
second,
what
let him
happens to
answer,
people who
Steve.
just follow orders willfully? Have you heard of the Nuremberg trials, sir?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, ich spreche Deutsch.
I'm talking to you. I'm telling you.
Sprechen Sie me about Nürnberg tiles.
Let him bury himself.
I want to hear Logan.
I want to hear what Logan's answer
Yeah,
to that
I kinda
is.
did
I'm
too.
curious, man. I could never do it. I'd have to quit.
You know what? I don't shy away that easy. I'll stay here and I'll answer any question.
Shut up, Logan.
Honestly, as I can.
So then answer the question.
Slave.
Stop saying you're going to answer the question.
One fucking dude, shut up.
Well, my question is this: how you reconcile putting your morals on a shelf in order to fulfill the
that's
edicts
question
and
number one.
doctrines that are against them? Right.
All right, that's question number one. I'm gonna hit my knee on something and it's gonna fucking hurt, and that is your morals level, and you're not gonna know it until you're actually testing.
Shut up
with it.
Suck.
What the
Let
fuck
me
is this guy
understand.
talking about?
Let me understand, Logan. Let me understand. So, in other words, you don't know that it's wrong to kidnap, cage, and or shoot or tase a person who is not causing any loss, injury, or harm to another. You didn't know that was wrong until you did it?
Not any more wrong than it is to shoot or tase or handcuff.
I can't wait till we have the official list it all go down. We get people like Logan Get her
Hold on. Except for who? Except for who? See, I missed that whole last part.
Auburn, Dave, I'd love to talk with you, but every time you ask me a question, I keep getting
Logan, you're not saying anything worth listening to, honestly, sir. And you are.
I did want to hear what the comparison was.
So
I'm bringing it to a home. I'm bringing it to a home. So
oh, he's shown. No, Dave, he's shown exactly what he's.
So what I'm saying.
If I were Logan, I wouldn't talk anymore because Logan, you're really just sinking yourself, dude. Really, in front of real. These are men. Logan, you're being judged by righteous men who represent the Almighty. Do you understand that,
bro? Let me do this.
All right, Dave.
Let me get this. All right. So you were saying a comparison. It was no different than what?
I was
doing
saying
that to those people. Doing locking up, kidnapping, caging, tasing, shooting people who are not doing any harm, loss, or injury.
I was saying the people who are doing the harm, bringing people over across the border, human trafficking.
Well, I wasn't talking about those. I'm talking about these. I'm talking about these substances.
Well, that's how we catch them, man. It's either drugs or human trafficking.
So you think that a guy walking through an airport or through an area there, and he's got ecstasy in his shoe, you think that he might have a fucking Mexican or two in his back pocket?
No, but you're not supposed to import ecstasy
come on,
the United States from Mexico. I mean, geez, read the rules.
For logic or intellectual dishonesty. It's what. Well, he is an agent, actually. He actually is an agent. He's a Fed, dude. He's a fucking narc, dude.
Dude, did you
That's what he is. Dude, you're my mortal enemy, Logan. Hold on, let me say something. Let me try to calm down just because they don't deserve my speech.
Calm down.
Listen, sir. Do you think this country will stand much longer? Do you think this country...
Yeah. Well,
you do? Okay. All right, because I assure you it will.
We're not going to take it down.
I assure you it will not. And when it doesn't,
that's right.
And all these, listen to me, and all these immoral, illegitimate laws that have no legitimacy whatsoever, once they fall apart, once this system that you cling to falls apart, you're gonna wish that people like me never met people like you.
I win an argument by shouting. Okay.
This system will not stand much longer, gentlemen.
For a long time.
And you will find that your kowtowing to tyranny will not have benefited you. And then you will realize that you wish you would have listened to my words.
You sound like a tyrant right now. Believe what I say. You must agree with me.
This system... you can do whatever you want with my words, sir. I'm just speaking because people like you don't like people like me to speak. I'm just saying that you don't like because I see that rebel flag. This country will not stand long.
Where did the fucking rebel flag come in here?
God's justice is at hand, and this country shall not stand. This country shall. Oh, I'm not a patriot at all. You know I'm not a patriot. You know I'm not a patriot. I told you. Go get your booster. You're lined up for your next booster, you fucking retard.
What are you talking about, booster?
Listen,
you know what I'm talking about. We're not going to talk about because he obviously knows what I'm talking about. Stay live. Sir, you are a liar.
You got him there.
Listen,
all right,
we're
Nick,
not going to talk about anything to do with the fucking shit. Okay, about the
lager rookie.
You just stay away from that fucking whole thing about that. Any of that.
You look like a weak person, Logan. Show your face. You weak, old, frail.
Why are we getting out, Logan?
Hey, hang on. I look like a dollar store Willie Nelson, and I will show you.
You're a dumbass agent locking people.
But will you let me smoke a fucking bowl so I don't get this guy kicked off fucking YouTube? Oh, God, are we doing this?
Show your face, weakling. I can see it in everyone's eyes. Look at you, you pathetic.
Mm-hmm. He's got that booster look. Sorry, Dave.
Look at that eyes. Look at those dead, soulless. Look at that. Look at all those lockups. Look at those.
Oh, you mean the blue eyes that's attached to red hair? Okay, yeah.
I don't know. I think it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, but he's
see me when I put my hair in a ponytail.
You guys are all gonna learn. You guys are gonna learn real quick.
You better believe.
Oh, round two. Okay.
This system ain't gonna help you, fucking pathetic piece
I'm
of
gonna
shit.
go get a beer.
You clung to tyranny and cowtailed for money. You sold out your fellow man for money.
I'm gonna go get a beer.
You are my mortal enemies,
need
both of you
directions
men.
to the
I
border
want you to
so you
look
can
into
leave?
my eyes to know that you are my mortal enemies, sir.
Yeah,
and these
you're so
eyes are
dumb.
the
I can't
eyes
look
of
in your
millions of
eyes
men
if you're
just
not
like
looking at the
me.
camera.
And you're going to be
How can I look
staring
at
at
your
these
eyes
eyes
if you're
down
not
the
looking at the
barrel of the
camera?
fuck.
Z.
See, I don't
no.
agree with that part. Yeah, I mean,
Go
I'd
ahead,
like to
Brian.
have a conversation with you someday on that.
Dude,
It's all right,
Miss-
Mars. You're
Mr.
entitled to your
Sell
opinion,
tickets to that.
Mars.
No,
You're
Professor,
entitled to your
it's cool,
opinion.
man. I think
Professor Volt is a physics professor. At
Oh, he's a physics professor. Ooh,
at
okay.
where it's in California someplace. I'm
California,
saying
somewhere in California.
UCLA, I'm guessing.
I can tell. Unbelievable, sir. So obviously, you are a purveyor of lies because you're about
Yep.
to give us some more lies,
Yep.
sir.
Yep.
Either that or you're just not. Either that or you're unintelligent,
No, it's
sir.
all true, man. It's all true.
Either that
all
or you're
true.
unintelligent, sir.
It's all true. I teach lies.
I can tell by looking at these
I'm
people.
part of the conspiracy.
I can look in their eyes and I can see
I'm
them.
also a
Oh, I
pilot.
believe you.
I will admit that we the Earth is
Right,
flat.
and you can see curvature at 35,000
Yeah,
feet too,
yeah.
right? You fuck,
No,
I knew it,
but,
dude. You
know, I
fucking
tell
piece
my
of shit,
passengers
liar,
that,
piece of
what's
shit.
coming out of the
Just keep
contrails,
lying
it's
to
actually
humanity. You're a
Who cares? You
scourge
can't-
to humanity, and you're liars, which you
Yes.
are. You're a
to
scourge.
control you. To control you.
You're a scourge to humanity,
Well, I
sir.
have you under control.
Scourge is a really big
You
word.
support
Wow.
a control system that has no control over me
Are you
because
sure?
I'm a free and sovereign being ruled by
Logan?
no government. I will tell you that, sir.
Logan, I would go with Logan.
And
I
you
would
don't
go
understand
as
the
far,
concept of tacit consent then.
I would go as far, Logan, as to say that you could be classified as a rapscallion. Yes.
Professor Volden made it.
Yeah, no,
You know,
interesting.
that's not
Professor-
far off. That's a French word, and I do not affiliate
Gotta
with
have clean hands.
Yeah, the professor, college, all schooling is ridiculousness. It's all
Right.
indoctrination. Homeschooling.
Professor Volt. Professor Volt.
I'm not surprised you believe that.
Professor
Your
Volt,
voice
can you give me
sounds like
one?
a very
Professor
young
Volt,
man.
can you
You
give me
sound like a
one
woman.
proof for gravity? Professor Volt, can you give me one proof for gravity, please? I'd like to hear it. Please give me one proof for gravity. I would
Drop
really
or
love
does
to
the
hear it.
earth just suck?
It's a lie, man. There is no such thing as gravity.
Professor Volt, I'd like
There's
to
no
get.
such
I'd
thing
like
as
to.
gravity. No, gravity doesn't exist.
The earth sucks.
See, he. Now he's trying to be sarcastic. He's trying to be insincere. Have I been insincere,
that was
sir?
me.
You asked a
That's
stupid
Logan.
question. I'm
I
gonna
was
give you a
being the one who was
stupid answer.
It's not a stupid question, sir. It's only
It is a
stupid
stupid
because you're
question.
indoctrinated. I'm asking you
No,
for
you're
a proof of
stupid.
gravity, sir. Why can you? I'm asking you.
It's
for
not
one proof
the
of gravity.
uneducated says that the educator is
you an
indoctrinated.
answer.
Does that make you feel better?
Sir, I guarantee you my education
Triggered much?
is
Oh, I'm sure
superior
it
to
is.
yours.
I'm
I
sure
guarantee
it
you it is, sir.
Yep,
Do you know my
sure it is.
education, sir? I don't have
Yep.
to tout it because that's
This
a
is
logical
all your fault.
fallacy, sir. To
Yep,
appeal
logical
to
fallacies, big word for you.
to appeal to one's education
I took
is
a
a
break
logical
and got a beer.
fallacy. It's an appeal to authority, sir. And I guarantee you my education is superior
It's
to
a
yours,
rhetorical
sir.
fallacy, actually, but no big deal.
It's a logical fallacy to appeal to authority. Touting
Yeah,
one's
argument out of
education
authority.
is touting their
no.
authority,
How is
sir.
that a
And
logical fallacy? Please.
Yeah, I doubt your authority. I doubt your authority. How about that?
I'm not claiming authority, sir. That's why I'm
Yeah,
asking
said
you
it
if
was
you have a proof
logical
of gravity.
fallacy
How about this?
to
If I
appeal
agree
to
You see how
authority.
unintelligent they are?
If I agree with everything,
Let me
you
talk
say,
to the
will you shut
professor,
up?
everyone. All right,
Will you
we'll
shut
talk.
up? No, I don't
I
wanna
asked
talk
you
to
for a proof
You're
of
moron.
gravity, and I asked you
You're a
for
moron.
a
I'm not
proof of
talking to you.
gravity. You're a physics professor, and I'm asking you for a proof of gravity, sir.
Oh, so you want to learn about how gravity works? Where do you want to start?
No, I'm asking you because
Yeah,
you're a
what's
physics
his
Yeah, where do you want to
professor.
start?
Logan, I'm talking to the professor now, sir.
Yeah, I
Thank
know.
you.
I'm asking your name, sir.
Thank you. My name is Z. I go by
All right,
Z.
Z.
My God-given name is John, but I go by Z, sir. You can
What
call
would
me
you
either
like to
one.
call, sir?
Okay. I'm
Can I call
asking
you
the
John
I'm
Z?
asking the professor.
What
I'm
would you like
asking.
to be called, sir?
You can call me Z because that's what everybody
All right,
knows
Z.
me by.
Got
Okay.
it. All right, Z.
I'm asking the professor
We're gonna make you guys be friends.
An applied physical a question regarding applied physical science because
I'll
he's a
answer it.
physics
I'll
professor,
answer it. I'll answer that.
and
question.
I'm asking him in front of the
Yes,
world
sir.
for one. I'm asking him to give me one proof of gravity.
Well, what I will say that is this, if you actually want to know how gravity works, that's okay. We could spend an entire semester, possibly 2 years, discussing it.
I'm asking for a proof, sir.
No, listen, hold on. Let's not
Can I finish?
confuse.
I'm giving
Hold
my-
on, Nick. I'm gonna kind of refine the question a little bit, maybe. Not the
Yo,
the
Flow State, you
effects,
see these guys, dude?
not
Flow
the
State, you
effects.
see these?
Hold on, listen. We're not talking about the effects of what you call gravity. I say is something different. We all know that things fall at a certain rate and all that good shit. We're talking about that there's obviously that is caused by something.
Yeah.
And you call it gravity. So what is gravity and how can you prove that that is what is causing things to drop to the earth?
Well, the real reason why we have gravity, like I said, it's complicated, but it's related to relativity. This idea that we say that
I'm asking you to give me a proof, sir, not the theory. You're giving me your theory. I want a proof, sir. He's giving me a theory. He knows it. He's disingenuous. Listen, Logan, I'm going to be honest. You're out of your leagues here. I'm talking to the professor. Logan, I'm talking to the professor,
you
Logan.
haven't even let me finish my
Logan, you're out of your depths. Don't cape for Dave, Logan. I'm talking to the professor.
Dave,
Don't cape for Dave. Dave could mute me and get rid of me anytime he wants, okay? And he knows I wouldn't hold it against him.
I'm hoping good heads can prevail so I don't have to do some shit like that.
I know that, Dave, and I thank you. Here, I want to show the professor is giving me his theory of gravity. I'm asking him
You gotta
to
let him finish one question. When you ask a question, you have to let him finish.
Logan, shut the fuck up. You're way out of your depths here. You're obviously a fucking retard.
Look, Sparky, I'm not going to answer the question because you're not listening to me.
Because you can't, because you're an intellectual fucking
you
dwarf to
in
me,
the middle of my
dude.
explanation of it.
You give me go ahead, give me your theory of special relativity. That's no proof.
Look, Z, let him finish. Let him finish his answer.
Go ahead.
Z, try to keep it as
because he's going to take 3 hours. He's going to waste my whole night listening to his stupid theory.
You asked the question.
Go ahead.
Don't ask the question.
Go ahead. Floor's yours, Professor. Floor's yours.
But you said you didn't want to spend all night listening to my stupid theory.
Floor's yours. I'll give it to you. Go
you
ahead.
don't even know what the difference between a theory and a fact and a proof are. Okay, do you actually know what do you define? First, define to me what you mean by proof.
You're a physics professor, and you want me to define what proof of gravity means?
Physics 101. This is your fault. You asked the question.
Yeah, you asked the question.
Buckle up.
Excuse me, Logan. See, Logan, you think I'm over my head, and you have no idea. This professor has no idea who he's talking to. See, that's the funny part about this conversation.
Why don't you tell me who you are?
Because you assume things. I'm presenting myself to you. You judge any way you want because I'm loud. I don't fucking care, really, dude. I'm asking you to give me a proof of gravity. It's very simple, dude. You're asking me what a proof is.
Answer your question. Jesus fucking Christ! It's a.
I'm the one who asked him a question, sir.
I gotta let him answer it, Z.
Logan won't shut the fuck up and let me dialogue with the professor.
Well,
Logan, you're out of here. Logan, you're obviously drunk, Logan, okay? It's fucking obvious. So go drink another one, shut the fuck up, smoke a doobie, all right? And let me dialogue with the professor, all right?
And then
to be fair, Z, you need to let the professor dialogue back. I agree that we understand the theory. We need the proof of this. In other words, this molten iron nickel core that somehow has magnetic properties.
I'm not even asking that, Dave. I'm just asking him to give me one proof of gravity. And I'm showing the whole world that there is none. That's the fucking point. Because he's going to dance around the theory of special relativity for the next hour. He's going to talk about E equals MC squared and the bending and warping of space-time. He's going to tell me how Einsteinian gravity took over for Newtonian gravity, okay? But here's the reality, people. That's just theoretical science, which is basically an oxymoron, because in reality, there are no applied physical science proofs of gravity, okay? And that's the truth, sir. There are no proofs of gravity, and you know. There is one demonstrable force in this realm, and that's electromagnetism, sir.
Sir.
I'm destroying
You
you
know,
right now, and
you're just
everybody
giving them
knows
an
it, you
excuse to act out.
fuckface.
Goodwill Hunting. We're all becoming Goodwill
Let
Hunting
that
on these.
spirit come out of them naturally.
Give me a proof of gravity, sir.
No, actually, I refuse.
I'm
to
asking you
talk
to
about-
prove gravity. Because you're a physics professor.
We're waiting to let him. You won't let
clearly
him.
don't have the academic background to even understand a thing I'm going to say. Number two,
Do you know my academic background is, sir? Do you know what my academic?
Ah, shit, you did it, didn't you, Nick?
you're rude to
I'm
infect-
asking him if he knows what my academic
and you're
background
doing
is.
it offensive to the
He's
people on the panel.
Dumb
he
shit.
And you're
he
also
he
making it-
claims
You're also
He
making
claims-
it difficult for the viewers. So I'm not going to answer you. I'm not going to engage with you because I've already labeled you a moron, and I don't talk to morons.
you don't talk to morons because you
That's
can't
my
give me a
answer.
proof of gravity, sir. Because
I
you're a
will not.
fraud and a charlatan.
Okay.
You're a
That's fine.
fraud and a charlatan, sir.
Hey, I
Please,
thought I was
please,
And I'm
this is
calling you
announcing
out in front of
productive.
God.
I mean, what do you have the mind of a 3-year-old? What is wrong with you, Sparky? Like, are you?
You've
stuck in
gone
a
back and
time
forth wanting to play with them 2 times already. You know, you
Yeah, but he's. I don't have the skill for him.
right. Well, so
You
take
obviously
responsibility
don't,
for
trust
yourself.
me.
I mean,
Everybody.
I found my
it
match.
is both of
I'm not
you.
Hey,
For
Nick,
fuck's
that's
sake.
why we tag team, bro.
You still
No,
haven't
that's
given me a proof
bullshit.
of gravity. See,
No,
you're
I'm not
intellectually
gonna give you a
dishonest
proof.
because I'm asking you
not
for
gonna
proof
give you
of
a
gravity. It should be easy.
show your
You should be able to
cards.
give it to me in 2 seconds. You should be able to point to an experiment. You ask me what proof
You don't know
is?
what gravity is. How do you know it's
Do you
easy?
know what
Hey,
science
Dave,
is,
you
sir?
know
Do you
what
know what
gravity
science
is?
is,
Wait,
sir?
It's
I
like
don't
a 3-year-old
because
talking about
gravity doesn't exist
relativity.
because it's a fucking fairy tale. There's nothing to
Yeah, let
know.
me
It's a
hit you in the
theory.
head with a fucking apple.
I don't know what gravity is.
Christ,
I
man.
gave you your
asked
theory,
you
but
what
I
you knew
told
in
you what you were
fifth
going to tell me. You were going to tell me special relativity and the bending warping of space-time.
I
You're going to
said
talk about
get hit in the
Newton's.
head with an apple. You brought up special
Logan,
relativity.
you're at
All
Logan, you're at
you,
Logan, you're out of your depths. Logan, take another
It's not like
shot.
you understand
Take
Read
another
that
bong
4
hit,
times
Logan.
now, and I'd
Logan,
really
go.
like you
Take
to
another
tell me
bong
how
hit.
out of my depth.
You know,
I
go
will.
get a couple hundred out. Go downtown and pick up a nice Asian lady of the night. She'll take care of you. Whatever you're into, brother. But you're out of your depth.
Try another Asian.
Like
You're-
80? Jesus Christ. I'll fucking
Hey,
hold you
now,
down.
hold on. In
Just
defense,
talking.
I did hear. Now, even though I have less than 5,000
That was
people
not
in my
cool.
town, there's less than 5 people in my town. I did get an email that said that there were hundreds of beautiful Asian women in my area that wanted to meet me, and I just find that so hard to believe because
They're all waiting for you, Dave. They're all waiting for
woman
you.
I know is down at the Chinese food restaurant.
You and the professor, you and the professor could fucking, hang out together.
but-
Maybe
but
on a
hey,
trip.
also-
no, seriously, if
All
you
right,
wanna hear
so
the
and I
real
got
story-
these.
Logan,
other-
shut up. You're out of your depths, you fucking
I got
dipwit.
these other emails,
I know, I'm
and
idiot.
I want to know.
Idiot.
I want to know because I got these other emails too, and I want to know who told everybody about my little dick. And because they keep trying to sell me these pills.
It was Jay who told him
all
about
over
your
the-
little dick.
you
He
know,
likes the drama.
so whoever I'm offering a reward, whoever told them about my little dick so they could sell
That's
me
a good
their
one,
dick,
Dave. I'm
you know.
still waiting for the proof of gravity from the physics professor. Because
I mean,
point to the
we're still here.
experiment. All right, let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it for the mental midget so-called
You want me to drop
professor.
a beat? I
Sir, can you
drop a
please
beat.
reference the
Oh wait, I'm an
Can you
idiot
please-
and the professor's a mental midget. Okay, cool.
Logan, shut the fuck up.
Where's the popcorn?
Excuse me, professor,
If I
can you
agree with
please
if
Professor,
I
can you
agree with everything you say? Will you shut up?
I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm asking you
I'm
to
offering.
give me a proof of gravity, sir. You haven't done it yet.
Professor, you fucking effeminate idiot.
Now
I'm asking how's this,
Can I get
professor?
a
Point
I just told you it doesn't exist.
Professor,
I just told
Can
you
you-
it doesn't exist.
can you point to an experiment
No,
that
because it doesn't
demonstrates
exist.
gravity?
No, because
Okay.
it doesn't exist. I'm telling you, it doesn't exist. Look, I broke his mind. He doesn't know how to answer that.
Okay. All right, so we
Okay.
agree on that. We agree on
Yeah,
that
it
point.
doesn't exist.
So you
Oh,
concede.
let him explain it.
So hold on.
You
So
conceded.
on the record, the physics professor.
Yeah, but on the record, for the record. No, wait, what is it? On the record? How does it go? On the record, for the record? How do you
I
say when
used to
people
be a
say it?
cop.
Wow,
Fuck it,
what a
you're on the
sorry
record.
excuse
That's a
for a
remake.
man. This is the country we live in with so-called men like this.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But
And you
I
wonder
just-
why I don't identify with your
Yeah.
country. You wonder
Yeah,
why I
that's
want
why I'm
nothing
trying to
to
get rid
do
of
with
you.
your country because
Hey,
I have no allegiance
Let me
with
ask you a question.
anything like
Learning to
you.
identify with the
Z,
beast
I have a
identity.
question for
It
Z.
allows you to renounce your
Weird.
citizenship.
Let Brian talk for a minute. Brian hasn't got to get a word in edgewise. Then I'm going to go
They
to
kicked
Austin.
me out a
So
long time ago
everybody-
with a felony. Sorry.
Yeah, let me get in here. Let me say my little peace of mind here. I don't know what's going
Do
on.
it, Brian.
I like his aesthetic vibe. You know what I mean? I'm not just jumping on his bandwagon. I like what he's doing, but I don't like Logan and I don't like the professor. You guys are fucking weird. You guys are dumb.
Yeah,
I can articulate.
Fair
Who
enough.
are you?
Thank
I'm
you.
on
Who are you? I don't even know you.
Yeah,
I don't even know
Tag
you. What
team
the fuck
each
are you
other.
mad about me for?
I am, and you're gonna learn who to fuck men like
What's wrong
I am
with you?
real quick because the
What's
world's
wrong with you?
changing
What's
and
wrong
there's a
with you?
separation.
Hey,
of
Nick,
the
How
process
do you
of
make
like
you
me,
adulthood? You
weak,
you a 4-year-old?
dumb, fucking idiot who are gonna learn real quick. Wheat from the chat.
Yeah.
You're the tape. You're the weak,
Yeah.
effeminate soy boy, standing
Yep.
on nothing, doing
Yep.
everything for a paycheck, getting
Nick.
boosters and
Yep.
this and that, masking up.
Yep.
Don't stand for
Yep.
Let me
shit.
talk.
Slave,
Yep. No, I'm agreeing with him, sir.
arrogant,
No
professor,
problem.
academic.
Arrogant. You're the one who
Fucking
decided to just arrogantly say I don't like
Suck-
Logan and me.
suck-
You
Stop.
don't even know what arrogance
Sucking
means.
Satan's
You don't even
cock.
know, you don't even know the
Suckers
definition
of
of the word.
Satan's cock.
Oh, so you're just going to talk, but I'm the arrogant one.
Yeah.
You're a clown, dude. You're a total clown.
Shut up, Logan.
I'd like to ask the physics professor if he's aware of the second law of thermodynamics and the concept of entropy.
Doesn't exist.
See, this is what he's going to do.
Yes, go on.
Dishonest because he
Yep.
can't he can't
Exactly.
engage with me. He's going to be intellectually dishonest and he's going to obfuscate.
No,
We-
I'm
we
not
answer the
engaging with you
question.
because you're a
Yeah.
rude asshole. And I don't
So you're
associate
telling me
rude
that the second law of
I just told you,
thermodynamics
I'm not
doesn't
telling you
exist?
anything. I'm
The
telling you
law.
you're a rude asshole. You're a
Let
rude
him
asshole.
answer.
I'm not going to answer. He's a rude asshole. I don't even want to talk to him. So I don't know why he's asking me
Well,
questions.
all
I
right.
just asked
Hey,
you
Nick,
again,
I'm
sir.
asking you, what's
Sir, are
the
you-
difference between the
Logan, I'm
second
speaking to the professor, Logan. I'm speaking to the
I'm not
professor.
speaking to you.
okay?
So I don't know who the fuck you're speaking to.
But
you're not
I'm
to me.
speaking to you,
No, you're not.
professor,
No, you're
because I want
You're right,
people
and
to
one ear
hear
out the
me
other.
speaking
No,
to you.
I don't even.
I'm asking you if you
Yeah.
are aware of the second law of thermodynamics and the concept
doesn't
of
exist.
entropy. Yes
Doesn't
or
exist.
no, sir?
Answer him,
Sir.
professor, you weakling.
Sir, I'm not talking to you because you're a rude asshole. So
Excuse me. You
well,
as,
we've
you
fully
you
devolved
claim
into
to be a
And
physics
there it goes
professor,
again.
and I'm asking you a basic. I'm asking you probably
Hey,
one of the
I
most
tried,
basic
guys.
physics questions you
tried.
can get.
you have zero education in physics. So how would you know what the most basic question in physics is?
Do you see the guys? Do you see what he
Yeah, do you
just
see
said?
that? You see me
Do you
using
see what he
logic and you
just
don't
said?
understand what to do?
This is the tactics that they use because when
Yeah.
faced with logic and
reason.
actual
Those are the
applied
tactics we
science,
use.
they
We
can't
use
handle it.
Logic and reason. Oh my God,
Sir,
those are the
you
tactics.
don't know my education, sir.
Question, Jesus
You
fucking
don't know my
Christ.
intelligence or my education, sir.
don't
I'm
care.
asking you a
Hey,
point
my
blank
face, I don't
question.
care.
Up the dick
If
waving and
you
start
are
arguing.
aware,
I'm not talking to you.
sir, I'm asking you if you
Hey,
are
this is your
aware.
channel,
I'm asking you, sir, if you are aware of the
I mean,
second
this is
law of
fun,
thermodynamics and the concept of entropy, sir. Answer the question. You have presented here today saying you are a physics professor. I'm asking you a question related to physics. I'm
I said he
asking
was
you.
a physics professor, and will you let him answer the fucking question? Jesus fucking.
I have. He
You know
won't.
what? Okay.
No,
You know
stop
what's funny?
talking. Let
You know
him
what's
talk,
funny?
please.
Just because you say, ask me the question, doesn't mean I have to listen to you.
You
You're
don't
not my
have to
leader.
listen to
Nick,
me,
You're
sir.
not
You're
my
under.
question. Don't
Sir,
give
you
him-
are under
You're
no
asking an
obligation to
asinine
listen to me.
question.
You're under
Just
no
because you're asking
obligation to
dumb
answer me,
questions,
but you're
I'm not gonna
showing
answer it.
your moral character and your intellectual
I don't
dishonesty
know
by
who
not
you judge
answering
your
the
moral
question.
character.
Because
Who put
I
you in
am
charge?
asking you if you are aware of the
Who
second
put
law
you
of
in charge?
thermodynamics.
Who put you in charge? Why do you get to decide moral character? Why do you get to decide all
Did
of
I
this
bring
stuff?
up more, sir? I said intellectual
credentials?
dishonesty, sir.
Have a back and forth,
Credentials. My
professor.
credentials is
I mean,
I
you
am a
just sit
man
there
with
and go, you know,
sovereignty,
I mean, okay,
sir.
you look like a chicken. You look
Sir,
like a chicken. Sir,
I-
you're a chicken, sir. Sir, you're a chicken. Sir, I'm
You're
asking
a
you a
bitch,
question. How does the
professor.
chicken work? You have to answer me, sir. Sir, you're an abomination, sir. Sir.
I'll answer you. God created the chicken, and it works because God created it. That's my answer. I'm asking you if you
So-
are aware
so you
of this.
think- you
Sir,
think-
I'm asking you if you are aware of the second law of thermodynamics and the concept of entropy, sir. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
Okay, you're aware of it, okay? Then are you also aware
Are you also
that-
aware that wheels are round? Are you also aware that the sky is blue? I mean,
Professor, slow down.
Okay. So here's what I would like to ask you then, sir. If you are aware of the second law of thermodynamics, can you give me an example?
Are we
Okay.
finally getting there?
Yes, we are. Because
that was the original question. Oh, thank God.
Please, Logan, you're just a drunk dude, and you really look bad in front of everybody, man. You look like a teetering drunk. And if I were you, I would drink a lot too, because you sold your soul for fucking cash, man. So I'd be a drunk fuck like you too, if you want to know the point. I love slaying guys like you, and I love that Dave's let me fucking do it. But let me get back to Professor fucking douchebag up here, dude. Professor,
you want me to answer you?
Sometime today.
Hold up,
Dave,
hold up.
Logan, you're drunk.
Let's take this into a little more civilized.
Dave, zoom us up so I can see their faces as I'm talking to these men, please. I want to be able to look at men's eyes as I speak to them. Okay.
Let's calm it down a little.
All right.
Take it down. We're up at 11. We're at 11 right now. Let's drop it back to about 8. And
all right.
Go from there, right?
All right, Dave. Okay, so listen. So the professor has said that he is aware of the second law of thermodynamics and the concept of entropy. Professor, are you listening to? I'll wait till you're paying attention so I could ask my question. Professor, are you listening to me? I don't want to ask it twice, sir.
I'm sorry. Did he not understand? I'm not talking to him. I mean, is he really that?
Come on,
I'm just going to keep asking the question. All right, so see, he won't do it.
You want me to take care of this?
Logan, you're just a drunk, Logan, and I have really no respect for you because you're obviously just a fucking wastoid drunk, bro. Like honestly,
I'm a wastoid drunk.
It's actually hard to look at you right now, man. It's hard to look at you in the eyes. I see a demon when I look in your eyes, sir. I see demonic. I see demonic energy in you, sir. If you want to know the truth.
First law.
Go to A, man. Go back to A.
Yeah, dude. Seriously, man.
Dynamic.
I'm not asking you, Logan. I'm asking the physics professor, Logan. He doesn't need your help. And by you helping him makes him look very... Professor, do you need Logan's help, sir?
My Google foo is better than yours. The first law of thermodynamics states that energy...
I didn't ask about the first law of thermodynamics, sir. Sir, I did not ask about the second law of the first law of Sir, I did not ask about the first law of thermodynamics, sir. That was not my question. So you're obviously behind in this communication. Sir, you're behind in this communication. See, this is why you people are so disingenuous. This is why you're disingenuous. This is why you're disingenuous. This is why.
Z.
I'm asking the professor.
What the fuck are you trying to do?
I know exactly what I'm trying to do, and so does Dave, okay? I may come off harsh. I'm trying to ask the professor. Flow
You're
state.
coming off chaotic.
It's okay.
Yeah, I gotta agree. It's really
not
fucking
helping
chaotic.
your point.
You gotta work
I'm
on that.
asking.
You're a smart dude.
It's fine, and you're allowed to, guys. You're all allowed. You're entitled to your opinion. That's fine. But what I'm doing is, the professor admitted that he's aware of the second law of thermodynamics. So I'm asking him my next question.
Go ahead and ask it.
Right.
Go ahead and ask it. Go ahead and just ask it.
I'm trying.
Go in ad hominems. Nobody interrupt anybody. Let's put this on the fucking. This is going off the goddamn rail.
I'm not going to answer his question.
Yeah.
I'm asking
with him.
I'm asking Dave wants me to ask you a question, but you won't let me ask a question again.
Just go ahead and ask the question, Nick. Let him ask it.
All right, Professor,
you can handle
can you give me an experiment using applied physical science that demonstrates...
Wait. I got to interrupt you. What do you mean?
See how he fucking interrupted me?
No, I need.
And I'm the fucking one. See, everyone wants to say that I'm the one who's acting chaotic. This man won't let me ask the question.
You just
I didn't understand what you asked. That's why I was interrupting you.
Okay.
I didn't understand.
I'll rephrase it. Okay.
Main problem is you're interrupting. Stop doing that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm asking the professor if he can give me an example of an experiment that shows two adjacent yet differing pressure systems existing without containment.
That's like asking me, show me on planet Earth where 91 degrees longitude is. It's a malformed question. What the hell are you asking?
Would you like
Show
me to
you
ask
an
you again?
experiment.
All right. Well,
that-
I can clarify it. I can
I
clarify.
would
Yeah.
like you to give me an example of an experiment.
No, that's not what you said.
So you can't.
No.
I said, can
Now
you
you're
give me an
changing the
example of an
question.
experiment? I said,
You're
can the
changing the
professor
question.
give me an example of an experiment that
This is your original.
shows the existence of two adjacent yet differing pressure systems existing without containment?
What does that even mean?
All right, I can clarify that. Can you
Yeah,
show
help
me?
me out here.
Can you show me a gob
can.
of compressed air without containment? In other words, we're at 14.7 approximately psi out here. Can you show me a gob of air that is down to say 8.1% or 8.1 psi, and there's no containment around it? Could that exist without containment?
What do you
And
mean by
Professor,
containment?
can you have
What
an
do you mean by
air
containment?
Professor,
on,
you gotta
hold on,
have
hold on.
an open-mindedness too, dude. You're just like dismissing everything right, like offhand without, dude. You gotta have a second of contemplation. There's got to be some sort of something. Otherwise, you're
He
just
knows
a
what
brick
he's
wall.
doing.
In other
he knows.
words, Nick, what keeps the atmosphere of the Earth, if there is this thing called space, what keeps the atmosphere of Earth from equalizing with the lesser pressure of the void of space? What is keeping it from this equalization that seems to be
I don't know what
an undeniable law of physics?
Okay. Again, I don't understand your question. Are you asking me what keeps the atmosphere sort of glued to the surface of the
Bro,
Earth?
you're
Yeah.
a fucking retard, dude. You're a professor. You can't even have a back and forth, dude. You suck, dude.
What the fuck is what?
See, I
What are
gotta
you,
take it
the
to that
dumbest
level
person in the
because
world?
you can't be fucking educational. and
Okay, see, this is
highbrow.
why
Lower
you don't
mind because you're
understand
doing-
anything.
you're
How to
baby.
have a discussion and how
Well-
to discuss things like what keeps the atmosphere. We have to first clarify the question.
Right. Okay. So what's keeping the atmosphere
And then
from
this moron goes,
equalizing?
"Well, you're a retard." No,
Yeah,
only
That's
a
all right.
retard.
That's all right.
We
But
We were all there, Nick. We were
Man,
all
He just
there.
wants to fight.
I
Man.
don't understand.
He just wants to fight, Brian. Don't give him an excuse. Let him
All right,
let him
so-
talk some logic. here.
Discussions are gay.
All
we
right.
all
So
know
here's
that.
what we got. Right.
Hey, look, you guys have been beating up on me all night.
Yeah.
How about you just shut the fuck up and let the man
Go
talk?
take another slug of whiskey, you fucking alky.
Ah,
Seriously, like I said, I would drink if I were you too,
Wait a
bro.
minute.
You stole
We
your
need to have these
soul, bro.
conversations. We need to have these conversations. Seriously.
Exactly,
This is-
because they don't like open discourse. Because a guy like, see, you guys don't understand that I've been dealing with guys like you for years. So now I've just come on and scream at you because I've debated with physics
I kinda
professors
get
and
that,
I
yeah.
debated with fucking astro fucking theoretical douchebags for fucking years and years and years. You gotta understand, I'm just tired of it now. So now I just come on and scream at you because you're never honest. You're just liars. You're lovers of the lies, and there's no truth in you. That's why. And Logan, if I were you, I would be a
What do you
fucking
do,
alky too
welfare
because you
check?
sold your
All right.
soul.
Z.
You sold your
Okay.
soul.
Enough.
You don't know anything about me,
guys.
sir.
Hey,
Chill,
enough.
man. Respect.
Enough.
If you knew
All
my
right.
life, if you knew
Come on, Z.
who I am and what my education
Z,
actually is, you wouldn't be
Z.
talking like this, sir.
Z. Chill, man. So what is your
Dave, you know I'm never gonna chill, dude. There's no
I know,
chill
but
in
man,
me. You
come
know
on.
that, Dave.
I'm trying to have a cohesive conversation.
I know,
and you're throwing it off the
Dave. I
rails.
know.
Stop.
I know, Dave.
Stop
Go
throwing
ahead.
it off the
But
rails.
you know there's no chill in me. I'm gonna try for you, Dave, because I
All right.
respect you as an actual man.
All
That's
right,
why I'm
so-
here, because I wouldn't be on anybody else's channel. I'll come here because Dave actually is a person who tries to dialogue with people like you. And I appreciate that Dave lets me come up because I gave up on you. That's why I consider you just my enemy. And I would rather just stock up on ammo if you want to know the truth. But go ahead, Dave.
All
Wait.
right, so-
Time out. I'm sorry, Sparky. What did you just say to me?
I didn't say anything to you, sir. I wasn't
What did you
addressing
just say?
you. I made a
What
generalized
did you just say, you fucking
statement.
moron?
You see,
Get
this
the
is what
fuck
these
out of
liberal,
there.
this is what these liberal, progressive-minded
Like that,
celestial
shitty
humanity
little
do.
piece of shit. You little disgusting human being.
All I gotta say is I got my ammo
Fuck out
stocked.
of here.
That's
Go
all
take
I'm
your
saying.
meds.
I got
What
my
the hell's
ammo
wrong with you?
stocked,
Look, man,
motherfucker.
he wants
that.
us to fight. Yeah, you know why?
All right, look,
There's
look,
already
look,
a war,
look, all
Mars.
right,
Don't
enough,
say things
enough,
like that.
enough.
No, you
Enough.
don't have to
No, a
participate.
That
man
would be a
doesn't
good
talk
time
like
to
that. You're
step
no
in.
man.
False
Man doesn't
outrage.
say those kind of things.
Z,
You can't find life amongst the dead. Let him be.
Z,
Yeah, I
chill,
like the
please.
anger though. Go more of that. Go with more
Well,
anger. At least I like
Yeah,
that.
I don't like
no,
it. I don't like it. I don't think it's
I'm not
productive.
trying to listen. I'm not trying to generate a bunch of fucking
Disrespectful
cortisol
piece
here.
of shit.
I'm not trying to generate a bunch of
You are
cortisol here. Okay. So I want to get back to my question. All right, which is what holds the atmosphere from
Gravity holds the atmosphere on Earth.
Okay. Let's do an experiment in our minds. Okay. It's a real simple one that we will be able to come to the conclusion of very easily.
Am I going to be a lab student who has to go up 1,000 feet?
Nope. Nope. Here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
We're going to have
I'm good with that.
Okay, well, you have to be quiet so you can listen to what I'm saying first, okay? Now, we have a box, and it has a little remote control slide lid on it, so we don't have to touch it. And we close it up, and it's sealed, and it's got the ambient air pressure inside. It's 14.7 out here, 14.7 inside the box, okay? And I have this vacuum chamber, okay? And it's sitting on the ground because of gravity, right? And I've got the box with the air in it, the air that's being held by gravity. And I'm going to put that box of air that's being held by gravity into the vacuum chamber. Now we've got the vacuum chamber, the air, and the box are all being held by gravity. Now I reduce the ambient pressure inside of the vacuum chamber to as near zero as I possibly can. Okay. Then we hit the button on the remote control and the box opens. If gravity holds the air to the earth, the air should remain inside the box and not equalize with the ambient pressure of the outside. Is that correct? Do you agree that it would do that, or do you think it would equalize with it?
If a vessel is sealed at a certain pressure and it remains sealed,
well, we opened it.
You have the same
we
pressure.
opened it. Were you not listening? We opened
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Well, if you open it,
Yeah.
then of course, yeah. I mean, nature.
So
loves
this
equilibrium.
proves to us that a pressure system cannot
It doesn't
be
prove
adjacent.
anything.
Well, yeah, it does. It proves that a pressure system cannot be adjacent to a lesser pressure system without containment. Right? Right?
Okay, let's go with that premise.
Because look, listen. Hold on. Here's where it comes into play. The very same gravity that you claim is holding the atmosphere against the lesser pressure of space, I'm going to call it zero. Okay. So gravity is what's holding it from that. The same gravity that was holding the box, the vacuum chamber, and the air in the experiment to the earth, right? But yet, lo and behold, when we put it to the test, gravity did not hold the air inside the box, and it had a violent and immediate response by equalizing with the much lesser pressure outside of the box. Okay? So what happened there? What happened there? That's called equalization. So we know that we cannot have these two pressure systems next to one another. Pressure, we're pressing. That's where pressure comes from. And a zero or negative pressure system cannot press, or the lack of a press can't press against the atmosphere. The atmosphere cannot be the cause of its own pressure as well without the containment. Now, we do know there's a gradient, and of course that gradient exists also inside of a propane cylinder. You can actually test how much propane is in your cylinder by running hot water over the side of it and feeling where it immediately gets cold because of another law of thermodynamics. The cool inside that tank, that liquid, draws the heat away from that hot water. And you can actually test the thing. Now, there is a gradient inside of the cylinder. However, the overall pressure of the cylinder has a reading. When we've got the denser liquid at the bottom, and it's a gradient going up to the top of the cylinder. Yet when we breach the containment, the violent and sudden act of equalization takes place because nature abhors a vacuum. And it all comes out, and it doesn't matter, fuck water, what part of the gradient or any of that. It all equalizes right away. Okay? So we have proven that you cannot have a gas pressure system. We've also proven that gravity doesn't hold those things in. Gravity didn't hold the air down, and it certainly doesn't hold the propane inside the tank. So what would allow a pressure system as we have is it couldn't be gravity. We just proved that. So it has to be something else that is preventing equalization.
Explain how gravity is involved, if you could. I don't understand what we've proven with gravity. Like, how is gravity related to?
But you might have lost 70% of people, but you can't have this conversation. Seriously.
What? I just don't understand.
Well, I don't understand. Well, you're saying that gravity.
Yeah, but you're saying I take, like, okay. I mean, this happens. You know, if you go. So if I take if I purchase, let's say, a bag of chips in New Mexico, and when I drive over here to LA, the bag expands because the barometric pressure is different in New Mexico than it is in LA. And this, if we ignore the weather effects, just because of elevation.
It costs higher in LA.
And of course, when I open the potato chip bag down here in California, that air goes away. But how is that related to gravity?
Well, you told me that the reason that the air, that our atmosphere doesn't equalize with the zero pressure of space was because of gravity.
Yeah.
And I just proved to you that it wasn't, because we got instantaneous equalization in our experiment.
Well, it's not instantaneous, but
it is instantaneous.
Yeah, it's not.
Absolutely.
It's fast.
What happens? What happens when you open a beer?
Well,
what happens when you open a beer?
If we're going to talk science, we got to be specific with our words.
Well, I'm being specific. What happens when you open a beer?
It equalizes very fast.
You don't understand that this is horrifically boring. We've gone through for years. Fuck
gravity
you,
is not
if you don't have it by this point.
Gravity's not a variable.
But I do appreciate
Well,
what we're talking about.
I've proven that gravity does not hold.
That's fine. If you want to believe that, that's fine. I mean, my answer to you is you're wrong.
Well, we just did. I have an experiment demonstrable and repeatable that demonstrates that it's not.
Then, write a paper on it.
Demonstrates that it's not.
No,
well, I don't need to write a paper on it. We just did it in our heads, and common sense tells us that it won't.
Then go do the experiment and prove me wrong. But I'm
telling
you,
it was done really fast and effectively. Like,
I just don't see the leap to gravity. Like, gravity in this case is totally irrelevant.
But gravity was your fucking answer. Gravity was your fucking answer.
Sir, you said gravity is what holds the atmosphere, and you said that.
The original question was, is there
Logan, you're out of your depths, Logan. Just take another shot of whiskey. Just enjoy the show, Logan. Logan, just chill out, take another shot, smoke a doobie, just enjoy the show, bro.
Let me explain it this way.
Just ignore him for the sake of argument.
Let me explain it this way. You open the bag, the air goes out, right? Okay, but that air which comes out of the bag doesn't leave out into the vacuum of space. It still stays because of gravity, holding the atmosphere down, just like it holds the water down, just like it
Sir,
holds
can you
it
demonstrate that? That's why I asked you for an experiment to demonstrate gravity. Sir, the first question.
You're sitting in a chair. You're sitting in a chair.
So you're saying that demonstrates gravity,
sir? That demonstrates gravity, you moron.
You're saying sitting in a chair demonstrates gravity.
It does.
You're a dumb.
Hold on, Nick. You're describing an effect. You're describing an effect and calling it gravity.
I'm not having this debate with you.
The cause cannot be the effect.
Come on, man. Then step out.
The cause and effect cannot be the same thing.
That's fine. If
it's replicatable, then the theory is sound.
You can believe.
Look, Nick, hold up. I agree that
what do you want me to say? Agree with you? You're wrong.
Wait a second, Nick. I'll agree that we can measure that there's an effect that if I let go of something that I'm holding and it's denser than the air around it, it's going
Density
to drop.
is not relevant. Density
Hold on,
and mass are two different things.
Hold on, Nick, shut the fuck up for a second. God damn it. Okay.
Fine, well,
All right.
okay.
So
that's what I said. Why are you debating this with me?
because you don't let me finish what I'm saying, Nick. You stop me in the middle because stop. I'm not in your Hillary crowd. Stop.
What the hell does that mean?
All right, listen to me. So I agree that if I take an object like this lighter, this regular little big lighter, and if I let loose of it, it's going to fall to the earth. It's going to sink to the earth, hover you want to look at it.
Accelerate towards the earth. Yes.
All right. Well, if you want to call it that, it does.
That's what it is.
We are describing, and what is that? What is that that's doing that? You say it's gravity. You say it's gravity. Okay.
Yes.
So you describe that effect as gravity. Now, what is the cause of that effect? The effect cannot be the cause.
Special relativity.
Okay, hang on. You asked a question, so let him answer it.
Yeah, I'm
Logan,
answering.
keep your mouth shut, Logan. Seriously,
answering
dude.
it.
Go to sleep, man. Go to slumber time, dude. Go to slumber time, man.
Oh, what'd you say? Special relativity?
You know that's a theory, Nick, right? Do you know that's a theory, right, Nick? You know that, right? It's a theory.
You're just gonna let him answer the question.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Do you see him trying to answer the question, Mars? Do you really see him trying to answer?
Yeah, I know. It's pathetic.
Come on, dude. Mars, you're a really nice guy. Mars, have you ever?
I just wanted to watch him sink himself, man. It's
Mars. If you haven't seen that happen,
and I want to see
Mars,
you maintain your honor because you're a really smart man. I think you got a really good heart. Like
But
seriously,
Mars,
the heart of a lion.
I hear what you're saying. I appreciate that. I know what you're gonna say to me, but listen, man, Mars, have you ever dialogued and debated with this topic?
No, I've stayed away from it. I can't stand shit like that.
Well, here's the thing, Mars. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. I've done it for years, and you have to understand where I am.
Either, man.
I'm not.
All the time.
Listen, Mars.
I've done it for years. I always get my question answered because
I'm listening, man. I'm sorry.
Logan, I'm talking to Mars, sir. I'm talking to Mars.
Fuck off, dude. Will you just shut up and
just go to sleep, dude. It's okay, man. You had your fill. Your belly's full with your nice brown spirits. You know, you probably had a nice dinner. You know, you got all that pension you got from being a Fed. You know, you got your federally funded pension for selling your soul out and enslaving man and capturing and kidnapping man. So I'm sure you're living really good. I'm sure you're living really good, Logan. You know, I'm sure you're living really good, bro. I'm sure you're living great. You're living great off the backs. You're living great off the back of man and the wage of
get out of your own way. Z, get out of your own way. They're gonna walk themselves into some bullshit if you'll just let them go.
The flow state. You want to know something? It's kind of fun for me, and it's a little bit entertaining, you know.
But it's purpose. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm a little bit of a showman, you know. Flow state. In case you don't notice, usually when I walk into a room, the numbers in the crowd start to double and triple, dude. So I'm just saying that, dude.
It does serve its purpose, but you got to realize just a little, and you have.
Just happen to notice that happens.
You know, to get attention or to prove a point. Because
wait, there's more.
I'm trying. It's a bunch of things. Like honestly, flow state. I've debated with people like this for years now. I used to sit here for hours and try to have reasonable, logical, and rational conversations, just like Sovereign Dave does. And the thing about Sovereign Dave, he's going to spend the rest of his years trying to have rational conversations with him. And at least he has a guy like me to come in and tell him to go fuck himself, so he don't have to. And then Dave can come in and be all logical.
For like half an hour, you've had them set up with the question, and then right when they're about to go where you want them to, you don't get out of the way.
Flow state, they've had millions of chances to go with it, dude. They've already hung themselves 10 times. At this point, it's redundant. But I like the redundancy because it shows the intellectual dishonesty or it shows their lack of intelligence. But either way, it destroys their false globe. Guys, the globe lie matters to me, okay? The globe lie is not just a fucking little conspiracy that I like to dabble in, all right? For people who really understand the magnitude of the lie, people like me know what it actually means. They know that it's a foundational lie. What was that, Logan? Logan, it's hard to talk to somebody who's so incredibly wasted right now, man.
I asked you a very simple question. Why do you think I'm a dick?
I think you're a dick because you sold your soul for money, and you locked up innocent men. You kidnapped innocent men, and you made an excuse by saying it's your job. And just because you say it's your job, don't make it right.
So,
And like
because I was a federal law enforcement officer, right?
No, it's not because you're a federal law enforcement. It's because you fucking sold your soul. You sold humanity out. That's why. And I have no respect for you as a man of low morals and integrity.
Right.
Like I said, if I were you, I'd be a drunk too.
That's fair.
Don't think I'm ever gonna stop with you people.
I respect that.
I'm never gonna stop being the way I'm gonna be, guys. It ain't never gonna stop, man.
yeah,
I'll
right.
let Dave
You're
debate
not
with the
that better
Globies,
life than I
man.
did.
I'll just be in Dave's corner and fucking give him big ups. I'll let Dave because I don't have the patience that Dave has.
I
You
asked you a
understand?
question, and I
answered it, and I answered the question. You asked me a
and
question.
You're yelling at me again. Okay.
I hate
hate my question.
I hate you because you're an abomination to creation. I hate
Stop
you
making
because
him
you're
look reasonable
everything.
by comparison. Z.
You're entitled to your opinion, Flo. You're entitled to your opinion. You can say it.
What'd you say, Flo?
No, you're doing great, Z. I think you're doing great right now, man. I mean,
I consider you my mortal enemy.
Die and come, what are you gonna do? Let your spirit die and come down to their level? I mean,
it's never gonna happen. Listen, Logan.
No.
Logan, I consider you.
I'm listening.
I consider you someone that sold out to tyranny. Okay, and I consider you someone who represents a satanic, tyrannical system that is enslaving mankind and poisoning children.
Yeah.
Hey, Logan.
I mean, they put themselves below you. Just stand on them, man. I mean, it's.
Why don't you just try to come close, turn around and ask God for help? I know it's not good to do it at the end, but you could try, dude. I mean, what the fuck, dude?
Logan, you're lost.
I know God
we can
very
talk to
well,
Logan.
and he and I have had a conversation. And you know what? I can take all the hate that anyone wants to throw on my shoulders. I know what I am doing is righteous. So, you know what?
Based off what?
Fuck off.
By what standard, Logan? By what Logan? By what standard are you a righteous man? By what standard, Logan? By what standard?
Does it matter?
That is what I
really.
That's what I'm
going to say, because it doesn't matter if it's not.
How would you know if you're not a righteous man?
It doesn't matter.
I'm not going to be righteous.
I mean, but how would you know?
How
if you
about
weren't
we
righteous?
just say?
Because he said himself he did a lot of things wrong, you know, like against God's law.
Yeah, and he's not repenting.
How do you guys know God's law?
Because we are sovereign. Because we are sovereign men. We are sovereign men imbued by the Creator to know His law. That's
a serious
why.
question. It's a serious question.
And I gave you a serious answer. And
We
I
all
gave you
know
a
not to
serious
hurt
answer,
others,
sir.
right?
Professor, is there a God, Professor?
I'm not asking you. I'm not talking to you. I was asking everybody else.
It's all right. I asked you. Is there a God, Professor? Whatever God that may be, is there God?
Are we going around the basketball court
I'll
again?
answer.
I'm not answering your questions.
Was there a question to the group?
Flo,
Yeah, no, like you know, when you say you have to answer to God's law and this and that, I mean, one of the great things about this country is freedom of religion. That's why you have so many these denominations. But how do
of course, sir?
Yeah, but they're all basically the same.
I told you the laws of the so-called laws of your country have no sway over you, sir.
Let me answer the question.
Man, back it down.
Let me answer the question. Okay, so there's.
I don't have to be cool. You ain't ever cooling me off. Nobody
can I
is.
fucking talk for a second? Natural law is the principle that of not initiating harm to others, right?
Okay.
And so it doesn't need to be grounded in religion. It just, if you think about it in terms of how societies work, it is necessary that people behave in such a way that they're not initiating harm to others, or else society rapidly deteriorates.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of looking at it as God's law, you could look at it as just like the laws of physics, but for how society operates. It achieves the same end.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Well said.
In other words, you know inherently.
Sorry,
you know,
were you
when
still going, man? My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all. That's all. But yeah,
But I don't know if it was well said.
It was. That was brilliant.
It's kind of like, it's along these lines, man. I look at it like this. And you've known that. You remember when you was a little kid and you was getting ready to do something you knew was fucked up and you wasn't supposed to do it. And you knew there was that little feeling inside going, you know, you're fucking up. Don't be doing this. You know, you knew it was wrong. It's like that with a lot of things in your life. You have to run it through, but we're trained to disregard that shit. Okay. So in other words, we inherently know until we learn differently that we're actually supposed to get along. We're actually supposed to cooperate with one another. You know, we know that harming another person is wrong. We know that hurting another person is wrong. We know that killing another person is wrong. We know that taking something that belongs to someone else is wrong. We know these things inherently. And it basically comes down to the whole idea of, would I want that done to me? And the answer always comes down to no if it's an aggressive act. Of course, it's going to be, with the exception of a few sickos out there. But, you know, we're keeping this right. So
I just like everyone to know that
the point of the matter is that like Flow State was saying and others is that unless there is any loss, injury, or harm to another, then that's an unjustified thing to do to someone, regardless of who wrote it down on a piece of paper and who signed their name to it. And I think what Z is talking about a little bit more passionately than I'm going to put it, because I'm going to put it in a little calmer method, is just like what I came back to, is that inherently you knew, or at least you should have known, that in many of those cases, you were ruining the lives of people who had done no injury or harm to another person.
I would agree with that.
That I can understand. On some level, that probably does weigh on your soul. It would me. Listen, I sold timeshares for about 8 months, and that still weighs on my fucking soul. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't mean I agree that it would weigh on his soul, but I agree with you that you know, I 100% support the right to do whatever you want, so long as it doesn't interfere with anybody else's right to do what they want. I would disagree with you that natural law, or what we call universal law, is something which we're born with. I think, you know, we tend to really learn our morals and values from watching our parents and how they behave. But in the case of somebody who's a law enforcement officer, you know, sort of just like the same problem.
See how they equivocate? They equivocate everything. They can't just stand on morals.
They
equivocate everything. They can't just stand on morals. You see, because there is no morals there. There's no morals.
The thing is like I can point out a good example that probably everyone can understand.
Oh, there's morals unless you're a cop. Then there's no morals. That doesn't make sense, sir.
Not only do you recognize these morals in yourself as a small child.
Dude. I didn't start this one. This is you,
Logan. Shush. So, not only do you recognize these things as in yourself as a child, and this is early on. You recognize this without guidance, but I'm sure that many of you can remember when there would be an argument between your parents. And they would yell at each other. And you instinctively knew that that was a bad thing and they should not do that. You knew this. You knew this inside. And this is why it hurt you when daddy yelled at mommy. And it hurt you when mommy yelled back at daddy and they were being angry with one another. You knew that that was wrong because they were committing not a crime, but still an emotional harm on one another. You knew this.
You mean mom and dad went fighting?
That comes from that sense of right and wrong, that morality. You know this. They've done studies with these toddlers. It was really cool. They had this elephant puppet, and then they had 2 identical rabbit puppets. And the only difference was one was wearing a red shirt, the other one was wearing a green shirt. And in the little scenario, the kids are getting into the guy doing the puppets and everything, and it was having the elephant was trying to open this trunk, this box. And the rabbit with the red shirt would try to shut the box and keep the elephant from being able to open it. And you could see the visible expressions on the kids that they were not happy about what that fucking rabbit was doing. But then the green shirt rabbit, they'd have that one come in and help the elephant open up the box. and they were quite gladdened by that. They saw an amicable trait in the other rabbit with the green shirt, and they did several more things like that along those lines. And it got to the point where they offered the kids a cookie using the bad rabbit, and the kids wouldn't take the cookie. Most of the time they would not take the cookie, and it wasn't, they would take it from the nice rabbit, but not from the mean rabbit. They didn't want a contract with the mean rabbit. You see what's going on there?
Dave's presenting the idea that morals are intrinsic and do not have to be taught or conditioned.
So they
but
it wasn't until, this is the interesting point, it wasn't until the ransom got high enough, in other words, the mammon, when there was an abundance of cookies offered by the bad rabbit, they didn't give a fuck and they took it.
Interesting point. Yeah, Dave. Interesting point.
So when the trinket and fancy pants are involved, that's what the motivation is.
Of course, it's a system. I'd like to ask the professor, if he believes in a creator being. Do you believe in a creator being? It's a very simple question, sir.
Does this 3-year-old not understand? I told him I'm not talking to him.
Can somebody else ask him the question, so it's not coming from me?
Are we really doing this? Do you believe in a creator? Yeah. Flow State, why don't you go ahead and ask him that one? Then Nick, we're actually doing this, or I'll do it.
Well, you're asking me a religious question, and I don't talk about my religion.
No, I asked you a yes or no question. Do you believe in a creator being? It's a yes or no question, sir.
It's not a religious question. It's more of a spiritual question.
Yeah, I tend to avoid talking about that kind of stuff. Just my choice.
Can you give us the reason why, sir?
It doesn't really matter what I believe.
Could it be because
it doesn't really matter?
It doesn't matter what your beliefs don't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
He's still talking. God damn.
What, Flow State?
I said he's still talking. Can you just let anybody else finish the sentence?
Maybe.
Like, I agree with you, Z. This is why it's so frustrating. I agree with you, and you're fucking up.
Yeah, I'm fucking up based on whatever concept you have of my goals or my presentation here. You don't know what my goal is here. You don't know what my presentation is here. So you don't know if I'm fucking up. You're fucking up based on some standard that you have for yourself. You don't know what standard I have.
Up.
Okay, that's that could be. That's I'll take that.
You don't prefer to talk about it, but were you going to give us sort of like the broad view, right? Do you believe in a personalized creator or
no? I'm simply asking. You don't listen. All I'm doing right now is asking Professor Volt if he believes in a creator being. That's all I'm doing, and I want to hear what he says.
Because anytime we try to have a conversation, then he wants to interject. One, if he's asking me a question, he's just wasting our time because I'm not going to answer it. So,
is there a reason why you won't answer it, sir? Why do you feel as though you? Why do you feel as though you don't want to answer this question?
I don't answer your questions.
All right. How's this, sir? Do you have any questions for me? Because hold on, Dave. This professor assumed many things about me. He assumed my education level. He assumed my intelligence level. But he hasn't asked me anything. But I've asked him plenty of questions, and he hasn't answered any of them. Okay. I asked him to give me one example of gravity, and he couldn't, or he either didn't or couldn't do it. All right. Then I asked him to give me an example of an experiment that demonstrates the second law of thermodynamics, basically showing two adjacent pressurized systems existing without a container, and he didn't even know what the fuck I was saying, but yet he claims he's a physics professor. And Flow State, the reason I do this is because everybody who comes in gets to hear me ask him these questions over and over again and gets to hear him run from it. And it also feels good. It also feels good just to yell at these fucking assholes. If you want to know the truth, to be completely honest, there's a catharsis. I feel good yelling at them.
Asshole, or you want to fucking have him answer the question? Come on, Z, shut the fuck
Bro,
up.
he won't answer any of my questions, Logan. You're going to be dishonest now too. You're drunk, so I don't even know why I'm talking to you. How's this? I'll talk to you, Logan. Logan, what are you drinking tonight? Give us an idea. What are you drinking? You drinking spirits, beer? I'm guessing whiskey or scotch. You look like a whiskey man to me. Probably whiskey, not scotch. Will you answer the question? Is it whiskey or scotch?
Yeah, you're completely way off base. I'm a beer fan, and what are you drinking?
What kind of beer are you drinking, Logan?
Budweiser.
Bud Light or regular Bud? I'm trying to find common ground with you, even though I despise you.
But
So you're Bud Man. Actually, you want to know something, Logan? I haven't had a Budweiser in probably 10 years, maybe more. And the other day, I had a Budweiser, and it was fucking good, dude. It was like probably the best beer I had in a while. And then I thought, why am I not drinking Budweiser? I could see why so many people. It has like a sweetness to it almost. It's very drinkable.
It does.
You should get
and
one.
You know what? I love the fact that you're trying to reach common ground because, yeah, I'd love to do that too.
I'm trying, but Logan, you have to know I despise you with every fiber of my being. That it's not going to change.
Do you like cooking?
Somewhat. I like food. I don't like cooking part so much, but I cook.
Okay, so you like eating.
I like eating, yeah. You know,
Right.
but some people can't cook the things I like, so I end up having to cook just so I can get something I like. Like, I eat very basic. I eat pretty much the same things every day with little variety.
Hey, Z, seriously, you and I can be friends. We don't have to take up Dave's channel right now, but yeah, seriously.
You can come visit me on my channel, Logan. I'd like to have you. I think it'd be an interesting fucking time.
If you would like to know how to take a 25-cent ramen package and make it really good, I can hook you up, bro.
What's the secret? Sriracha?
Listen, hold on. I will tell everyone. I'm going to tell everyone in this fucking panel and in chat. Those goddamn ramen noodles have no place in the human body whatsoever.
They're gross, but
they are coated with a wax that it takes your body over 2 weeks to process. Man.
I know. I bet that Professor Volt. I bet that Professor Volt likes that ramen. He looks like a ramen guy. He looks like he's down with the carbs.
Man, I'll pick you up.
Nick, you don't eat ramen, do you, Nick?
Oh, he eats ramen. He eats all kinds of carbohydrates. You can tell,
Nick
dude.
makes that guy.
That guy. Yeah, dude. That guy.
He's lobster.
He's got that cough going. I think it's time for another jibby jabby in your fucking upper arm. Maybe help with that cough, bro.
Let me tell you something about Nick. Nick is not eating that bullshit. He's got that $high university.
He's a professor in LA. He eats like vegan
Nick
stuff,
never served
probably.
any time in Korea.
No.
No,
I did not.
He didn't.
Just saying.
I don't think Nick served any time on a treadmill either.
What was your motivation to become a physics professor, Nick?
Right. Did you get in it to lie to people, or did that
Jesus
just come
Christ,
later?
Z, let him fucking answer the question, man.
I'm sorry. I have a compelling urge to be fucking me.
Put him in timeout.
Well, I mean, if I tell you the reason why, you'll of course disagree with it because you wouldn't probably understand it based on your worldview. But I purchased a telescope. Because I started my degree a little later in life. I didn't go right out of high school. I was going to be a lawyer. I got a telescope.
That's not a surprise to me. I'm not surprised to hear that.
Let him speak.
Let him go, man.
Time out.
And so I took it out. I'm sorry, I dropped my card. I took it out.
He's probably been a lawyer.
Dude.
And I saw the Orion Nebula. Now, it's kind of cool. Like, you see the pictures of Orion Nebula, which I know you think are fake, but just indulge me here. But actually, when you look at it with your eye, I forget which one it is, rods or cones. You might know this, which sees black and white. Like, you have more.
Red and purple are the rods, and blue are the cones. Sorry.
Okay. So you have more of, and basically, we see in color here, but when you're looking across the vastness of space, the light is so dim that it actually looks black and white, and that sort of like shocked me. But then I had the sort of epiphany that, understanding the distance that object is, and this photon of light, started, I forget how far the Orion Nebula is, travel this void, just to interact with my retina and create this electrical signal to see sort of, this place where stars are born. Just fascinated me. And then I had all these questions about the universe, sort of the same questions which people look to religion. Who am I? Why am I here?
How far away
is
it?
What is all of this?
How far away
how
is
does it
Hold
work?
on, wait a second. What I'm trying to get at.
And so that's why.
How did you know how far away this nebula is?
I'm not in the mood to give a lecture on.
No, I'm just serious.
The sun is 93 million miles.
I'm not going to explain that.
Okay.
You're a dumbass.
Go to what?
No, hey, whoa. That's off the table, man. You don't get to call people's names because you don't fucking like
Yes.
what they had to say.
Oh, bad
form.
So I think that the nebula, I've seen it myself. I believe that it's less than 100 miles away.
Okay, you can believe that.
You know, I mean, there's no other way. You couldn't prove me otherwise.
Probably I couldn't.
No. See,
Yeah,
that's just
probably
it.
could.
We
I
have
agree
to
with you.
take these fantastical. We have to take these fantastical distances at face value because they're given to us. But part of the trick behind that is that light is not going to travel in forever and ever and ever and ever.
Yep,
In other
it
words,
does.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it
No.
does. Yes,
No.
it does. Yeah.
Do you have proof of this?
Well, see, that's the thing. You said you have proof of it. I mean,
Well,
if you don't
there
have
you
the
go.
basic
If you don't
understanding-
have proof, you only think it, because I know that anywhere else that I go, if I shine a light,
Well,
it's
that's
only going to
essentially what you're
emit.
saying,
It's
though.
only going to emit light
God, I love this
in
argument.
conjunction with the amount of energy that's put into it. In other words, the output is relevant is relative to the
This is what makes us
to
See,
what makes
that's why I can't
okay?
answer the question.
So,
because
in other words,
what you
this
just said
is
is
one of
wrong.
the reasons you have high beams and low beams. You see, because the brighter the source of light, the further that beam will extend out. Okay, you understand? But it's not going to go forever. It's never going to go forever and ever. In other words, if I go up a hill with my high beams on and my headlights shine up into space, someone on a distant galaxy is not going to see my headlights ever. Okay.
Yeah,
so the thing
like I said, there's a big difference between light traveling in a vacuum and light traveling through a medium.
Oh yeah, okay. So
obviously,
there's
here on Earth,
no
the light-
diffusion, but still you have to get around the law of inverse square of light. Okay.
Well, I was going to
And
explain it.
yeah, you better
Here in
explain
the
it because
atmosphere, light it disperses because it interacts with things in the atmosphere, and of course, when the photon goes through and interacts with an object,
photon. How much does a photon weigh?
a photon has zero mass.
Well, then but it's an object. It's a singular little object.
Well,
You're
okay,
big
so-
on zero mass.
Hey, can I chime in that we actually have
this is what's
photon
fascinating about
detectors
photons is they're both particles.
in
I got
customs?
a photon detector app on here. I push a button and it goes, oh,
Yeah,
look,
no,
photons.
it doesn't work that way, dude. They have to go through something very dense,
I'm
like
sure.
lead or water.
So what I'm getting at, it still doesn't matter. You have to get around the inverse square law of light. Okay. And
you know what? I'd like one of those detectors on the southern border. That would
sure.
be
I
great.
will.
Yeah,
so
but
go on
no,
Amazon,
it's
see if
not-
you can find one.
I know what you're talking about, the inverse square law of light, but
Right.
in the case
Okay,
of
so let's
traveling from a
let's
distant
do an
star,
experiment. Let's do another mind experiment, Nick. Let's do another mind experiment.
we've
Those
done
are fun.
actual physical experiments. We don't
Well,
have
I
to do-
mean, we can just do one with it's real easy right here. We can do it now. See, that's the beauty of the mind experiment because it's
Well,
easy. It's
no,
now.
just
Okay.
because you don't understand
Hold
how
on, wait a second. No, I don't understand.
stuff
I don't
doesn't mean it's
stand
wrong.
under. I don't stand under
Yeah, there you go.
anything.
So I mean,
I
you make a
comprehend.
statement.
I comprehend the nonsense that you think is true.
No, but you don't. You don't.
Yes, I absolutely do because
I agree with you that you think you
Nick.
do.
I at
agree with you that you think you do.
one time believed that nonsense without proof as well.
Great.
But then
Go
common
believe what
sense
you want.
kicked in, and there again laws of physics, especially regarding light.
You don't know the laws of physics regarding light.
Well, I know
How do
that
you
it's
calculate the energy
I know
result?
that the energy output of a light
Okay.
is dependent
How do you
on the
calculate that?
source.
Well, we're
What
applying
do you
the
mean by energy
scientific
output of light?
To my mind experiment, Nick. Let's
You're
go
talking
to my
about
mind.
photon energy level? Like I don't understand.
Okay, so
what
let's go to my mind experiment here. We're going to use this. All right.
you're talking
So
about.
now our sun, they tell us, is 93
Give me 1 second. Hold on. Sorry to interrupt.
It's so hard to apply the scientific method to science, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I know. Well, it's really hard to get anything fully through with
What
this
other
guy
method
because
would
he
you
doesn't
apply
let
to
you.
science?
He doesn't let you finish. He wants you to clarify. And what word do
I know,
you
it's a-
mean
it's
by
a
this
deflection.
word and that word? And it's like, motherfucker, here's what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying.
You
Yeah.
know, Z asked him a very legitimate question and Z wouldn't let him answer the question. And
Okay.
Z asks lots of
we're
he
back.
asks all the right questions and then doesn't get out of his own way. It's
All right. So here's
gonna
exactly.
commit suicide with this bow and arrow right here.
There you go.
Here's
So
what
let's start
here's
with
what I
question
got going.
number
Here's the mind experiment
Say
that we was gonna go with. Well, shit. I've even what the fuck was the topic, Nick? Thank you for that.
You
I'll
said
be right back.
you said that a photon
shit,
can't travel an infinite distance.
Oh yeah, all right. So the sun, they tell us the sun is 93 million miles away. It has a diameter
correct.
approximately of 836,000 miles. Okay. So when we look at it at the 93 million miles, they tell us that it's roughly about the same size as a coin held at arm's length. Would you agree to that? Yes.
What?
When you look at the sun in the sky, it appears to be about the same size to you relatively as if you were to hold a coin, a quarter at arm's length.
I don't
Right?
know. I've never tried that.
Well, a thumbnail, maybe, anything like that. In other words, it appears
Walking
much
out the sun?
smaller. It appears. Okay, let me start over because
It's
you're
called
so fucking
perspective.
hung up on goddamn semantics. All right, so we're going to put the sun and we're going to forget that it's hot and it's fire and all that shit. We're going to put it like 10 miles away from the earth. All right. So would you agree that if you looked up, the entire sky would be the fucking sun, right? Right?
Yeah,
It
the
would,
sun was
right
10
at that
miles.
distance, 836,000 mile diameter, only 10 miles away would fill the sky.
You guys would be moving
All right,
to South
right.
America.
We're forgetting about the heat and shit. Let Logan pay attention. All right, so now at 93 million miles away, it is only a little yellow disc in the sky, a little yellow circle or ball or whatever the fuck you want to call it. There it is in the sky. It appears maybe about that big to you in the sky, just like it does behind me here.
Turn on
Okay.
the TV.
Ever been to Laredo?
So
Sorry.
are you actually paying attention, or are you into an ADHD thinking up what you're going to do?
No, I'm listening to what you're saying.
No,
Man.
my
I'm
home
right on board.
automation thought it was time to go to bed and it shut off my screen, so I had to tell it to turn it back on. I'm listening.
Okay, so now at 93
Oh, crap,
million
I'm
miles,
hearing
it
Nick
appears-
is running.
holy motherfucking God, will you people shut the fuck up and let me finish the sentence?
I think Logan might
Jesus
run into
goddamn Christ.
About fucking time.
Are you at all even interested in what I'm about to say, Nick, or are you just gonna fuck off? Are you people, is anybody fucking interested in what I'm about to say?
No, I'm interested in how you think we measure the sun. I mean,
That's not even what I was getting at. That's
Yeah,
listen.
listening.
You know, apparently you weren't. What have I said so far? Please repeat it back to me.
you said, well, if you hold your hand out, it's about a quarter's length, or you can block the sun with your thumb. And then you said, well, if the sun is 93 million miles away, but if we bring the size of the sun to 10 miles off the surface of the earth, and that's where you stopped and didn't go beyond there.
Okay, so you went completely backwards, but we'll go with that.
Well-
I'm going to explain it again. Stop fidgeting. Stop thinking about what you're going to say.
Oh, I'm not going to
And-
say anything. This is your theory, not mine.
It's not a theory. We're actually looking at something that is,
Okay, let's do
or
the
what
experiment.
is purported to be is. You do believe that the sun is an object that is 836,000 miles in diameter. Yes or no?
I don't believe it.
Okay,
It's-
so you know this or whatever. Is that
Yeah,
is
I
that
don't know
the
the
thing?
diameter. I'm going
All
to take your word for it that that's the
All right.
diameter of the sun.
And
I don't know
we
what
are
else.
also told that it's a distance of approximately 93 million miles away,
Yeah.
right?
Approximately. Or 8 light minutes away.
93 million miles away. Okay, I think we can all agree that that's the standard that they tell us. Now, at that distance already, the sun is quite small in comparison to what it would be close up. That was the comparison of the 10 miles to where it is now. All right.
Okay.
All right. So that is approximately 8.5 light minutes from the Earth. So in other words, according to your speed of light, even though it's not a constant, we're going to say no, it's not. It was agreed upon in the 1920s by a physics council that met in Geneva, Switzerland. Don't fuck.
No, that's incorrect.
Yes, no, it's not incorrect at all.
No, that's incorrect.
So anyway, regardless of that, we're not. There you go on the fucking minutia again. This is why you can't learn. This is why, motherfucker, 8.5 goddamn light minutes. You gotten it so far?
Yeah, we all
right,
agree.
good. All right, good. We don't care
Everyone
about Madam Curie or nothing else, right? Right? Okay, so put the cotton in your fucking mouth. Take it out of your ears. Put it in your fucking mouth. All right.
Don't talk to me like that.
Well, goddamn it, quit it.
I don't talk to you like that.
Well, no, but you keep wanting to obfuscate by going off on minutia, just like you're fucking doing right now.
Yeah, but you said
I haven't been able to get through a goddamn experiment that should have only took me about fucking 45 seconds to lay out for you, and you've made it into a goddamn half hour.
We're all waiting for it. I'm following you. Continue.
So now we're gonna move it.
Okay.
Holy motherfuck!
Continue.
Are you fucking shitting me, man?
Continue. God, I'm so tired.
He's deflecting, man.
So
You
now
haven't asked me a question yet, so.
it's because you won't shut your fucking face.
No, I didn't say it. Somebody else said it.
Now, if I move it 8 times the distance that it is now, that's 1 light hour away. Do you agree that it would appear much smaller at 8 times the distance that it is now? Would the sun?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Would it
that are further away look smaller? Yes.
Right. Do you think it would be
Objects
how much
that are
smaller?
further away look smaller. Yeah.
Just out of your best guesstimation, how much smaller do you think it would be? I mean,
I don't know. I forget
like
the
about
equation.
maybe the size of a star.
You want me to calculate it? I can look.
Well, no, I know. I'm just.
It's called the inverse square law. I can give it to you. It's called the inverse square law. Dude. It's very easy to figure out.
So what I'm getting at, Nick, is that as we go only 1 light hour away, this magnificent, huge furnace of fusion, would appear very, very small, very, very small to us, right? Now that's only 1 light hour away. Okay, so we have to look into. Let me do something here. I can't get my goddamn sensor to work on this fucking phone. There we go. Now we got it. So I'm going to pull up this. So we got 1 light hour. That's pretty small, right? So we've got 365 times 24 equals. So we have to move it 8,760 times more just to be 1 light year away. Okay, so we've already got it diminished down to the size of about a star at 8 times the distance it is right now. In order for it to be 1 light hour, it would have to be 8,760 times that distance. Do you still think you would be able to see it?
Yeah.
Of course not.
Why not?
Of course not.
Why not?
How could you? It would be
Dave,
so
Dave, can I
it would
speak,
be
Dave,
too
please?
small. It's too small for your angular resolution to even define.
Oh, angular resolution. I have that equation right here. We can do it right now if you want.
Sure. Okay.
Dave,
Dave,
can I speak? Dave, this guy's.
Wow. Yeah.
Dave, this guy. Dave, this guy.
In your premise, you're making.
First of all, he's wasted.
You're making
Professor, you're fucking obviously wasted.
No, I'm the wasted one. Hey, point that at me.
How many beers are you in, Logan? How many Budweisers did you drink?
Which are wrong.
In about 2 grams worth of really good weed.
So,
yeah,
Nick, the thing about that is that you actually truly believe that you could see that object still. And it's based on this unproven idea that light travels infinitesimally through a fucking vacuum. And it must have some kind of fucking mass to it or something for it to be an object. I mean, what happens when it hits something? Does it smash?
Well, see, this is why I can't answer your question, because you, in your question, made something which is demonstrably false, which is this unproven idea that light travels an infinite distance. That's not true.
Well, where is that proven? Where is that proven? No. Where is that proven? First, let's go with that.
Let me finish. the questions you're asking me are very similar to what you would call a red herring. You set up a premise which is not true,
No, you
and then
set
you
up
say,
a
why
premise
doesn't
that
it
isn't
work?
true.
That didn't happen.
Do you have a
Didn't happen.
demonstrable experiment that shows light traveling infinitesimal distances in a vacuum?
Yep.
You do.
Yep,
Where did
we
they
do.
get a vacuum that has an infinitesimal distance in it?
Well, that's the beauty
Where did
about
they got a
experimentation.
vacuum that has 100 miles in it?
Well, see,
I'm
that's
going
the
to
beauty
speak.
of- That's the
Let me
beauty of
speak real quick. Look, the
For
reality is
example,
light.
I could
Look, light
throw an
dissipates.
object in
Light.
space.
Hold on, sir.
take 2 seconds worth of data. I'm
Light
not talking.
If you
dissipates.
throw an object in space, you've been in space and thrown an object. Look, let me just say something, please. This is demonstrable. We know that light dissipates. That's what's called the inverse square law. That means at every doubling of distance is a quarter of the intensity. It's very easy to demonstrate, okay? It's been done over and over again. It's called the inverse square law of light dissipation. It means every doubling of the distance is 25% of that light intensity. It's demonstrable. Anybody could find it, okay? So, as a physics professor, Dave, I just don't think he's intellectually capable of even understanding what you're saying, dude. I'm going to be really honest to everybody right now. He really doesn't have the intellectual capacity.
I'm not going to sit here and be insulted by a moron. So I got to work in the morning.
I just explained light dissipation to this whole.
Hey,
stupid
keep
guy.
it civil,
So,
guys. For
see you guys-
fuck's sake.
see you guys
Jesus
next time.
Christ.
See,
Well, talk
adios.
Thanks.
So here, so now that he's gone, let me explain this to the crowd because there's 34 people here. Okay, it's 2:00 in the morning. All right, here's the deal, guys. Dave was asking him about light and how it dissipates. All right, now he's claiming a theory that says that light just travels on into infinity. Okay, but the reality is, if you test light demonstrably, it dissipates at a known rate, and that
Right.
dissipation
I'm not a
rate.
physics professor, but
I'm not talking to you, Logan. If you want to drink another beer, go ahead, man. Take a shot. I'm talking, Logan. You know there's 35 people here. Listen, there's people going to watch this.
Smoke a bowl with me, Logan. Smoke a bowl
Yeah.
with me.
I'm explaining because this might help somebody. Logan, do you not want people to get information? Because you guys said that I'm the one who's thwarting information by my loud and aggressive presentation, but the reality is I'm the guy here that's going to give them actual true information and not defend lies, okay? I'm that guy. So I can tell Mars Life that in reality, Mars, and you can look it up, that light dissipates what's called the inverse square law, all right? And I'll say it again. At each successive doubling, it is a quarter of the light intensity. That's demonstrable. That doesn't change. Sound does the same thing. Energy dissipates at that rate because as energy is produced, it's being spread out equally in all directions. Think about it, okay? Think if you start with a very small, like a marble, and then that fucking marble expands to like a basketball, then a beach ball, then large.
Grown carrots. For fuck's sake, shit.
All right, we're just going to talk beer then because I'm trying to wake the world up to something, Logan, and that's what you don't understand that I'm doing here, man. But there's people that are listening that do understand what I'm doing, all right? That's what you don't get.
Z, let me tell you something. And also regarding Nick, if you're still watching, Nick's all right. I understand Nick to a point, you know, and I get along with Nick because we're working on that professor haughtiness thing. He knows that I work that I don't play that, you know, and that's all cool. But here's the thing. We'll have these discussions and we have them from time to time. And he's come back and said, "Hey man, you were right on this. I didn't know about that and you were right on this." And so he does come back and, you know, and what happens is, you know, I present these things and maybe they're things he never thought about. Like for instance, that thing with the box inside the vacuum chamber, that you can't help but let that gnaw on your brain. Because, you know, if one is true, this should be true too, right? I mean, after all, everything's right here through gravity. The only thing we changed was a pressure differential inside that box, right? And there's a vast pressure differential between the outer regions and supposedly what our atmosphere is. So, you know, that can't help but gnaw at your mind. because we just showed that that's not possible. So even though you could be full-fledged into that whole belief system, it's still going to fuck with you. It's still going to be there. And a lot of times that's what it takes, is sometimes those little things like that that'll gnaw at you. I've had people come back to me and tell me, they said, God damn it, what have you done to me, man? I'm having all kinds of crazy dreams about fucking gravity disappearing and shit like that. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe
you know what it is, Dave? It's like when you're a kid and you find out there's no Santa Claus, because it's the same emotional response.
I remember that day.
Shit, Logan, you may indeed be Santa Claus. Now I fucking think about it, dude. You may have just. Let me tell you something. Fucking Professor Douchebag might have just proved the globe, and you just might have proved Santa Claus to your presentation here, dude. Ho, ho, ho.
That
explains. Santa Claus is blind. Come on, seriously.
That explains why we always left shots out for Santa. That's why we left shots.
No, he's a beer guy. He said he likes Budweiser. He said he likes Budweiser, and I told him, Dave, I tried a Budweiser for the first time in a while, and it was fucking good, man. Like, I forgot how good Budweiser was. I see why all these guys drink it.
Look
now.
at this bonding.
Here comes the king. Here comes the big number one.
You know.
When I was stationed over in Germany, you know, I hadn't been there very long, and we went and we had this like whole event we had a sister battalion that was with the West German Army, and we had this organizational day, and I thought it'd be really cool, you know, to present their sergeant, you know, with a fucking case of Budweiser. So I went to the PX and got a case of Budweiser. You know, it's in a red, white, and blue can. You know, you're in that mode. You're in the military, right? So anyway, I give this fucking thing to him. I told him, I says, "This Budweiser." He goes, "Oh, Budwa," and he opens it up and he took a drink of this shit and he spit it out and he goes, "Was ist das? Wasserbier."
Das ist nicht Budweiser.
He says, "This is Wasserbier. Was ist das?" You know, and he said it's water beer. And I was like, "Oh, fuck." He says, "Nein here." And he hands me a Henniger. I was like, "Oh, fuck yeah. Now we talking, brother. I get it. You know,
Dave,
that's
I'm
shit
younger than you, bro. I heard that fucking story.
No way.
No shit. I heard that story.
Logan, what kind of music are you into? What do you listen to? Let me guess.
Grateful Dead.
70s rock. No, Skynyrd. He listens to he loves Skynyrd. I like Skynyrd a lot. Creedence Clearwater Revival, maybe some Who, you know, then all those good bands. Am I on track, or where am I here?
Yeah, if you throw an AC/DC, you got the whole mix.
Yeah. We have Logan and I have very similar taste in music. I can tell you that right now.
You guys want to hear something funny I did? They sent me out as a radio detachment to work with a German infantry unit, a West German infantry unit. And man, let me tell you something. Those guys, when they go to the field, it's on. It's awesome, man.
They don't fucking play.
They have sausage and beer trucks that show up and shit, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's pretty cool. So anyway, they was drinking their beer and shit, and I was out there with them, and they're singing these German drinking songs. I don't fucking know them, you know, but I'm going along with it because you're drinking beer with it, right? The song ends, and I've got a buzz on, man, and I pick up my mug and I goes, "Sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip." Listen, I got these motherfuckers singing Gilligan's Island, man. I had this whole fucking whole group of German soldiers drinking beer, singing Gilligan's Island. And he was asking, "Who is Gilligan?" And I said, "He's this great American war hero, man." And I had this whole fucking story made up.
Hey, Dave. You do realize that you can do Amazing Grace to Gilligan's Island too, right?
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that said, "She like me."
You know, a lot of times, because my wife used to make fun of me, I was always fucking with her, saying, you know, because I play guitar and I do write some songs and shit like that. And I told her, I says, you know, I'm a lyrical genius and shit. And like, she watched some TV show like Hawaii 5-0, and I says, I'm going to put some words to that song. And I come back a little while later, I got it. Hawaii 5-0, Hawaii 5-0, and that's all it is. It's just, you know, say that. And she's like, "Oh my God, you're stupid." And so like I would do that with any theme song. Well, then I'm watching this video about that's actually how a bunch of these fucking songs are written for these shows.
No shit,
They
Sherlock.
get the title and they'll put those fucking words to a song sound, you know, like that,
Hey,
you know, and you can
you know
about
what?
do that with every fucking show. You
I
can put
so
the name
want
of the show as
you.
the lyrics to the fucking song every time, man.
Dave, I so want you to be the creative expert to Chili's Got a Gun.
Oh
Son of
God,
a
Chili's
bitch,
got
Danny's
a
got a
gun.
gun.
Oh
And
my
I
Careful,
thought-
you don't want to sync this channel too. Dave.
Yeah. We gotta be careful.
I
Don't
don't-
say the G word.
Yeah, I know. But
Cordless hole puncher. Okay, that's what they are referred
cordless
to.
hole puncher.
I mean, it's something. Look,
Message received.
look. You know what's funny, Dave? I'm seeing that you have like this group. They're fascinated with you because you have this knowledge that they really can't comprehend, but they can resonate that it's truth, right? You know what I mean? Like you have this, like you resonate truth, and it's like they're like attracted to it, but they don't understand it, and they have to resist it, right? So like, but they're yet attracted to the aura of it. You know, it's just a weird phenomenon I'm noticing over here, dude. It's weird to me, but I'm definitely seeing it where it's like, you know, because why else would they like be so like interested in like your content otherwise? It's like almost like in a closet. It's like you guys are in the closet or something. Like you want to come out or something. It's weird.
Well, it's like this. See, it comes from this. It comes from this right here. Is that I've always been fascinated with humans' behavior, and trying to understand why do people think the way they think. You know, I'm the guy that'll sit there at the mall and I'm looking at some dude across the way and I'm thinking to myself, I wonder what the fuck's going through his mind right now.
Right.
You know? Why?
Well, because you're highly intelligent. You're highly intelligent,
you know?
dude. That's why, dude.
Well, thank you for that.
Well,
so
have
it's
you
like
looked into psychology.
Oh man, listen, I've gone beyond that. I've looked into how the methods of mind control actually take place.
Saw a lot of them during COVID, during the thing, right?
What's that?
A lot of coercive techniques.
Oh yeah,
that was marketing.
Trauma, well, it's basically some trauma-based mind control, continuation of. Listen, you come into a world of trauma-based mind control right from the get-go. We've turned childbirthing into a medical procedure. We're the only animal that has to go to the fucking hospital now when we give birth.
And then you get part of your dick cut off.
Yeah. And that whole procedure, if you think about it, you're already in a fluid environment, right? And let's take a close examination of what kind of vibrations are there around a hospital. Chaos, mourning, emergency, pain, suffering, right? And it's all under these fluorescent lights. There's no real quiet, even though they want you to be quiet. There's the click, click, click all the way down the hallway. There's the banging of doors, the beeping of machines and shit, right? And you've already immersed this child because, we have to go, we're going to have the baby. We've already immersed him into this idea of panic. Whereas in most places of nature, when the mother is going to give birth, they find a nice, quiet, comfortable, peaceful, safe place to have their child or their offspring. Not us. We go in there and then we got these strangers all around inside this vibration, right? Strangers with that same mood, that same urgency, that same panic. And you
Except
got
for when the baby's right there, and then they're like, "Hold it until the doctor can get here, so they can bill you for it."
Yeah. And then here it comes under bright lights into the gloved hands of a masked stranger that you're not familiar with at all, who towels you off, cuts you loose from your mother, shows you to her, and sticks you in a plastic box. It's like, welcome to the world, bitch. We're in charge. So that's your initial experience into this outer world outside of your mother is basically a traumatic experience from the infant's point of view, if you really look at it from that. And then it's not long before we throw them right into school.
In on that, I was the redheaded stepchild who got left out on the. So yeah, I got a dog in this fight.
You were a dumpster baby.
I'm just a prom night dumpster baby.
19...
Logan is expressing something. He's expressing his childhood trauma here.
Okay.
1960.
Go ahead, Logan.
I got picked up by an Irish Catholic family, and I was nowhere near Irish Catholic. I'm a redheaded, blue-eyed asshole. So,
And you went through tough. And you went through tough. And you went through tough times, Logan. You went through tough times.
Am I allowed into the dogfight?
What dogfight?
This one.
Well, I don't know if there's any
he
kind
is
of
just
dogfight
looking for
going on.
vulnerabilities.
I was just looking for, I was just kind of pointing out how they fuck with us right from the get go, and it's what I was getting.
Logan, did you experience physical abuse from a male authority figure? You did, didn't you?
Define abuse.
Belts, otherwise bruises.
No.
No.
That's
good.
Good.
That's good.
He tried to, but
You tried to. But you'd fight back when you were big enough.
If trying to, that would definitely indicate. I would say, what about psychological trauma, man?
Yeah, maybe Logan wants a chance to express something here. He probably has a lot of stuff he needs to express.
Hey, Dave, why do you think I smoke weed, dude?
Well, I smoke it because it keeps me from feeling like an old motherfucker. I mean, it's good for it feels good in my joints. It feels good in my head. I resonate in a high vibration. At least I try to most of the time. That's why I smoke it. It's not, I don't use it I've wrestled my demons, man. And every so often I still find another one, and and I just kill it.
Would you be cool with saying that I'm using that crutch too and wrestling my demons?
Yeah, man.
And I will find the end.
You got to do what you got to do with it, man. That's the thing, and I can understand.
Yeah, Logan. A lot of men in this society go through similar things. So, because the mental health for men is not something that's focused on. We're just told to be tough and don't be a girl and don't cry, and we're made to feel like emotions.
Yeah, rub some dirt on it.
Yeah, and it doesn't help heal the child inside that didn't have anybody there to love them.
I wasn't going with the child inside, but I got to tell you. And I mean, I'm really taking
Logan, if you could say anything to that person that hurt you, what would you say to him? If they were here right now, what would you say to him?
I'll kill you.
What you would say? I'll fucking kill you, right?
Yeah.
What else would you say? Would you tell them, how dare they?
No.
It's one of those things you just do. You don't say.
Yeah. Right.
Well, but he can't do it. Now I'm just seeing if I can get him to express some emotion. Because he seems like a guy who's got a lot of demons. He seems like he's got a lot of demons.
Z, I absolutely 100% thank you for what you're doing. You're not the guy to do it. Okay.
It's like, yeah, you gotta take them as they come, and sometimes there's that's how I had to do it, and I'm a stubborn ass motherfucker, I'm master of my destiny and captain of my ship, yeah, right. That you ever see that thing, and this is by no means, I'm not being religious, but in a spiritual sense, you ever see those license plate, and I'm sure you have, that says God is my co-pilot, right?
Mm-hmm.
I go kind of the opposite of that. I go, I'm the co-pilot. I just work the radio and set the ambient mood. Okay. I'm letting God pilot this shit. I'm letting through me that guidance through my heart.
Man,
what I know to be right and true prayer of what I'm supposed to do. And this is why I'm still here, even though I'm way down subscribers and shit because of this is a different channel. Some people have not caught on to it or whatever else. That'll all change. I know this is just a temporary thing, but my whole reason is because I'm not going to let the shaitan those elements of the shaitan stop me like that. I'm not going to let them. I'm no longer, like I said at the beginning of this broadcast tonight, is that I am all done. I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to debate about the flat earth. I'm not going to. I will present evidence of it, but I don't want somebody sitting there acting like they're going to teach me some shit like I missed out on a class or something like that, because yeah, I learned all that dumb shit. I went to the same shitty fucking public indoctrination centers you did, man. So, don't act like and for God's sake, don't act like I just transported here from the fucking 1400s. Okay.
Right.
This thing about, oh, you deny science, motherfucker. I use science and y'all run away from it.
Right. That's the irony, Dave. That's the irony of the whole thing. You're exactly right, dude. That's the hard part, Dave, is like, and that's why I support Dave. And like, guys, I'm always going to be the way I'm going to be, but I love supporting people like Dave and Troubling Tribune. That's why I like watching them. I'm never going to be the guy sitting there having these conversations, but that's why I love Dave. And I'm always going to be the guy. Huh?
That's a cop out.
Flo State, I could do it probably better than anybody if you want to know the truth. I just don't want to.
All right. Now we're being
honest. You understand? I could do it better than anybody. I have a high level of knowledge when it comes to science, logic, and reason, and I do have a lot of it.
We're on the same page now.
Or we are.
I just don't want to, Flo State. Honestly, that's not how I want to spend my time. That's why, I admire people that could do it, but like, I'm not there. I'm not there, man.
Your entertainment over winning against your mortal enemies or whatever you're saying.
It's not so much entertainment. It's just I don't think we can sway them with logic and reason. What I'd rather do is play to the flat earthers, because then I get people to be able to follow me, and then they meet people like Dave on my show, or they meet people like Joe from Effed Up World, or all these people. You see what I'm saying? I want to build a community. So
you're saying exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, like you're right. You're right. Like I want to be, if I need to be the guy who just is the way I am, and it gets people's eyes on me, and then I could get people to meet, Sovereign and people. I'll do that, and maybe someday I will be the guy that's going to debate it. But honestly, I don't think we can sway them, dude, because you see what happens.
Here's what I found. And like I was saying about that splinter, about those splinters, okay? Because I understand the level. I understand the level of programming and how it was done. I know how it was done.
Right.
I've actually taken it to a level where I've pinned it down to an age range where this is concreted into the human mind in these days. Okay.
Oh, I so want to hear this.
Well, it's you see that they will revert to a maturity level indicative of the age that they were when this took hold into their brain. Okay. And I've seen it go to the point where they're like, oh yeah, well, your mom eats poop. Just that you're a doo-doo head. Almost that fucking bad. And it's because this is introduced so young. It has to be. If you let someone just live their existence and walk amongst the world until they were like 14 years old, and then you come up to them and say, did you know you live on a ball that's spinning around and whirling through a fucking galaxy and shit? They're going to look at you like you just lost your mind. And of course they would.
I want you to see this.
So there he goes. So that's the thing. They just go, so that's where you would be at with that. So I understand where it comes from. So it's all right. I'll go ahead and I'll chisel some shit, and I'll say, well, like I did with the box experiment.
Family is Mormon. Give me a break.
When you take
my sister married a Mormon. Actually, I have 3 sisters, but I've only met one of them. They all are Mormon. It's wild.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Wow, how'd that happen, Flo State? And you guys weren't.
About 5 years ago, I learned that I had older twin sisters.
Oh no shit!
Yeah, surprise.
Wow. That's kind of cool. I wish that happened to me. That'd be fucking cool.
Right on. No, so that's why I say I go ahead and I chisel a little bit, and like with the experiment with the box in the vacuum chamber, that's undeniable.
But
You
Dave,
know
let
what
me
I'm
ask
saying?
you something, bro.
And
It is undeniable to me and you, bro, but come on, man. Are these people really receiving any of the shit that any of us are saying, dude?
Sure they are. Listen, hold on. What happens? Look, when it goes into the subconscious. The fact that they would be here and actually taking in the information, it's still going into the subconscious. It's going to work into their brain. It's going to come to a point where some of this shit, they'll either go, what the fuck ever, or they'll just still go, hey, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. But then you've got the second half of it, which is the ego and what the other sheep might say, because of the stigma that's been placed on the idea that if you don't believe the earth is a globe, you must be something wrong with you. You must be daft. You must be loony, right? And so there's that stigma. And like I said, when I came to this, my wife was like, oh, fuck, he's not a flat earther. Come on, no, right? But then as she started hearing the things that I was listening to and hearing explanations that I gave to her and being an open-minded individual, she was able to go, well, fuck, yeah, none of that ever shit never really made any sense to me at all. But, you know, and so that's what happens is that people are afraid. They'll go, and then they get to this point because it's funny. I find the people that'll show up in a chat and they'll say things like they're being all witty. You know, like, oh, yeah, well, if the earth was flat, then how come this? How do you explain this?
How come you don't fall off the edge?
Right. And you go ahead and you explain it. And then a little while later, you'll see another. And then you see him the next time you're there. And it's like, well, listen, if I'm so ridiculous, why are you still here asking these questions that you must already know the answer to, right? It's because you're a closet flat earther. And you want to know more, but you don't want others to know that you want to know more because you're afraid of what they might say.
Right.
And so it's like the closet gay guy that says, you know, I'm not a homo, but you know, that sure is a nice.
Are we talking about Philly
there,
again?
You know?
Dave, you're on fire, dude. I love it. Dave, you know, dude, you could. If I could get kooky on your show, you could fucking kick me off. I'm not gonna hate you afterwards,
well,
dude.
I know,
you know
but I don't want to have to do that. I'm relying on your own good judgment.
But here's the thing, dude.
Yourself, man.
Here's the thing, man. When I'm out and about, I just kind of act the way I'm gonna act in the moment, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want you to feel ever that like I would hold that against you in some way. And you know, I'm just trying to express something to you. You know what I'm saying, dude?
I dig it.
Hey, Zeke,
yeah, I just want you to know. I just want you to know that. What's up, Flow State?
This motherfucker in timeout for his own good. Oh yeah.
No,
because I'm always going to be the wild man, dude. It's just like there's a part of me that plays to the crowd because it's just the way I am, man.
Charlie Day.
Hey, man, and just
what, Flow State? Wait, what'd you say, Flow State?
I said you're being Charlie Day. You watch Always Sunny?
I'm a ray of fucking sunshine.
No.
Oh,
it's
so
Always
good.
Sunny in Philadelphia. You fucking dick.
That's hilarious. Flow State, you remember when I got in a fight with that one channel and they kicked me off for a month until they let me back on? You know, Flow State, you defended me, man. I appreciate that. Yeah,
I do. Yes.
It's not that you defended me. I guess you probably saw. Yeah, because it was weird what went down, dude. You know, I just appreciate that. I appreciate you did that, man. You know, because you seem like an honest guy. Like you told me to go fuck myself a couple times tonight, and I appreciated it from you. I'm like, oh, he's
definitely needed more of it, but
yeah, it's hilarious, dude. You know,
here's
the thing, man.
Am I still the asshole from the ass end of the universe?
I kind of feel bad for you, Logan, but we're going to be mortal enemies always, dude. You know,
there's
like
a little hope for you.
Have you seen the side chat? Okay, Z,
I know, but more, Logan, you have to understand. I have all kinds of people trying to play on my ego like that and do that stuff to me. You're not the first person to kind of, try to, express that stuff to me. You know what I mean? Like honestly, Logan. I'm just being honest. I view you. I'm just being honest. Like you're my enemy, dude. I don't mince words anymore. This is a war to me. If you knew my life story, Logan, you'd probably understand a little bit more about my stance, and why I'm the way I am, and if you knew about my history, it might make a little bit more sense why I'm so passionate about these things.
Before we go to war, would you like to hear my history?
It's already a war.
You see what?
We're already a war.
You see about
it's already a
baby?
war.
What she says down here?
I was a round earther until Sovereign Soul and Chained Mind. Sweet.
And I'll tell
Sweet.
you how Hello Baby came to my channel. She came to my channel
By your
because of
your
that
charm and your
bullshit.
devilish good looks.
Well, that too.
But, of course.
No, it was the chili bullshit. But also, as I migrated into this, there's
Did
one
you
that
just say
started listening to
devilish
some
good
stuff,
looks?
and she's found some truth, you know, and there's something that she can build with right there, because you know, Hello Baby, let me ask you something in the chat here, sweetheart. Is his creation myths made more sense, made it the whole story more complete than the normie story they push. Well, thank you for that. Did you find it freeing? Did you find it freeing in a way? Because I think that that's a common experience, that when you come to this realization that you get this feeling of freedom, that you know that there's something more than this draconian bullshit that, you know, like they want us to be delved into. You actually recognize the world as the creation that it is, and yourself as the actual divine creation that we are, and that we need to conduct ourselves as such, and not like animals who grovel and fornicate at the first smell of
Hey,
a dough.
now, what's wrong with fornicating?
Well, you know,
put that back in your
I will tell you this, and I know it sounds like coming from an older guy and all that other bullshit and everything, but the reality of it is this, and this is why we have a lot of fucked up people.
It's about morals, Dave. It comes down to morals, dude.
You should never really, in all reality, and yet I've been guilty, trust me, man. Like I said, I gave you guys a whole breakdown of the very just ethnicities,
different vagina hairs. I remember.
Yeah, different vagina hairs of different ethnicities. Yes, we were down on that.
Fucking dicks.
We did go down on that.
He fucking said it.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Damn, Flow State. Flow State, you don't look like the type of guy that goes down on chicks. You don't come off as that guy.
Dude, you know what? If Billy was good, he could floss his teeth with it. But you know what?
I mean, I check the oil first, right? Like I do a little plunge test.
You do?
Oh yeah.
Not me, man. I retired from that.
I don't just dive in blindly. That's like noodling. You wouldn't just. I mean, I would never stick my arm.
Logan's getting a kick.
I'm dying here, guys. You're gonna give me a heart attack.
I retired from that, man. You don't see me doing that anymore.
You guys see what happened there. All I did was reference back to that, and everybody's got little furry triangles in their head. All the fucking dudes got little furry. You bust your head open, a bunch of little furry triangles.
We're younger than you. I got landing strips.
Hey, little furry triangles.
No, what I was actually
stories.
Flow State, are you married? Are you married, guy? Flow State.
I'm living in sin.
Oh, you're cohabitating with your female partner.
What it comes down to is that you really got to ask yourself this.
I like you guys,
and it comes down to you really should not have sex with someone that you're not willing to have a child with. Because there's no foolproof way.
Dave brings up a good point. Right. I agree. I don't follow that, but I agree with that sentiment.
So there used to be the morning after pill.
Well, that's not. Hold on a second. I'm going to get to something with that too here in just a second.
Hurry up, because I know how to do the overhand lat.
So no, what you got going on here is that in our beast system, we have to try to, even when we're married to someone that we would, if we could afford to, have children with, we usually can't because of the fact that the beast system has us so constrained, right?
And Dave, in history, your children would be your fortune. The more children you had, the more you would be building. You know what I'm saying? Your family would be. That would be your treasure, you know, that they would bring value, not take value. You're right. They inverted it. Think about if you lived in a farm or in a tribe, everything was about your children. It was all, you had to build.
And we do. We are supposed to exist in abundance. We really are supposed to. And it's the beast system that gives us this artificial scarcity.
How about
this entire problem? Now, what I was getting at with that, like you mentioned the morning after
Hold on,
till
Dave.
that
I gotta
time.
leave, dude. I don't want to just run out of here without saying goodbye, man. I appreciate
All right, Z.
appreciate you, man. All right, everybody,
Z.
say goodnight to the
Z.
bad guy. Say goodnight to the bad guy. It's gonna be
Z,
all
bad
right.
guy.
yeah,
My name is Logan. Hey, are you and I are we cool?
See, all these guys want to seek resolution with me. Logan, let me ask you, what is it in you that wants to seek resolve with me? What is it? I'm going to pose that question to you. What is it in your personality that wants you and I to have resolution? Do we need resolution? Is that a must?
Man,
Is that a must?
I'm just tired of fighting.
Well, maybe stand up for what's right. Maybe stand up for what's right, and you won't have to fight guys like me. You understand? Because guys like me ain't gonna stop fighting guys like you, Logan. I'm never gonna stop. You understand? I'd be letting myself down. I'd be letting my God down. So that's never gonna happen unless you change.
I extended my hand, and you slapped.
Logan,
away.
you're my enemy, Logan. It doesn't mean we can't talk civilly and we can't have dialogue and discourse, but just know that I view you as my enemy. All right?
Hold on.
It doesn't.
Can you guys be frenemies?
I will say, Logan, that we can have dialogue and discourse, but
let's call timeout on the war. How about that?
Yeah, let's do that.
No, that's never gonna happen.
All right,
it's never gonna happen.
on the war path, so
it's never gonna happen. It's just not. It's not. And Logan, you seem like a fair enough person, but just know that we can never be friends as long as you have your stance, your beliefs, and as long as you keep standing on what you stand on. It's not going to happen. That's never going to happen, dude. You know, I know that's probably hard for me. It's probably hard for you to hear. It's probably hard for you because I know I'm a really cool guy and I got a lot of charisma and personality, and you know I got that.
Oh,
you know,
hang on. I get to do the comedy thing. You think you're a really cool guy? No, you're not. Here.
Well, it's funny. Well, let me read what you wrote in the private chat. You said, "Hey, man," you said,
Please.
You said,
"Go ahead."
Z, no shade, man. May I shake your hand? And he said, "No worries, man. I know you're angry. I still think you're a really cool guy." So, as you just said that you don't think I'm a really cool guy, you said that I'm a really cool guy.
I think you're angry. And
you said I still think you're a really cool guy. I'm literally reading it at 2:01 a.m. Are you denying that you wrote it?
No, I've got the same thing right there.
Yo, Dave, we went from arguing the globe to my status of coolness.
You and I never argued the globe.
Logan,
that is
Logan,
up to
Logan,
Dave.
Logan.
No, you don't get to talk over me. All right, you don't get.
I was gonna leave. And you tried to seek resolution. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Maybe we'll dialogue more in the future. Maybe we won't. But I will bid you adieu, and may God bless you, and may God speed you on your journey in this realm.
May God have mercy on your soul right now.
May God have mercy on all of us.
Yeah, man. Look.
All right, guys. Peace out. I'm out.
All right, later, Z. I want to address also what Flow State was talking about there, and what I found interesting with that too. And by no means, look, I'm nothing like a saint, man. I had my day. I was in this, and I thought, what a great thing we can do. We can go ahead and use sex as a recreational thing and not have to worry about the pregnancy because we have these cool pharmaceuticals and these pills and these things that we can avoid that with. And then I started reading the Book of Enoch and some of the other apocryphic texts. I thought it was kind of interesting. I like some of the descriptions and things that are told in there. They fit with some of the theories I have. But in any case, there's a portion in there where the indictments of the fallen, the watchers, comes in as to why they're bound in hell, in the abyss. And of course, Azazel was for teaching man how to make weapons in warfare, and there was in a nutshell. And another, I forget the name, but it was his crime was teaching the women and men how to make potions that would allow them to fornicate without getting pregnant so that they wouldn't lose their shape and they could just keep recreationally having sex, because it went against the purpose that God gave that to us for. I think it's kind of interesting that even back then, I mean, how would they know about the alchemy? You know, this is written a long time. This God talking to Enoch about, yeah, this motherfucker was teaching him how to do alchemic magic.
Does he have a company?
This guy over here was doing this. This guy over here, you know, and it's really quite a scathing indictment. I mean, the whole story comes out that it's like God was so fucking pissed off that he wouldn't even talk to these dudes. Their job was to be the intermediate between man and God, right? And they fucked up so bad that God wouldn't even talk to them. And it was like they went to Enoch and they said, "You're a righteous scribe. Will you write an appeal for us?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'll try. You know, I'll see what I can do." And anyway, this whole thing of him being taken up to the throne of God and shown the reasons why these watchers had been bound, and
for possession of a controlled substance.
Well, no, it wasn't possession of a controlled substance. It
manufacturing.
It was yeah, probably GHB. That's what it was. But the thing was, I found it really interesting that it was because of, you know, specifically alchemic potions that would prevent reproduction. And I was like, whoa, okay, that would be kind of, you know, somebody takes your creation and fucks it up, you know, like that, and corrupts it away from its true thing, because then it came down to where it was, you know, multiple partners and that kind of thing. And it just wasn't the way that it was supposed to be set up. And, you know, whether you believe that kind of thing or not, but my point being is that it brings me down to the whole idea of, when does the soul actually enter, you know, and do we have the right to interfere with that? You know, it's just kind of, because I might have to cancel Netflix. Oh shit.
I mean, I think that you can, that's more abstract than you need to be with the topic, because even before that, I'll actually kind of concede some ground and agree that it's generally not in people's psychological well-being interest to have something that's so biochemically bonding juxtaposed against a completely, you know, detached relationship. I don't feel like I ever had an issue with it, but I understand that it is.
Well, what I was kind of in a roundabout getting to what we have today is that as our, for lack of a better term, our morals have decayed over the last 50 to 60 years. They've steadily eroded to the point of just absolute decadence and perversion in all reality. It really has. And what we got now, it used to be, you know, a guy'd like a girl or think he might like her, and he'd say, "Hey, you know, Becky Sue or whatever, why don't you go out with me for a burger?" You know, and they'd go out and they'd see if they kind of liked each other at all, you know, kind of get to know one another and shit before they commit themselves into some kind of a relation. And now we've got apps on the phone. Hey, that chick's hot, I'll fuck her, come on over. Boom. And this is what's going on. We end up with these kids that are nothing more than an after effect of a casual sexual encounter. And it's not just from the app. I'm saying these kids, these young people, they get together and it's like, oh, they fuck, and then they're in a relationship and they find out that they can't stand each other. And a lot of times, oh, well, I'm pregnant. And it's, you know, the dude's out of the picture except for having to pay child support. Here's already a broken home before it even starts.
Look at how relationships are sold, though. Like,
yeah,
culturally, it's like men think that being a man is cheating on chicks and lying to them, and women think that they're queens and they deserve to be given money to do nothing. It's just like the most narcissistic, childish approach from both sides. It's no wonder nobody gets along.
It's all ego based. It's all worldly based. It's people that are too far. And there again, it's not to quote of the Bible or anything, but you know, the difference between being of the world and being in the world. Okay. I am in the world, but I'm not of the world. I don't care about the fancy pants and fucking lollipops. I don't give a shit about that. I have what I need. I'm provided with what I need.
I actually hated that shit.
You know, what's that?
Like when I used to, you know, when I was a banker, suit jobs, I had offices in 2 different branches. And it just like that whole thing, being part of society and playing the part and sitting on the boards and going to the meetings, it's like just fucking sucky.
And the pretentious attitudes. And
Man, yeah,
yeah,
everybody.
yeah.
You got these little fucking dinner parties or whatever, you know, and it's just like going around from person to person, taking turns to talk about yourself.
Yeah. Listen, I know exactly what you're talking about, man. They would every night, damn near, we would be going to some different place in Bloomfield Hills. Sometimes Fox and Hounds, you know, sometimes Macca's, you know, whatever. And here's these fucking douchebags sitting around buying rounds of shots of Cristal and, you know, Louis the 14th, you know, whatever the fuck. And I'm thinking to myself, man, with what you just spent on one shot, you could have bought a whole fifth for of fucking whiskey or something, you know. But anyway, they're just trying to. I'm drinking it for free. Fuck them, you know. And they're just trying to see who can out fucking douchebag the other, you know. Oh, look at how much I spent on everybody. Oh yeah, well look how much I'm spending, you know. And it was just, oh my god, it was sickening.
It's like competing for the losing spot.
Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I'm glad I'm not in that world, man. I worked for a mortgage refinance company. And, phew, man, it was
bundle up this junk, sell it out the back door.
Absolutely, that's what we did too. We used to fucking sell them off to Conti Mortgage and what was that other one? Great
Junk
Lake?
in, derivative junk out.
Yeah, man, we were making all our money. We didn't service the loan, man. We just sold the loan. We got origination, processing, and closing, plus the other fees, you know, origination fee, you know, all that other bullshit. And then what we were doing is whatever we were over APR, we made back end points from the companies that we were selling the loan to. So I didn't give a shit. I didn't give a shit if you didn't make your payments. You weren't dealing with me. You were dealing with Conti Mortgage over in Pennsylvania, man. It wasn't me.
I did a few of those loans, but most of those commercial.
Dude, there was a lot of money in that, man. You wouldn't have believed it, man. I was no shit,
I
man.
know it.
96, I was knocking down, or not 96, 94. I was
later to the game than you were, but
I was knocking down $45,000 a year plus bonuses, bro.
You're the reason that I didn't like doing those sort of loans. They were so regulated by the time I got there.
Yeah, it was pretty much, look, man, it was bad. It was bad. I mean, as long as it had the wheels off of it and there was a front door, we could finance you, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll make the numbers work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was pretty bad, but I got a bit of a snoot full about that, man. I was like, nah, I can't be doing this anymore. This is fucked up. I'm out. But you're making so much money. It's not worth it, man. Not worth it. I'm looking into the faces of these fucking people and shit. Then it got kind of a little easier because we were doing everything by mail, turning loans over in 24 hours by mail.
Yeah, that's pretty fast turnaround.
It was.
I don't even think it's legal to close on a residential real estate loan that fast.
I don't know, man. The way it worked was they'd call a number.
Anymore.
We'd run these fucking commercials, and you'd have a fax that told what time your commercial was playing and where of what state. And it was no shit. You could watch the hand on the clock, click, and all of a sudden, ring, ring, ring. Phone starts ringing from all over the place, from that area. You knew, boom.
Really?
Yeah. And so you take them, and we had the way the computer system was set up was while you're talking to them, you're actually filling out their 1003, which is taking that information and running a credit report and coming back with what your possible interest rates for each type of loan offered were. It was like immediate.
Now, did you sell insurance products with the loans?
No.
Did you sell any loan insurance? No.
No, I don't believe so, unless it was like rolled into the package.
Because
I wasn't aware of any of that.
for consumer shit, I'd sell loan insurance, and it's like life insurance just for your loan is a completely unnecessary product.
Like undercoating.
You know what? The jury's out on undercoating.
Well, you know what I'm saying, man. I know they would do that. It was like we had appraisal fees and all that shit, you know. And
look, bedliner is better than undercoating. I've basically bedlinered my whole Silverado.
Dude, I knew a guy that used Rhino coat.
Yeah,
have you seen that shit?
Yeah.
And then there was a guy I knew in California. He had a Blazer. It was like an 80s version body type. And he had that thing painted. The entire thing was painted with Rhino coat. It was badass as hell.
Yeah, I haven't painted the body, but I did a chrome delete. And so all the emblems, all the chrome parts, the bumpers, it's all blacked out. Dark tint, black aftermarket wheels.
Listen, Renee says, despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Somebody's listening to
Smashing Pumpkins.
Smashing Pumpkins, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I like them though. I like some of their stuff. It was interesting music.
I do too. I'm that era. I'm that age.
Yeah, well, see, I've been like with music all, you know, you never know what I could be listening to, man. When I let my music collection just play on shuffle, you never know what you're gonna hear, man. You never know.
Pussy.
Now, see that I don't know. I mean, we had our time with Two Live Crew and some of that shit, but I mean, there again, I looking with different eyes. I'm looking at different eyes and understanding the social engineering use of music.
It's really all you can see anymore.
You know? I mean, I see that shit all the time. It's what they do. It's like you have people are gonna emulate that, and people emulate the vibration of the music that they listen to, predominantly. I mean, I can usually look at someone and pretty much get a general idea of what kind of music they like.
What do I listen to?
I don't know. I can't see it. Let me see.
Okay, hold on a second. I'll come back on.
So you're a 90s. You're a 90s.
I'll come back on Z. Got him. Yeah, I was born in 86.
Yeah, I would imagine you're probably like Nirvana and Soundgarden. I would say you're probably into that, but you also, I think you probably appreciate some of the classic shit from Zeppelin. Probably even into a little bit of Black Sabbath, I'd say. Am I anywhere close?
You're close, yeah. My favorite band is Korn. I gotta say, Korn takes the spot.
Okay, yeah, I would have said Korn in there. That's right in that same thing. You know, you realize what makes a hit song, right?
What?
Repetition.
Like the number of times they play it, or the repetition.
Listen, what they'll do is these radio stations, they're paid to play these songs by a promoter. They're paid for each time to play these songs, and you'll see, if you ever notice, like there'll be some song and you go, God damn, I hate that fucking song. Why do they keep playing it, right? But then after a while, man, you're back doing something and it's in your head and you start humming it or whistling it, but you're hearing that song. And after a while, it goes from I hate that song to it's tolerable to, oh, there's that song. I remember that time period, man. We were doing this, that, and the other. And then you kind of like the song. And what they do is they keep putting it over and over and over and over and over. And we resonate. We resonate with sound. Music is one of the most powerful things that we have that cause us to resonate in a mood. Music is basically audible emotion. Even without lyrics, a song can bring a tear, or even make you chuckle like cartoon music does, or make
it's more than just emotion though, because emotion's like sort of formless. It's got a geometrical or mathematical quality. Music does.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
because it is there again. It's physical, and emotions too are frequencies. They're based on frequencies, and that's why you can have a beautiful sonata can actually evoke a tear to the eye.
I have a
mood.
Hyundai Sonata too, so I was threw me.
Yeah, I mean,
how did you know that?
You get the moods. This is why music is used so often, well, all the time in movies and television, and primarily in movies. Those music scores are there to set the mood.
That's how you know what emotion to have with that scene. If you pull that shit out of it, it's weird.
Right. Or switch it around in any way. I mean, you can like think of a very dramatic scene that you can remember from a movie, like when Scarface is, confronting that drug lord, right? Could you imagine instead of that ominous music in the background, there's the Looney Tunes music is playing instead? That would totally fuck that scene up, completely. I mean, you'd be going, what? And even back in the old silent movie days, right? The movie would be shipped to the movie house and it came with a score of piano music. And in some cases, if the theater was big enough, like in New York City, an actual orchestra that would play in the pit as the movie was playing. So the music has always been an important thing to set the tone. And they know this. This is why there was an intentional shift from the tuning, which in nature is A at 432 hertz. And it's been universally changed to A at 440 hertz, which is not a natural frequency. It's actually damaging.
One of my favorite parts of making YouTube videos is every video. I've got a little rendered intro scene kind of graphic thing where, the flow state kind of pops in and out. It's like 15 seconds long, but every video I swap out a different little song clip for that, and choosing and then chopping that up. Like, I don't know. I spend way too much time on the song because I like it.
Oh my God. So what do we got going on over here? Yeah, and that's something that makes me happy. Like with Hello Baby. That's somebody that was able to open up their mind, and free themselves from some of the mental bondage that we let them place on us through a deception that I like to call the perception deception. Ironically, it's also the name of a David Icke book, but we believe that's part of the flim flam, right? If I could take anybody and stick them in a set with a script and have some books behind them, maybe a globe, and then tell you that this is Professor so-and-so, PhD of some fucking hootie tootie school. You're not going to know any different. But if he tells you something, reads you something off of a script, you're going to believe it a lot more than some guy playing like he's on the fucking ISS with a ray of fucking sunshine shirt on, right? Because, oh, well, who are you? You're just some guy. Well, so is that other guy. You just thought he was somebody because I told you he was somebody. Think about how many times they lead something off with phrases like this. Leading experts agree. Top scientists say. Experiments show.
Imagine how Elon Musk would sound the first time you heard him speak if you hadn't been told a zillion times he's a genius.
Oh, I would think he was on the spectrum heavy.
I mean, he's not particularly bright. Like it's even more than just like he's not bright. He's not insightful. He's not inventive. He's just kind of a wet noodle.
It's evident in his eyes. When you look into his eyes, when he's on any kind of a thing, you can see that he's just saying stuff.
It's like
You
he's
know,
swimming out in
because
space, sort of. There's
yeah, maybe even an MK. Who knows? He could be an MK. You
I
know,
haven't seen any footage of him glitching, but definitely it would make
yeah,
sense.
some of those are crazy, like that Al Roker one where he just fucking tripped out and just stood there.
Yeah, I just saw Bro Sanchez just posted a short with Nelly on stage. It's pretty.
Were you here when my son was on?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so my son, his channel's Burn the Corporate Fiction. He was on earlier. He and I out in Ridgecrest, California, which is where the China Lake Naval Air Weapons
Burn the
Station
Corporate
is.
Fiction. That sounds like it should be a punk band or something.
Yeah, it does, don't it? So I'll have to tell him that. He'll probably see this. But we ran into one because what I found out is that the Operation Paperclip, the MK Ultra program, was being done at China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station in California. And this place is huge, mostly underground, man. I mean, this thing spans like it's in 3 different counties. And it's like, holy shit. So I found out that there was Operation Paperclip, MK Ultra shit going on there. So anyway, my son and I met this guy, a young kid, maybe 18, 19 years old. And he seems kind of strange, but we were talking to him and he says, I just got out of the hospital. And I says, really? What for? And he says, oh, they put a GPS in me. And I said, what? He said, yeah. He says, they put a GPS in me. I said, they put a GPS in you at the hospital. He said, well, no, not at the hospital. They took me in a tunnel from the hospital over to the base. Now, the hospital's like right across the highway from where the main entrance of the gate to the base is at. And I was like, what? He says, my mom works at the base. She's not a bad person, you know, like that. And it's like every so often, this kid, while he'd rambling, he'd say, Einstein broke my pencil. And I was like, what the fuck? And why does he keep saying Einstein broke my pencil? And then it occurred to me, I was like, what the fuck, man? And he showed us, he had these stitches and this lump under his skin right here. And I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, I looked over at him and I says, hey, he looked over at me. I said, Einstein broke your pencil. And he just ready for instruction. And
Well, that's like, useful.
Oh my God. I was like, fuck.
We hit the jackpot. We got a slave.
He says my mom, he says it's so my mom can keep track of me. He says my mom's not a bad person. She just wants to look out for me is all.
Well,
and
that's
I was like,
quite the gaslight he's internalized there, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, I'd heard reports that at any given time there was between 1,000 and 3,000 kids in electrified cages under this place, man. And this was years ago that I dug this shit up, right? So then after they had this big earthquake, and it was around when Q and all that was saying that they were rescuing all these kids out of tunnels and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was this huge 7-point magnitude earthquake that happened damn near on that base. They had to shut the base down to only essential personnel. And then I hear on back channels that they were rescuing like hundreds and hundreds of kids out from underneath this fucking base. And I was like, whoa.
See, I remember hearing about some shit like that sort of too, but it's so hard to tell what's like.
Well, see, when I'd heard about those cages and shit like that, I'd found that years before there was any of this fucking Q stuff. This was long before I think even Trump was even in the running for president.
I heard about it at Pizzagate. Like that was sort of the beginning of that for me.
But I mean, primarily, specifically, China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station. It was some obscure, hard to find shit. It was like on some blog that I had to look up and go over to. And I'm looking at this thing, and then I went and found another one, and here's some more confirming shit, you know. And I'm like, okay, all right. So they were doing MK Ultra shit. I wonder if that's true about those kids. And then the years go by, and then all of a sudden they had that earthquake, and then I hear that shit, and I'm like, what? Could it be? You know, I mean, that's the kind of shit that feeds my curiosity. You know, I think about things all the time, like, how could this be? Like, for instance, here's some shit that people don't ever think about, right? We have obituaries in newspapers all over the country, right? And there's people die every day. Lots of people die every day. And there is a certain portion of them that are cremated. But there's still a lot of dead bodies to dispose of, right? How come you never hardly ever see any new graveyards?
Because they're in McDonald's burgers. I mean, like, I swear to God, though, I kind of believe that. I don't eat McDonald's.
You know, I don't either, but you know, but that's a good thing. You'd think that selling large parcels of land for grave plots would be pretty lucrative business, given that, hey, people die, you know?
You know, I never really thought about that, the logistics of that, but you make a good point.
You know, I mean, I'm even taking into account that, like, even if you said that half of them get cremated.
God damn it, man. Now you're going to fuck up like hot dogs and all sorts of other things for me.
Well, you know, you got to wonder, and it's like, here's another one, right? So the Red Cross and other such organizations have blood drives all over the world every day, right?
What is that about?
Okay, right. All right. So we know that this is a limited supply in the fact that it does expire and it has to be disposed of, right? And we also know, given the amount of blood that's taken in as donations, far exceeds the amount of blood that's actually being used for what they tell us they use it for, right?
It seems like everybody should have tons of blood to just do whatever they want with.
So where is it? What did they do with it? Where did they dispose of it? What you would figure that by this point in time, and the only thing I've ever heard is people say, well, they burn it, they incinerate it. I'm like, wait a second, they're incinerating a fucking liquid at the hospital, right? Okay, right on. Come on, we're talking about thousands of gallons of fucking blood that needs to be disposed of at least every day, if not every week, because it's expired. You would think that you would have run into somebody that says, oh yeah, I work for a blood disposal company, or I drive a tanker truck of blood to the disposal place or something, right? Or there would be a blood disposal facility or some shit like that, right?
Maybe that's an opportunity. Maybe they need it. They just don't have enough blood trucking companies.
Well, see what I'm looking at, and then I saw you ever saw Blade?
God, not in a long time.
Okay, you remember those elite people, the vampires? They were staying underground by
they were
not
drinking the
having
bags
to
of blood.
hunt people because.
Yep.
Could it be? Could there be? I mean, not necessarily with the teeth and whatnot, but a segment of the society, maybe the elites, that do indeed feed off of this, and to keep their exposure minimal, they get it from the blood bank.
So something that I heard and dismissed, but has kind of stuck around in the back of my brain, is somebody was talking about oil and how basically that's what it is. It doesn't actually take forever for biological matter to process into oil. It's relatively quick, and so it's just death.
Well, that's given the assumption that it is biological material.
Right. Which is another assumption that
it may actually be a mineral.
What I think the leading explanation. I mean, that's I don't know
how many quarts of 10W40 are there in a brontosaurus? That's what I'm. Well, I mean, I'm just getting into the whole idea
I haven't
of it.
Used one in quite a while, but
yeah, you know. I mean, but they had to sell that idea of it being fossil fuel because then it makes it a limited resource, which it's not.
But and I mean, your body is not flammable.
What? It's not what?
Flammable. I can't light a person on fire.
No.
So why would it make sense that a dead person would be just great combustion fluid? You know, just I don't know.
It isn't. They need extreme heat. These ovens that they use to cremate bodies get up to an extreme temperature, and then they still can't reduce the entire body to ash. They have to run certain parts of the body through a pulverizer in order to get them in the urn, because there's like
I just broil them normally.
Well, no, I mean it's just all that's left pretty much is ash, and then what's left of like the femur, the hip bone. There's some thick bones that don't incinerate the entire way, so they run them through a crusher and then put them into an urn with the rest of the ashes. Or so they tell us. I mean, you never know. You're going to go look. Maybe you'll find a Marlboro butt. It doesn't fucking matter. It's not the person. This is what cracks me up about like graves and that kind of thing, right? People go to a graveyard and they'll talk to this stone and they'll have remembrances of the person. That's all well and good and shit, but that person's not there. How many people have ever gone to the scrap yard to visit the car that they had to finally give up and send off to the scrap yard? Do you ever go there and maybe take a quart of oil and set it on the bumper?
You know what? I don't. It's not a very. I like scrap yards because there's a lot of shit going on.
Well,
but it's not a very comfortable place to just sit.
But the point, what I'm getting at is that this right here, this is your car. And someday your car is going to go to the fucking scrap yard or the crusher or the incinerator or what have you. It doesn't matter. You're not using it anymore. It doesn't work anymore. Okay. It's not the end of you. This is not you. You can't see yourself in the mirror. You all are looking at my avatar, at my vehicle. You're looking at my vehicle. I am a soul harnessed to a physical being. That's what I am. That's what all of us are.
I think they're more intricately intertwined than, at least I guess it sounded like when you just explained it.
Well, it's basically this. You're just kind of Wi-Fi in this fucking thing. You're just kind of like in this.
Can you be you? Could you be you as an individual entity without having some sort of physical localized point?
Yeah, because that's the key. That's the goal, is to be able to hang on to the good portions of the ego as those traits within to the spirit. And those are the easiest ones to harness, are the ones of the high vibration. You see, this physical incarnation that I'm inhabiting, I'm not always in here. Where do I go when I go to sleep at night? I go to this dreamland. This is really crazy. How do I get to this dreamland? What's that? What's happening there? When I ingest various substances like dimethyltryptamine, I take the super highway out of this reality. I forget completely about this reality and become almost pure consciousness, but with the ability to hang on to certain characteristics within my personality.
It's
sounds really quite strange.
Out of control.
Oh no, it's really quite cool, because you realize this actually is comical. This out here, what we're in, is fucking hilarious, man.
That's how I felt on shrooms every time. Every time it's fucking absurd and hilarious.
Yes. And so when I'm up in that state, man, when I'm up in that place and it's time to come back, it's almost like, oh, fuck, there's that again. That's all right. I'll be back. Hang on. I'm always telling somebody I'm going to be back. Hang on. And I laugh. I'll always chuckle because I'm like, it's back to this silly shit again. Holy cow. Everybody takes it too serious. That's the way I look at the whole thing, and that's what I mean by I'm in the world, but I'm not of the world. I don't care so much about fancy pants and lollipops and shit. I've come to the place where I know that I want what I need, but I don't necessarily need what I want. You see? And that's how this whole thing works, is it's always, oh, look, you can have this. And it's never your idea. They flash it at you and make you think it's cool. And now you have this idea that, oh, I might want to have that or whatever. And you never run it through the idea of, do I really need that? And it gets us weighed down, I think. It gets us weighed down because that's what we start to focus on. And then it comes to a point where the more of these things, I think part of it comes to where we think that these things are going to bring us happiness. And the reality is nothing can bring you happiness except yourself. Other things may enhance your happiness from time to time, but ultimately happiness comes from within. And so what we find Yeah, we take that little trinket makes me happy for the time being, and then it becomes part of your normal, and now I need something else to make me happy. And it's like, no, don't look for things to make you happy. Don't look for people to make you happy. Your happiness is within you. That's where it has to come from first and foremost. And the best part of it is you can bring it out and you can actually shine it and not even say a word and affect people. It's amazing. I've done it. You can actually radiate that and just affect people. People will want to naturally come up and talk to you and say hello to you and smile at you just because you're radiating that vibration, man. It's quite remarkable. When they had us over this last couple of years with some of the things that they had us doing, 6 foot distance, wear the muzzle. What was that really all about? Well, what I was
Social
just,
isolation.
well, yes, absolutely, man. Where they isolated our communication that way, because there are so many micro expressions that we use when we communicate that are very important. This is why I like to talk to people face to face, because you have the micro expressions that you can't express in writing or just by voice.
Or it's text. How many times have you misunderstood a text tone?
Exactly. And so this type of this is a way of isolating that micro communication is gone. Now we get to that distancing. Well, we know that according to the Heart Math Institute in California, the magnetic field, the electromagnetic field that resonates from the human heart is approximately 6 feet in diameter and in a toroidal energy shape. Of course, it's like everything is. The radius of that is 3 foot. Twice 3 foot is 6 feet. So if your electromagnetic field is not resonating with my magnetic resonance, we're not communicating on that level either, because there's a bit of communication that takes place between two people that are standing within close proximity of one another that you're completely unaware of. And this is why moods are infectious. This is why you can feel someone's in a bad mood. How do you feel somebody being in a bad mood? How do you feel someone in a crowd staring at you? Because it's the intent. We can direct that energy. We absolutely can direct our energy of intent, and it's powerful because you felt it. We've all felt that. Mm-hmm. Somebody's staring at you, you turn around and look, and sure as hell, there's some motherfucker back there peering at you. How'd you feel that? You see, we're more powerful than they want us to believe.
You're preaching to the choir, 100%. And if you look at all the control or weaponized sort of psyops and stuff, it is all ultimately about social isolation. That's why everybody's taught the wrong way to have relationships, and you've got men versus women, white versus black, generation versus generation. And even if you look at the criminal justice system and drug use, right? Like you introduce this thing that's addictive, but it's also off limits, right? So that's an isolating factor because you got to be isolated sort of to engage in it. And then what happens when you get caught? Well, you're put in isolation, and then it all. But ultimately, an addiction is a relationship.
Yeah.
A relationship substitute, right? Because it's always there for you. When you get off work, when you wake up, it's like you go back to your girlfriend.
Well, I look at it too in this sense. It's like a lot of you look at what happens in the higher vibration substances that we use, as opposed to the low vibration substances that society tends to want to use. And we find that where there's problems are when you're using the low vibration substances, alcohol, for instance. It takes
they're exacerbated by the stigmatization around them. Alcohol doesn't really have much.
It takes you down into that lower vibrational state. We, like I said, we transmit and receive on our own unique frequency, but within the same bandwidth, so to speak. And our DNA has been shown to actually be the antennas of this transmission reception. And when you consume alcohol, as just like with opiates, your DNA molecule actually constricts. Now, a double helix coil, a double helix antenna is a great antenna. And a long antenna is what's used for high frequency. A short one is what's used to transmit and receive on low frequencies. When your DNA coil constricts, it becomes a short antenna and we resonate on the lower frequencies. Well, there are things that reside in those lower frequencies that become attracted to that. There's a reason that it's called spirits. Now, the metaphysical law of, demon can't come into your home unless you willingly invite it. Or even like in the movies where a vampire can't come in your home unless you've invited them. This works the same way. And as I stated before, this is your home. This is where your spirit resides. This is where your soul resides, is in this home right here. And when you take in spirits, you are opening yourself up to willing possession by lesser spirits. And what they do is they feed on the negative psychic human emotional energy that's created through the acts that will follow from the consumption of the alcohol. And a lot of times what we see at the drinking party or whatever else, two guys start arguing over some stupid shit. And the next thing you know, somebody's got a fucking beer bottle stuck in their neck. Look at the feast of negative human emotional energy. We're going to have a funeral and there's mourning and this guy's going to have a trial and he's going to go to jail. It's a feast. It's a feast. And then they move on to another and destroy them. Like slash and burn agriculture. Whereas when we resonate on a high frequency vibration, we attract those energy beings that feed off of the high vibrational love energy of the higher frequency vibrations. And what's better is they put more into it for you in your path so that they can keep feeding off of that vibration. It keeps perpetuating itself. It's in both cases, one's a destructive cycle, one is a building cycle. And that's where I go at, is into that building cycle. I try to keep myself resonating. My latest events kind of pissed me off and shit like that. But as you see, I'm not letting it go much longer than it did to deal with it. You see, it is what it is. I got to deal with it what it is. It's just nature of the beast, I guess. So, well, like that.
I can't get it sized right, but whatever.
Yeah, I have that trouble sometimes with this shit on here myself. Well, listen, I'm gonna go. We're going on 7 hours again. Another marathon fucking stream.
I wasn't gonna do any of this shit tonight, but then I remember what happened. Something happened in here, and I was like, "Fucking A, I'm getting in here."
Oh, it's probably Z going off on some people. Man.
Actually, I started coming in. I just hung up a new green screen. I was hanging this up when Z popped in. But I don't remember what you guys were talking about something first. I was like, I got a way in, and now I don't think I ever did, and it's gone.
Check this out. You want to see something really cool real quick? I'll show you something. This is
yes.
Okay, so you was talking about hanging up a green screen, right? Let me put this over to none. You see what I got?
Is that a board? What? It's attached to your chair.
Yeah, man.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah, my wife found this. I forget where, but man, I was like, fuck yes, thank you. And so this thing so wherever you're with it, there it is, and I don't have to worry about hanging it up or anything. It's got like a little belt system hooked to it that ties it to the back of your chair.
That's pretty clutch. Well, see, I have these are cable hanging loops for industrial ductwork and stuff, because I was making snare traps for these fucking raccoons that I'm fighting.
Oh, pandas. Pandas.
Yeah. They're killing my chickens. So I had these right here, and I was like, oh, you know what? I'll just string this shit up. But normally backgrounds are a pain in the ass. Like that's the worst part of any video is like, okay, now I got to clean up this place or find a spot or
yeah. And I like to, you know, because a lot of times I'll get a Globey on here and they're sitting there going, well, you know, the reason you can't see curvature, and I'm like, how come I can't see it? I'm this is 120,000 feet I'm sitting up here right now. Or like if I leave, I'll say, oh yeah, there's Russia's over here. I'm gonna go take a leak. I'll be right back. And I walk off the scene, you know, and I go to the bathroom and come back and I say, Putin was upset about that. I'll tell you what, you know.
You know, it all comes down to though, why is it so fucking hard to use the scientific method on science?
Well, it isn't.
It's not.
I mean, because science isn't a thing. Science is a process.
Right.
And what they call science
is a religion.
Well, yeah, it's pseudoscience. It's the world. Listen, astrophysics has another name. It's called imagination. Imagination is what it is. Because, for instance, all right, you got to look at this thing. It's like, okay, so you see this light in the sky. We call it the sun. It appears to be a certain size to us, but we know that that's not accurate because we're not right up by it. So, without any other frame of reference or any other known values other than you see this light go by in the sky every day, how do you go about finding out how big or how small or how far away it is? You have to have a known
about that.
You have to have a known, right? So what is there to compare it to? So this is what they base all these other things off. So I looked into it, and basically what they said, and see if you can pick out what was wrong. They had two guys at different places in the earth witness Venus transit the sun. And by doing some calculations and knowing and the fact that Venus is approximately the same size as Earth,
that's a problem.
There you go. That's it. How do you know how fucking big Venus is?
Right.
Right. So that whole thing stems from an assumption, doesn't it? Yet they'll argue with you day and night that they can use parallax to tell that fucking distance. And they don't even know what fucking parallax is.
Well, you know, if you acknowledge that the lie there, it sort of comes with an implied obligation.
Yep. And Newton, the one that everybody's all gaga over, half of these guys fucking beat off to Newton, you know. I think he
beat off on Newton. Ask Nick what the velocity and force of my nut slapping Newton's face is.
Well, there was a debate. I guess the debate was whether it was between a couple of these guys, and they were arguing whether the sun was 60 million miles away or whether it was 55 million miles away. And Newton said, regardless of whether it's one or the other, it still suits our purpose. Now that's like one of the most scientific things anybody could ever fucking say. Don't you think?
That definitely presents a problem for the integrity of the data.
That's what I'm saying, man. And it's like everybody says, oh, they've known for thousands of years. Oh, bullshit. They've known for thousands of years. If they've known for thousands of years, how come nobody created a fucking globe until 1492 when they wrapped an AE map around a ball?
I mean, science is marketing, in my mind. It's a branch of marketing.
Well, what
scientism. Right. Not the scientific method. That's a different thing. But colloquial science is marketing, right? All the study. Who funds research? Somebody with an agenda.
Right. Well, and they're going to be the one. They're going to get the results they pay for.
Well, for sure, they're buying a product. Their product is validity, so they can market whatever they're selling. It's marketing.
That's what the FDA does for the drug companies.
Oh yeah, and just the cycle of employment, right? Like talk about regulatory capture.
Revolving door, man.
Yeah,
revolving door. Leave the pharmaceutical company, get a parachute bonus, get hired as the FDA director. It's do business with your old cronies. I mean, and it's so obvious. It's so obvious that they do.
Our system of government is, I think, sort of designed to have this outcome, right?
Yeah,
If you're a temporary employee and you know you have to get funding, I mean, like it's a prostitution sort of system.
Yeah. Well, there again, it's like this whole. I'm gonna talk about this whole thing real quick, and then I'm gonna have to get off here because I'm starting to fall out. That we see this. People are under the impression of the illusion of international sovereignty, and there hasn't been any real international sovereignty since at least the 50s. There has been a one world government, and yes, I am talking about the UN,
Yes,
but
sir.
not out of New York. That's just the headquarters here for
Switzerland.
where the real power's at. No. Let's
Or
look at
it's a fucking. Let me try again. The Vatican.
No, that's another agency, but the real power, and you can tell it's all in the symbolism. If you look at any of the world organization flags, including the UN, you will notice that it's an azimuthal equilateral projection map of the Earth. Every continent is displayed on there.
Around the North Pole.
With the exception of one continent.
Antarctica.
That's right. Antarctica is not depicted on this map. It is divided into 33 sectors, including the bullseye, 33 sectors. But where Antarctica would be represented on a normal azimuthal equilateral projection map, we see a wreath. And not just any wreath. This is the wreath of Apollo. It's a crown. This is a crown. This is a symbol of power.
You're talking about the little leaf sort of.
Yeah, like the Caesars wore.
Right. And like what's the Proud Boys logo?
All right, so there's a symbol of control and power. Now let's take into account all of the important dignitaries who have gone to Antarctica. John Kerry on election night. Are you shitting me? That's like the Super Bowl for those assholes. But he goes to Antarctica, right? The Pope, the Eastern Orthodox Pope, and then those two who hadn't spoken in over 500 years, those two offices were at odds with one another, spoke for the first time in 500 years and had a meeting. We have other important dignitaries, Prince Harry, all these people going to Antarctica. Why?
Important.
To see the fucking penguins? Oh, in the administratorial aspect of what kind of control I believe is coming from somewhere in Antarctica or beyond, to these various control agents who are appointed or disappointed from various positions within our society. It's really quite strange. It really is quite strange. And when you look at that, I mean, and here's proof. Here's some little bit more. Even though we hate China and we hate this country, or we're at odds with them or at war with them.
The Antarctica Treaty.
The Antarctic Treaty, the North Pole Treaty, as well as a civilian aviation height limit of 50,000 feet.
Right. There's a lot of cooperation as far as the moon myth and just sort of keeping the weather modification under the radar.
So 3 years ago, when certain events happened, did anyone not think it quite strange that every country in the world all agreed to the same things?
I thought it was strange that everybody wasn't flipping out at such an obvious collaboration.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. So
I felt like I was living in the Twilight Zone. I'm like, you mean you motherfuckers can't tell what's going on here? I've been living surrounded by this sort of idiots for 35 years and I didn't have any idea. Thought you were regular people and you're not.
Yep. I'm like, how are you so blind to see that? Conspiracy theorists, trust the science. Oh my God. I'm like, you people, stop. Just fucking stop. You don't see this? How does it? And there was a couple countries, small countries that I can't even remember the names of them. One of them was like Tonga.
Their leaders got fucked up.
Yeah. The one guy who sent in a test and he tested a papaya, a goat, and some other fucking thing.
Can of Coke.
Yeah. And he sent it in and he come back positive. And he's like, see, this is all bullshit. Next thing you know, he's out. There's a new guy in, and everybody's masked up, baby.
Well, you know what? They're taking everybody's DNA. That's obviously what PCR tests are. If anybody researched them a little bit, it's. I don't know. I would
be careful. Don't give out false medical information.
Oh yeah, did I say a thing?
Well, that's your opinion, you know.
I mean, right.
In your opinion, they may have been collecting
in my
DNA.
Opinion, and that of the inventor.
It would be easy to do. I mean, they can do it with a cheek swab, you know, they can do that. But I wonder if one of the things I found was really strange about this whole thing was that if like one drop of my spit could wipe out a fucking village, then why do you have to stick that thing way up next to my blood-brain barrier of my head, you know, to test for it? Seems to me you could just,
for me.
It was like, hey, here, why don't you just take this mask I've been using all day and test that, you know? There was none of that. And another thing that threw up a red flag with me was the fact that although they encouraged all these measures and were preaching about, you know, everybody's using bleach and alcohol and all this other fucking shit, and there was no biohazard bins for used masks. There was no, they were just like laying in parking lots and washing up on beaches. And, you know, you would figure they'd have some kind of a controlled disposal or something, but there wasn't.
I felt like some of that was so obvious as kind of like continued training from school, right? Like they're continuing to train us to ignore contradicting realities.
Yeah.
And just go with authority.
Yes. And you know, I that's the thing that gets me. And it's like, because this person has this title, or because of your perception of this person that told it to you, you know, I'm like, that doesn't change it, you know, because you like the guy, but we're trained for that fucking shit, man. It's like, look at how they sell a car. Oh, you got Matthew McConaughey sitting in a Lincoln Continental, and all he's doing is just driving it. He says, I was driving Lincolns before it was cool, you know. And I'm like,
right.
That tells me absolutely nothing about the fucking car.
So why do I want this?
You know, what is that? Oh, because then I can be cool like Matthew McConaughey. And most importantly, the emotion that he evoked in that, you know, chill back, relax. That's right. All right. You see? And that resonated with some people. They're like, hell yeah, I'll be like Matthew McConaughey in that motherfucker. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get me that thing. And they're envisioning it. They can feel it. And they don't give a fuck what the gas mileage is or nothing, as long as they can get with that, you know, be that way. And, you know, unfortunately, that's where we're at. Consequently, the owner's manual for a 69 Pontiac Tempest told you how to set the gear ratio and the timing and shit in it. And now the owner's manual in 2023 tells you not to drink the fucking battery fluid. So if that's any indication as to how far we've come.
Some of these motherfuckers need to drink the battery fluid, I think.
Dude, I wonder if they don't, you know. But anyway, I'm going to get off here. We're going on 7 hours and 10 minutes. And this is a marathon stream. I'm getting tired. It's 20 minutes to 4 in the morning. I'm going to take a big bong hit and hit my fucking pillow. You got anything you want to go out on, Flow State?
Oh, not really. I just give myself a quick chill. My channel's called Flow State.
Yeah, man. I went in and got you, man.
Right on.
So,
all right. Well, thanks for having me on. It was
all right,
a wild ride.
Yeah, man. It was I had a good time, man. Really.
I did too. And if Z's watching, I would have probably chokeslammed him if we were in person. Just once in a friendly like way, but through a table.
Right.
But yeah, no, it was definitely a good conversation. So, all right, later.
All right, Flow State. You have a good night, man. Let's see. How about you, Mars Life? You still with us? You got any last words tonight? Or did you fall asleep on me? I think Mars Life fell out on us, man. Well, that's all right. We're going to thank you for coming. Thanks for coming, bro. Everybody that still hung out with us this time. Yeah, you know, Everybody be good. All my new subscribers, thank you so much for subscribing. Hello, baby. Good to see you again. Thanks everybody for coming tonight. This is how we turn crap into gold. And I think we got some good information out here. It got a little hot, got a little heated. We're going to try to keep that to a minimum from here on. Learn a few lessons on this tonight, but y'all peace out, man. Have a good night.